Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Many monsters rushed at the guy. The swing cut one of them. The same happened to several more. But the crowds of monsters continued to attack him. The weapon through their troops moved behind the guy. He watched as they were thrown up. Then some of the monsters fell past him. The monsters also saw all this. He frowned. An arrow flew in his direction. But the weapon managed to break this shooting. Not far away, he noticed an archer. Sot was nervous when the guy said that they broke out, relying on numbers, and now they are shooting without warning. With a smile, he told them that if Yuan came to the dungeon, relying solely on his skill level, then they are wrong. A logical circle appeared near his weapon when he used the transformation. A crowd of monsters rushed to attack. But the blessing became automatic. Yuan pointed his finger at them and ordered them to proceed. A little boy was reading a book, and the girls said that their son was reading it in the original language. They smiled happily and complimented each other. But they were a little embarrassed when they heard him count in different languages, not understanding how he managed it. The men and women turned around when they heard that the child had inherited a rich ancestor's lineage. An old man stood behind them, saying that at last the child had been born who would fulfill the family's long-standing dream and who would return the Tower of Babel to their family's possession. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Then the girl said that the father had spoken about it again, and the man added that he should at least wash himself since he had just returned. But the old man waved his stick, shouting that the Tower of Babel really existed. Then he took the notebook and marker from the child, saying that he would report them. Grandfather began to draw, saying that long ago in a world full of chaos they had a great ancestor. Then he showed his drawing, saying that he had the ability to allow people to communicate with each other. Various people, animals stood near the yellow tower. He said that this power allowed him to lead them and build a tower that would never collapse. Having shown the yellow tower in detail, he said that it was the Babylonian. Little Yuan did not understand me at first, now looking at the drawing. But then he was delighted, asking about the fact that their ancestor was the owner of this building. He grabbed the old man by the leg when he said that their ancestor was a master linguist, able to translate and transform any language, and they should never forget that they are the descendants of such a great man. The sun was shining on a tall cabinet, when someone said that even grandfather did not know where it was, but he replied that it was still their tower. Afterwards, putting his hands on the boy's shoulder, he added that one thing was certain. The man looked straight into his eyes, saying that they would definitely find her. Yuan opened his mouth in surprise, but heard that their family would then regain all of its power and glory. The mother watched this with a smile, saying that the child seemed to be enjoying it, so everything was fine. The hero recalled that his grandfather always told him about the adventures of their ancestors in the hopes that his extraordinary talent for knowing languages could help fulfill the family's long-standing dream, but his abilities exceeded all expectations. The bright sun illuminated the streets of the city. On one of these streets, there was a 2-story house. Yuan sat at the table, saying that, judging by the scores, he should definitely have passed. Then he pressed the key on his laptop. Leaning back in his chair, he noted that he should have gotten into the Department of Political Science and Diplomacy at the university. Frowning, he did not understand why the results were taking so long. The laptop screen began to blur. Pressing its buttons, the guy did not understand what it was. Suddenly, an autumn window began to appear in front of him. Yuan looked at it in confusion. His fingers passed through the screen. The hero said that he had never seen such an alphabet before. Looking closely, he read that the improved academy in an alternate reality accepted his documents. Congratulations. Jumping up from his chair, he was surprised at how it was possible to read this at all. The system notified that he was called to the place of the practical assessment. If he passed, he would become a future student, so he needed to get ready, and the countdown began. Looking around, Yuan thought that this was someone's prank. Then he looked behind him. A letter about enrollment appeared on the laptop screen. Smiling a little nervously, he said that he was just maybe nervous, but the system continued to count down the time until the transfer to the exam location. The guy was surrounded by a bright light when a message appeared about the start of the practical assessment. At that moment, a girl came into the room, asking if he had passed, but she was looking at the empty room. Yuan fell into some cave. He was probably lying down when a message appeared in front of him that the special practical assessment for candidates from lower dimensions had begun. Putting his hand behind his head, he also saw the requirements to defeat the blind goblin and destroy the dungeon core, not understanding what this was and whether it really wasn't a game. Someone's footsteps were heard behind him, when he tried to remember that they were talking about the practical assessment and the special exam, and that he hadn't even applied. But he was scared when he looked behind him. 2 goblins were looking around the cave, saying that they heard a human voice. Yuan covered his mouth with his hand, thinking that they were talking about him. Now he even understood them. The thought of the practical assessment, the blind goblins, and the dungeon core flashed through his mind. Frowning, he thought about what was going on here and if he really needed to defeat these things to get out of here, and also noted that he felt like he was in a game or a novel. Drops of water had gathered on the ceiling. Holding his hand to his mouth, he thought about his headache and the surrounding dungeon, and how he didn't understand what was happening, but it felt very realistic. The goblin next to him was looking around, and he realized that if he wanted to get out of here, he would need to fight those things. Yoan fell to the ground in defeat, wondering how he could do that, since modern humans weren't entirely sure how to defeat a chihuahua. A blow from a club passed by him. His eyes widened in fear when he thought the goblin could see him. But when he saw it waving at nothing, he decided that it couldn't. He heard a rustling sound underneath him, as he realized that he shouldn't panic. The monster immediately pounced on him. The gathering passed his face. The goblin hit the ground. Yoan fell to the ground nearby. Both of them turned around. One of them said that the sound came from there. The hero lying on the ground only thought about being calm. He pressed his hands to his mouth harder, thinking that these creatures are blind, but more sensitive to sounds and movements, and it seems that they hunt, chasing the victim while communicating with each other, no matter how well he hides, because in the end he will be caught. Frowning, he decided that if he does not want to die, he needs to think. Looking at these goblins, the guy thought that he can use their habits. Then he picked up 2 stones, realizing that there is no time to waste. Then he threw them, deciding to act. The monster pointed his finger in that direction, towards the sound. The goblin was looking for something on the ground. Those 2 stones appeared in his hand. At that moment, Yuan swung. He hit the monster on the head with a large rock. The blow made it bend over, saying that the prey was behind it. He swung his club and aimed it at the second one. The other goblin got hit. That's when even his teeth fell out. Our smart linguist opened his mouth wide, shouting in their language that the prey was resisting and they needed to destroy it. The stupid goblin grabbed the club with both hands. That's how he hit his comrade. The blow was very strong. Blood spurted out of his head. The body of this monster fell on the second one. Then they both fell to the ground. Yoan opened his mouth in shock. Something caught his attention. The still living monster was trying to crawl out from under its dead comrade. But he raised his head when he heard footsteps. The guy was standing above him with a club. He looked down and apologized. The monster clenched his teeth when the hero said that he had also tried to kill him and therefore should have expected this outcome. Yoan raised his club, but he was thinking about what if he couldn't finish off this dying creature. The sound of impact resounded throughout the cave, thinking that if he did, he would have no chance of getting out of here. Afterwards, he stood in front of the monster corpses, saying that he survived this time. Their bodies were surrounded by a glow. Bright symbols were directed towards him. A system message appeared, congratulating him on successfully completing the first dungeon hunt. A bright sphere appeared in front of him, saying that this was the reward of the upper dimension and that the Babylonian codex had been opened. Yoan looked at his hands in surprise. The light was reflected in his eyes. New messages appeared stating that the power of the Babylonian codex had been activated, and that said power would be transmitted through the ideograms of the owner's language. The boy looked at this message in surprise. Another message appeared stating that the hieroglyphs had been registered, and unlike phonetic symbols that represented sounds, said symbols gave a concept directly through their form. Small multicolored lights appeared near the monsters' bodies, informing them that the 2 goblins' shared concepts had been extracted from their flesh. The rest were indistinguishable to the owner's current level. Yuan's mouth wide open, he was surprised by the extraction and absorption. He saw these bodies disintegrate, thinking that his abilities did not end with languages. Standing with a club in his hand, he was also surprised that he could extract concepts from his opponents. Seeing the multicolored lights, he noticed a message that he had absorbed 0.2 demons, which are essentially concepts, and humans are unable to possess, so it is recommended to store or separate similar ones and apply to other objects. He brought his hand to the green concept, thinking about whether he could save it for later or apply it right away, and whether he should try it on himself. Still, he rose to his chest, and the system reported an increase in the owner's life to 10.4. Then he raised his finger, seeing that the overall abilities of the potential had improved, saying that he felt more confident. The guy tensed his muscles, noticing that his body had become healthier. He said that he even felt it. The hero quickly clenched and unclenched his fists, saying that it was an uneasy feeling. Yoan looked at his hands, noticing that his strength, grip, skin and everything else had definitely improved. He remembered the 2 goblins, thinking about having absorbed their concepts. As he walked forward, Yoan noticed that the corpses of the goblins whose abilities had been absorbed had disappeared, leaving only 2 clubs. He crouched down and thought that if the act of applying the concept worked on him and other objects, then something like this was possible. Putting his hand on the purple concept, Yoan decided that if it really worked, he would be able to leave the dungeon. Smiling widely, he said that he could do it. Later, there were many corpses of goblins behind him, so using the unlocked power, he was able to quickly clear the dungeon. Afterwards, he placed the cracked ball on the pedestal. A congratulatory message appeared, saying that he had passed the practical test of the special exam for the lower dimension. Wiping his sweat with his shirt, Yoan waited for the fact that he would finally be able to return home. But the system notified that the candidate would be transferred to the dormitory. Magic circles appeared above the cave, so the place where he was transferred was not his home. There were several planets above the building, and it was a world he had never seen before, a place called the Union Academy. Yuan found himself in a room. The system congratulated him on passing the practical exam and becoming a temporary student. He looked at the blue window in shock, seeing a request to put on the provided uniform and come to an interview. Another message notified him that he should not forget to put on the proud uniform of the Union Academy. The guy looked at the clothes in front of him, surprised that he had just passed the entrance exam, and now he had to wear a uniform again. Looking around the room, the hero said that this was simply ridiculous. However, putting his hand into his jacket, he also said that he was put in a situation on the verge of death. Then he adjusted his tie, noting that now they wanted to interview him. Taking a step, he decided to meet the person in charge. Resolutely walking forward, Yuan said that he would definitely say everything he thought about it. At the end of the corridor, a large door was visible. He opened it, thinking that he would demand compensation for such a brazen move. The girl at the table looked at him, and in his mind there was only the thought that she was very pretty. The guy stood in front of her, confused, noticing her green skin, but still finding her very beautiful. She greeted him. His girlfriend was sitting at a large table, saying that her name was Yamaina and that she was a professor of magical combat at the United Academy, and also pleased to meet her. Yuan put his hand behind his head, hearing congratulations on passing the practical exam, and thanked her. He smiled confusedly, hearing that during his test, the entire faculty was looking at him. But he lowered his eyebrows, hearing that he was the first student in 500 years to create his artifacts during the test. He looked at the enthusiastic interlocutor, thinking about how he was transported here without knowing anything and almost died, but she said that it was amazing and that it was unique to happen even outside of the special exam. Sighing, Yuan looked out the window, thinking that maybe because they were from different worlds, their way of thinking was different, and that this was a strange school that he would find a way out of right after the interview, but something caught his attention. Looking out the window, the guy asked the professor about what that pillar was called. Looking at the student, Yamaina replied that she heard that people from lower dimensions do not know anything about the unification or this colony, and it turns out that this is true, and this pillar is the reason why the Union Academy was created. There was a tower above the dormitory, and it said that they were raising students with great talents from all dimensions, helping them reach the top of the tower. This is the aspiration of the Union Academy and the last hope of all dimensions, and it is also a dungeon among dungeons, which is the source of all secrets and dangers. The slightly confused hero looked out the window, hearing that this is the Tower of Babel. He saw its huge base, thinking about the almighty ancestors, dungeons, and that this is the building he heard so much about, mentally asked his grandfather about what is going on here. Then he remembered his crazy look. And then his confused eyes, realizing that everything he talked about is here. Standing in front of the window, he also thought about this dungeon of all dungeons, and perhaps this means that strange monsters filled the tower. A confident smile appeared on his face when he decided that he would return the glory of his family, everything that belonged to his ancestors, and that was when he decided to enter the United Academy. A magic circle appeared above his house, so thanks to the professor's special attitude, he was sent back home, and then he gathered the whole family and told them what happened. The whole house heard the grandfather's cry that his grandson had finally found the Tower of Babel, but his father asked him to calm down, and the hero reasoned that he had the opportunity to prepare for admission. Now machine gun shots were heard. Yuan put his hand forward, and so began the preparation for his admission. Bullets escorted them to the flight. Many corpses were under his feet. The guy continued to point the direction of the shooting, happy that he finally succeeded. The system showed statistics, indicating that the concept extraction was complete, and he thought that before he was limited only by his linguistic skills, but now everything is completely different, and the Babylonian codex allows him to verbalize, absorb and manipulate the concepts of all objects. Bright symbols came out from the defeated enemies. Looking at those symbols, he noted that after defeating them, he was able to recognize and master their concept. All the symbols gathered around Yuan, and he decided that the more he mastered, the stronger he does not become. One of the surviving goblins hid behind him as he thought about his concept that he received in the first dungeon. The hero turned around. His weapon struck the monster, so he put it in the club he received, strengthening and turning it into the weapon that it is. The goblin's teeth flew apart from the blow. The light shone brightly on the club. The system reported that this formidable bat mace, imbued with ghostly energy, was an autonomous artifact. Yuan hugged his weapon, praising it for its good work, thinking that he was grateful to it and the lucky chance by which he created it, thanks to which he received a good result in the assessment. But he opened the system window in front of him, deciding to sort out the loot and check everything according to the code. But he looked at it in surprise. The system showed the withdrawal of the concept, so he saw that there was something he had not seen before, such a parameter as a soul. His weapon began to swing in different directions. He asked about what happened. The weapon began to bow when he clarified that she wanted him. Making the screen larger, he agreed, and also decided to give a little life to the ghost or spirit. A bright sphere appeared in his hand. He channeled everything into the weapon, because by acquiring even the smallest concepts, he saturated the mace with them. Yoan covered his eyes with his hands. A bright aura appeared around his head. The system reported that the concepts combined in perfect harmony cause the artifact to transform, and the perfect synergy leads to a fusion that goes far beyond the boundaries of existence. Frowning, the guy wondered about one of the concepts he left behind suddenly transforming. The glow became even brighter. Now a snake appeared in front of him, and the system reported that through transcendental fusion, the Ghost Beast 10 was completed. Yoan crouched in front of the snake, saying that by combining the characters for the ghost from the beast, he gets a ghost beast, and it is very similar to fantasy. Reaching out his hand, the guy asked if he could touch it. The snake tensed up a little. The hero froze. But the snake looked at her with big eyes. After he started to get lost, he was glad that her personality remained the same, hoping that she could still transform into a magical weapon. The snake crawled onto his hand, and he decided to name her Eve, and also check the growth status before returning. The system information appeared in front of him, and he reasoned that based on his experience, life was like a level in a game, and the flesh seemed to represent physical characteristics. But he did not understand why his soul stat was so high. Looking at the screen, he also said that abilities such as all-seeing eyes, perfect hearing, and Babylonian lips were probably related to his linguistic skills, and wondered about Eve. The snake shook its head when he asked her if he would have the opportunity to surprise others. He looked at her with a smile, said that it was fine, and the growth rate was indeed important, and then agreed to return. A magic circle appeared above him, and he said that it was time to go to the entrance ceremony of the Union Academy. There were many bright holograms burning above the entrance. It was the auditorium of the Union Academy. There were many chairs arranged inside. Yoan appeared among them. Looking around, he was surprised that there were so many people here. Then he looked to the side and used the all-seeing eyes. The system showed that these were eyes that read everything, and also allowed him to understand the aura and spirit of the target. First, he looked at the guy made of stone, and the duty of the blonde with horns, thinking that, as expected, unlike him, who passed the special clearance for the lower dimensions, the ordinary students who passed the regular selection looked very strong even at first glance. Someone's shadow loomed over him as he thought about where his place was. The guy with green skin said that if the hero is from the lower dimension, then he should not stand, then he will just leave. Yoan waved his hand and agreed with this. With an awkward smile on his face, the hero thought that, as expected, those who had passed the regular selection thought very highly of themselves and discriminated against him just because he was from the lower dimension. The people present looked after him, so even here, those with power and strength looked down on those below them, and perhaps it was the same everywhere. Someone waved at him, saying that the special selection students were sitting here. He walked towards the group of guys, thinking that the word exile could be felt from all of them. But suddenly, he noticed something. His eye began to glow brightly as he wondered who these guys were. Looking at the blondes, he was surprised that they were actually special selection students from the lower dimensions. Then he looked at the girl, noting their abilities. Then he noticed the girl with pink hair. Yoan looked confused at the thought that they were at a level where they could wipe the floor with the regular selection students. A slight raised his head as the hero approached him. The boy smiled confusedly when he heard that their seats were amazing, and Yoan thought that he really was shining. He laughed confusedly. The hero thought that this was his cute roommate, whom he met in the dorm before he got to the ceremony. Their first meeting was a little unusual. Then he pointed a blade at him, asking who he was. Yoan was scared. Then his club stood in front of him, when the boy answered that he was a first year, and he realized that the hero was his roommate. The hero looked at him irritatedly, hearing that the interlocutor was only after the practical selection and a little nervous. Seeing a blonde in shining armor in front of him, he thought that he looked like a prince from a fairy tale, and was quite hot-tempered. The rays of the sun illuminated the walls of the high hall. Yoan also thought that since the interlocutor apologized first, then perhaps he was not so bad, and the other was surprised to hear about the blind goblin. A slight moved his hand away, saying that even a beginner who only knew the basics could easily defeat the goblin, and it was surprising that he had to deal with them in his practical exam. Our hero thought that it was incredible that the guy seemed to be blind. Both sat opposite each other. Yoan noticed that they started talking without even washing themselves, to which the other agreed. But the blonde was shocked to see the hero taking off his shirt, saying that he should tidy himself up, and also clarified that the shower in the dorm was shared. Turning around, he offered to continue their conversation, but the other shouted that the hero would go first. A slight turned away, trying to find the words. He looked embarrassed, saying that he would go a little later. Yoan looked at him questioningly. Now the blonde, not understanding, looked at the hero, who thought that time would show everything. Then he waved to the girl and greeted her. She looked at him with big eyes, and thought that she was very cute. Yoan covered his mouth with his hand, trying to say that he was glad to meet you. Then he noticed another girl with blonde hair. But something confused him. The girl's eyes were black. Crossing her arms, she said that the thing wrapped around his hand was very curious. Eve appeared on Yuan's hand. Everyone looked at this snake with interest. The hero was surprised that they could see it. The snake looked very cute. A slight noticed that it was the same artifact as before. He was not surprised how he could change so quickly, in just a couple of days, and the girl asked to touch it. Dakoyan smiled and said her name, saying that she was the daughter of Master Mirim, and asked about the hero's name. Sitting next to him, Yuan said his name and asked about Mirim, clarifying that it was some kind of martial art, and that they create wind pairs between their palms. But everyone turned away in embarrassment. Dakoyan covered her mouth with her hand, trying to answer that he was thinking correctly, and was not at all mistaken. Several people appeared on the stage. When Rachel said her name, said that she was pleased to meet you, a slight also said his. But Dakoyan silently turned away. The hero noticed that the ceremony was about to begin. Among them, he noticed Yamaina. His comrade asked if he had already had an interview with the professor. Turning to him, the guy answered that it was so, asking if he had, but he was only surprised by this. A bright light appeared above their heads. The ceiling of the auditorium rose up, and everyone wondered what was happening. A voice said that everyone was here. The people present felt something. They grabbed their heads, gritting their teeth. Rachel was also tense. A slight grabbed his hand. Yuan grabbed his head with his hands, not understanding what this incredible pressure was. He looked up with difficulty. Dakoyan, who was sitting next to him, seemed to not feel anything at all. A huge eye appeared in the sky, saying that the 2557th opening ceremony of the Union Academy was beginning. Yamaina folded her hands with a smile, saying that the principal's speech was impressive. The familiar group of students sat silently next to her. Everyone was shocked when the hero said that it was incredible, but clarified that the giant eye was the principal. The professor and his comrades moved closer, asking if he really saw it, since many were too scared to see it. Dakoyan stared at the hero as he thought about how this creature had completely hidden itself using some method. He turned to her a little scared, also wondering how that was possible. Then he looked at the others, explaining that it felt like a huge eye was looking at them. Then everyone looked at Yamaina, who said that it really was the principal, and most likely they would not see him again unless they achieved something special or caused some kind of incident. She looked at Yuan with interest, wondering why he was given a personal meeting, but he remarked that it was more like a curse. A slight seemed to understand something, hearing that the students' achievements were also her achievements as a professor, and asking her to try harder. The girl took a deep breath, and when asked if she would be their leader, she replied that it was. Looking completely at a loss, he thought about how one of only 9 professors in the entire academy would be in charge of them, and Yamaina asked if she should introduce herself formally. Holding a cup of tea, she said that she teaches magical combat, and was put in charge of their 11th grade class, suggesting that they work well together for the next 5 years. The professor looked at the student who asked about how ordinary students were put in charge of lower levels, and agreed with it. All the students looked at Yamaina, who said that this year, such unusual students were accepted that this responsibility was given to her. The hot tea steamed as she thought about how they were so unusual that it was surprising how they were chosen. She told everyone that while they were here, she would give you a little advice. Looking at the guys carefully, she told them to be careful of the jealousy and hostility from ordinary students. Yuan looked at her in surprise. Afterwards, she frowned, thinking that this was no longer just a competition. As he imagined his comrades surrounded by ordinary students, he thought about the physical clashes and fights between students, matters unrelated to internal disputes, and the unprotected rules that were set, as these were things that even professors could not interfere with. Placing her hands on her knees, Yamaina told them that from now on, they should stick together, as they were rare, specially selected students. Dakoyan silently crossed her legs. The hero thought that if they wanted to grow alongside other students, they should be strong enough to ignore jealousy and hostility. Yuan's mouth slightly opened as he heard that they were partners who would climb the tower together until graduation. Smiling at the students, Yamaina decided that they had enough talk for today, as the academy had prepared small gifts for each of them. The room was lit up with a bright light, saying that he would explain the rules and details to them after they received the artifacts. Everyone looked at the light source. A pendant on a chain hung from his hand, and a question was heard about it being a student ID. A slight stood next to the girls, saying that it was a pendant, remembering the professor's words that they could use this student ID to identify themselves and gain access to all facilities on campus, and could even teleport anywhere in the entire association. The voice rang out throughout the street when the guy said that Professor Yamaina was simply amazing. Then they found themselves in a large hall, when Rachel said the same thing. But they did not go anywhere, because Dakoyan remained silent. Putting the ticket in his pocket, a slight told the others that they would need to have it with them if they wanted to enter the tower. Whether they liked it or not, they would have to keep a close eye on him. Rachel looked up and asked why only Yuan was left. Slightly putting his hand forward, the comrade answered that he did not know. They looked at Dakoyan, who noted that it was possible because he was the only one who could sense the presence of the principal. At that moment, Yamaina was talking on the phone and was surprised by what she heard. The students looked in her direction when she said that she was just about to have a tea party. Dokoen frowned, hearing that it was sad. Yuan silently looked towards the teacher, since he was the only one of all the students who could look directly at the principal. Now the hero was sitting on a chair with excitement. In front of him was an empty table. Frowning, he was surprised at such a personal meeting on the very first day, because he had not managed to get involved in anything. He was surprised to hear the words that he could calmly look at him. A doll appeared on the table, saying that its true incarnation was not here. Yuan frowned. Sitting opposite, the guy tried to find the right way to address him, but the interlocutor told him to call him master, and said that he had to explain the reason for the call. There was a wide smile on the doll's face. The master said that he does not interfere with the training of students, and leaves the weak weak and the strong strong. The hero looked closely at the interlocutor, hearing that he does not care whether they die at the tower or survive, receiving power and glory. The guy got a little nervous, hearing that the interlocutor was pursuing one goal. A strange aura surrounded the doll with the words that he wants to see the one who reaches the top, and everything else is meaningless. After that, they silently looked at each other. Visibly angry, he thought about how meaningless it was. After that, he imagined this tower, thinking that from the time of his ancestors to the present day, his family intends to return it to themselves. After that, folding his hands, he also thought about all the power and glory. He remembered how he smiled widely while standing by the window, and also thought that he was willing to risk his life to get the tower back. Then he remembered the eye hanging over them, thinking about what the tower meant to the other students. Moving forward, the boy turned to the master, thinking about why the students would come all this way to climb the tower. Seeing the doll sitting in front of him, he asked what exactly the tower was. The director looked at him silently. Yuan frowned when he heard that the tower was a test on the path to divinity. He looked at the master carefully. Then he imagined an ancient tribe, thinking that ordinary people meant something like this by that. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that the interlocutor did not interfere with the students' difficulties. The boy also slightly opened his mouth when the interlocutor said that he would make an exception this time. A glow appeared from the doll's hand, saying that the master would see potential in the hero, the greatest potential he had ever seen. A bracelet appeared from Yuan's pocket, and the master said that he would take measures to help him climb the tower. He looked down and asked what it was. The doll, as if looking at this light, said that it expanded his rights to explore outside the academy. The pendant shimmered brightly, and it was noted that he could now go to any dungeon, and therefore should not forget to hone his skills before climbing the tower. Looking at the rector, the guy clarified that he could move outside the academy, and heard that it was so. A portal appeared under him, and the interlocutor said that that was all, and he could go. The doll, looking at him, also said that he should hone his skills before entering the tower. Yuan almost completely disappeared into the portal, hearing that if his progress was noticeable, the next privilege would be unlocked. Already looking from the other side of the portal, he heard about solo exploration of the tower. Yuan put his hand forward. The master said that he was looking forward to their next meeting. The hero ended up on Yumina's lap. The professor looked at the guy with a smile, asking how his meeting with the rector went. Embarrassed, he immediately got up from her lap. A large bookshelf was visible by the table. She said that the rector always let visitors go in this way, and that he had been waiting for him from the very beginning. The girl took his hand, surprised that he was given permission to leave the academy. Yamina looked at him when the guy asked if it was a big deal, relaying the words of the master that he should develop the skills he lacks as soon as possible, and the professor replied that it was of great importance. Imagining the entrance to the dungeon, she said that he could freely explore them outside the tower and visit the outer cities at will. Raising a finger, the professor noted that this meant that he could gain much more experience and training than others. Yuan imagined the doll hitting him in the face, thinking that it meant that he was weak and therefore had to take extra classes, and the other girl said that he was lucky. Yamina smiled, adding that the professors were usually too busy to leave the academy at this time. Imagining the walls of the school, she explained that since it was the United Academy, everything was designed with the students' interests in mind, which might be inconvenient for the professors, and he would have the opportunity to explore the dungeon as well as visit the outer cities in his free time. She then leaned closer, adding that he would have the chance to enjoy the delicacies as much as he wanted, which made her envious. Leaning even closer, the professor told her that there was one good outer city that she could recommend, and that was the Spring Temple. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and the hero interrupted her, asking if he should bring her anything from there. Covering his head with his hand, Yuan noted the good weather. Walking along the street, he remembered the request to find the wedding wine made by the priests of the temple, which is famous for its sweet fruity aroma, rich bubbles, long aftertaste, and that she needed 2 bottles, saying that the professor asked the student to run an errand to go get alcohol. Several screens opened in front of him. He decided that he should be grateful for the expanded inventory. He was surprised to notice something. An image of a bag appeared in front of him, and he thought that this was the item his grandfather gave him when he stayed home for a long time before enrolling. But he remembered the old man standing in front of him, asking if he had prepared well before leaving. Then he put the bag on the floor, said that this was the best moment, and let him open it, take as much as he wanted. When he asked what was in there, he was breathing. He said that he should see for himself. A bright light illuminated them. The hero was surprised that it was all made of pure gold, and also that he could take it. The interlocutor told him that everything was fine. Then, smiling widely, he added that this was the legacy of their ancestors who dedicated themselves to finding the Tower of Babel. Now he could use it freely. To which the guy replied that it would be very useful to him, and he was really grateful. The sun was shining on Yuan. He asked about the fact that there was too much here to carry it with him everywhere, and to the old man's surprise he also said that it looked heavy. Now the hero smiled contentedly, thinking that now that he had an inventory, it was very convenient, and everything fit perfectly. Stretching out his hand, he also decided to take a few pieces, since his grandfather said that it was valued all over the world. Afterwards, looking to the side, he decided that the preparations were complete. In front of him was a large city, so it was time to enter a new world. Many people were walking along its streets. Cars flew overhead, and he thought that even though this was a different dimension, the cityscape looked familiar. Noticing one of the drivers, he thought that maybe not. Two people appeared behind him as he thought about how it worked, and called him over. Yuan turned around, hearing that they had not seen him here before, and asked where he was from. But these people pointed at him in confusion, noticing that he was a student from the Union Academy. Raising their hands to their heads, they said that they were in charge of the western border of the academic city. The boy said his name, saying that he was a first-year student at the Union Academy. The people looked at them in surprise and asked the hero if the rector had given him permission to come here. He replied that he had, that he could study everything freely. Various machines were flying above them. The interlocutors noted that thanks to the hard work of the master and the staff of the academy, their city remains the most peaceful, and they are grateful for their mercy. Yuan was also pleasantly surprised to hear that he, as a first-year student, probably does not know much about the city and its work, so if he needs anything, they will be happy to help. Smiling broadly, the guard guys added that this is part of their job, and if he is interested in something, then do not hesitate to ask. Then he pointed up. A car flew above them. The hero expressed a desire to get one of them. His interlocutors also looked up. Smiling, Yuan asked how much they cost. Flames burst out of the exhaust pipe. The guy let go of the handle on the steering wheel. His motorcycle jerked forward. The hero even got up from it, and there was delight on his face. He flew through the sky, shouting that it was very cool. Then he remembered his conversation with the guards, who realized that he was talking about a hover bike, and that even the basic model costs 250,000 Roni, and this is very expensive, but the guy did not understand how much it was. Then a gold bar appeared in his hand. He asked if he had the opportunity to exchange it and buy a bike. The guard grabbed his hand, wondering where he got such a big bar. Now, flying above the ground, Yuan was talking about how one gold bar cost 7.5 million Roni, and he should thank his grandfather for giving it to him without hesitation. Eve appeared on his hand. Looking at her, the guy asked what she thought, because he added a spirit and a ghost, turning the bike into a living artifact. The parts of the bike were glowing brightly. The system reported that the hero made it a living artifact, giving it a will, and like Eve, and he said that her name was Lilith, offering to get along well from now on. Closing her eyes, the snake only hissed. As he flew past the tower, the hero said that he bought wine for the professor and created a snake, a younger sister. Yuan smiled widely, deciding that he had done everything that was needed and now it was time to go back. Later, he was lying on the table, complaining of a headache. Someone gave him a glass of water, saying that he was disappointed. A slight looked at his comrade with displeasure, not believing that he left after their meeting without saying a word, and now he was returning with a hangover. Taking a sip, he remembered how Yamina said that their faces would turn red like the sun at sunset, saying that the professor insisted and he could not refuse. Dakoyan brought a spoon to her mouth when the blonde chided him that he could have said it earlier, and then he would not have waited for him and not bothered. The girl noticed the flowers on his jacket, saying that the badge was a symbol of old age, specifying that he got it in exchange for becoming the professor's drinking buddy. Yuan folded his hands behind his head, deciding that it was not bad, to which his comrade pointed out that there were 4 of them, and the professor was responsible for them, and if he was appointed, then they should accept it. But both were very surprised to hear that if someone should represent the 4 of them, it should be her. Dakoyan smiled, saying that she was the strongest here. The hero and the girl stared at each other when she asked if he agreed. A slight, looking angry, noted that this was a strange way to express his thoughts. After all, they should be equal comrades. But he thought that they needed to clarify something regarding what she just said. Afterwards, pointing at her with his hand, he added that she acted as if she was somehow better than them, and that would definitely not be good for their future ascent of the tower. Dakoyan only chuckled when he said that he did not agree that she was the strongest. A slight jumped up from his chair when she was surprised by his words about equal comrades, because he was the one who argued with the professor yesterday about whether students could conquer the tower alone. The blonde waved his hands in front of him in confusion, When the hero noticed that he did not even deny it, tried to say that he was just curious, but that did not mean that he did not want to go with them in a group. Yuan lay down on the table, thinking that they were starting to have hostility since the morning, and he was going to say that they should come up with a plan in advance. The comrade and the girl looked at each other with displeasure, and it all looked like their group was already off to a rough start. The hero put his hand on his head, thinking that he didn't want to be the class representative, but now he was beginning to understand why the professor had chosen him out of the four. Yuan introduced the slight in a lion costume, noting that he was surprisingly ignorant, but his pride was ridiculously strong. Goyen looked like a disgruntled cat. She was incredibly self-centered, strong, but sure to make enemies. Rachel looked like a kind puppy and was surprisingly passive, and also didn't have the character to lead or educate others. The boy then just sighed deeply. Raising his hand, he asked them to wait and let him speak. Pulling his hand back, he said that the class representative didn't have to be the strongest, and in fact, he didn't have to be the strongest at all. Goyen frowned and asked why not. Looking calmly at his interlocutor, the hero replied that if the strongest was the class monitor, then he would make all decisions at his own discretion. The other students took away their trays. The hero said that the class monitor who was thinking about merging the class should not do that, and in any case, he should be average, someone who could offer an honest and good solution for everyone, and in this sense, he was considered the most accommodating, but the girl was surprised by this. After that, he decided that since it was the professor who had the right to appoint the monitor, she would agree with their arguments. But smiling ominously, she added that the only person she would really like to lead was him. She looked intently with her sparkling eyes. The others were confused, hearing that even if something was bothering her, and she wanted to get what she wanted, she would have to put up with the unnecessary. Leaving, Goyen said that they would see each other later. Yuan tiredly laid down on the table, saying that this morning was just incredible. Rachel jumped up from his chair when he thought that it would take time to solve the pride issue. The girl looked at the hero with admiration, asking if that cute snake was still with him, because she really wanted to touch it a little more. The sun illuminated the white walls of the academy. Yuan thought that this place was full of hidden minds. The student of stone opened his mouth wide, because the hero's first lesson as the class monitor of the 11th grade started with difficulties when he shouted that he was curious about the abilities of special students. The students gathered near the training arena. Yuan stood with his comrades, but the other students were against it. The teacher, waving his hand, suggested to start the lesson with a light sparring match. The students raised their hands, asking the professor to let them go first. The hero and his comrades looked at this, confused. Frowning slightly, a slight noted that the United Academy had divided the classes based on the students' abilities, and as expected, the first special class hated 11. The hero noted that moreover, he felt like he was wearing something provocative, which was what started all this. The largest student gritted his teeth. He noticed the professor's brooch, outraged that the boy dared to wear it. Gritting his teeth even harder, he was also outraged that he had the nerve to wear it right in front of him, and he would never agree to that. After stunning the others, he turned to the professor to let him test his abilities by himself, letting him measure his strength. Looking at him, the teacher said that it sounded good. Then he turned to Yuan, telling him that he would have a training battle with Ereto. The hero calmly looked ahead. The professor was sitting at her desk. There were several windows open in front of her, and she was surprised that the students of their class were having a joint lesson with a special class on the very first day. She imagined the boy in a fight with a monster, thinking that they would find themselves in a fight from the very first time, and there was no way that a specially selected student from the lower dimension could hold his own in a sparring match with someone from the upper dimension classes. Yamina frowned, thinking that this was probably what they were thinking when they made the schedule, and she didn't know whose prank this was. At that moment, the teacher looked at Yuan, as the professor thought that she felt some kind of evil intent in everything that was happening. Calmly looked ahead and heard that he would have a fight with Ereto. But the hero raised his hand, turning to the professor. Smiling confusedly, he said that his fighting skills were still not good enough, and he did not think he could learn anything from this fight. Raising his hand to his face, the teacher took away 3 points. Afterwards, he frowned and said that he hadn't come out yet and that it wasn't an excuse. Unhappy with this, the hero didn't understand what was wrong with this guy and that he was dragging him into this to humiliate him in front of everyone, replying that it wasn't an excuse but a fact. Yuan spread his hands, explaining that he was accepted as a special selection student because of his unique abilities and not for his fighting skills. If he was interested in the skills of special selection students, it would make more sense to evaluate it differently and not force him to get involved in a fight. The teacher clenched his teeth. Afterwards, he opened his mouth wide, indignant that the guy was teaching the professor, but the professor noted that whether it was a professor or a student, they all had to learn what they didn't know, and also noted that he was just an assistant. The hero sighed heavily when he heard that 5 more points were taken away and thought about how this assistant was going to play like this. He raised his finger and decided to suggest something. The man looked at the student in surprise, who suggested that they consider this week as a preparation week and spar next week. His comrades were also surprised to hear that he would be able to take a vacation for this week and enter the upper dimension once and come out. Yuan raised both his hands, saying that his preparations would be complete. Silence fell over the training arena. One of the students turned to another, clarifying what the hero said. The girl and the sorcerers had heard her comrades talking about Yuan's abilities being at their lowest. She looked at the situation with interest when someone was surprised that it was possible to prepare in 1 week. Confident in her words, she also heard the boy's surprise that he would have the opportunity to confront someone from the special class. The teacher was shaking with anger, saying that the student simply ignored him and changed the schedule as he pleased. Yuan put his hands behind his back, hearing the professor's assistant agree. But he was surprised when he said his name and the name of his opponent. The man pointed at Ereto. Afterwards, he raised his hand above his head, saying that they would have an official sparring match between them next Tuesday, and the format would be completely open. He added with a sinister smile that the entire academy would be able to watch the broadcast live, so they should prepare. The teacher then turned to the hero, who was thinking that he was not just trying to humiliate him, but wanted to make a big show out of it. With a bow of his head, the teacher told him that since he was the one who asked for the preparation period, it would be better for him to show his abilities, but the student calmly agreed. Yuan waved at Ereto, asking his name. Pointing at him, he said that he was looking forward to their official match in a week. The guy looked away, only noting that he was annoying. Both of them turned away from each other, and the hero decided that although he did not expect a polite answer from him, he was not his target. Behind Ereto, his characteristics were written. Yuan's eyes were shining brightly as he used his all-seeing eyes. Seeing the stat window, he noted that as expected of a special class, the increase in life and flesh was ridiculously unfair. After that, he looked ahead in confusion. He saw the stats above his comrades' heads, realizing that he was nothing compared to them. He decided that in order to climb the tower with these guys, he had to surpass Ereto's level. Looking at them, he asked why they were so gloomy and were they worried about him. But he heard a question behind him about how no one would come out. Dakoyan was warming up, saying that unlike the class rep, she specialized in fighting. Yuan watched excitedly as the girl asked the other students if they were interested in learning about the special selection students' abilities. Smiling nervously, the hero tried to call her. A hair tie appeared in her hands. While adjusting her hair, she said that she was more than willing to accept the challenge to a sparring match. Silence fell over the training field once again. The students were visibly nervous. The teacher was also looking at her with a performance. Yuan smiled, noticing the silence. He saw the dark aura around Dakoyan. Thinking that even his all-seeing eyes could not fully comprehend the extent of her power, it was impossible for the students from the first class not to feel how oppressive it was. The girl motioned for them to come closer, asking if she should back down because of their lack of confidence. Then she pointed at Ereto, asking if that was true. Bending his finger, the girl added that he was not the type to back down, and let them come out and be crushed. The student only gritted his teeth. The hero, who was watching this, decided that Ereto was terrified, because he was his original target. But now he was being challenged by someone he did not expect, and everyone around him seemed to understand this. He saw a guy who was just angry. I think that if he tried to save face, he would fall for the provocation. Then he imagined how he was covered in cracks, realizing that he was finished. He would be so injured that he would not recover in a week. So Yamaina went towards Dakoyan, asking her not to do this, thinking that he did not care much, but this should not happen. Standing in front of her, he said that he had a sparring match with him in a week, and if she wanted to fight, then she should wait for her turn, to which the girl asked if he was sure. She looked at him intently, hearing a word of gratitude for standing up for him. Frowning, the hero said that he must prove his worth with his own strength. A glint flashed in Dakoyan's eyes. Then, spreading her hands, she answered that she thought that he was a guy who relied on others, but maybe he had a little masculinity in him, and agreed that he would do everything his own way. Ereto and the others were shocked when she called someone else instead. The girl stood in front of the students, asking if anyone wanted to step forward. Dakoyan looked at the students in front of her. They were silently looking at her. Afterwards, she just sighed deeply. Turning away, the student told the others that they were barking loudly just a second ago. As she left, she added that now that there was a real threat, everyone seemed to be rooted to the ground. Yuan was already laughing in a relaxed manner. The students clenched their fists in anger. One of them was surrounded by a bright aura, asking who she called dogs. She turned around, hearing that the weak and stupid always band together in packs. Looking down, she added that they growled, pretending to protect their small groups. Dakoyan looked up, hearing that this sight could not help but please. Yuan gritted his teeth, not understanding what was wrong with this guy. But he saw his dark aura, saying that even with a special class, he was on a completely different level. A slight looked at this guy, saying that he was the ruler of another dimension. That guy walked out onto the stairs, when the hero asked, who was he? Imagining various silhouettes behind Ortima, he explained that, excluding unification, there were 10 upper dimensions, and this guy was from a family that ruled one of them. The guy walked down the stairs. Seeing him surrounded by a bright aura, the hero noticed that he was from the top 10 families of all dimensions. The bright sun illuminated the arena. Ortima stopped next to the teacher. When a small device appeared in his hand, Rachel asked what it was, and a slight said that it was a recording device, and must be filming a video. The device rose into the air. Yuan asked what would happen to it when they were done, and his comrade replied that it would probably share what was happening with everyone on the internet, but he wasn't sure yet what that really meant. Several windows appeared in front of the hero, when he noted that he understood and that it was the same here, and a slight asked if he knew what an internet was, and he replied that it was a network created by a company or educational institution for the exchange of information. A lot of different advertisements appeared on the screens. His comrade was surprised that he came from a lower dimension, not even knowing about the unification, but already knew about the internet, and he replied that where he came from, events developed in a similar direction. The three of them looked at the windows that appeared with delight. Rachel found a channel with recordings of broadcasts of the classes they were taking here. There they saw a live broadcast, on which Goen and Ortima were visible. The bald man smiled slyly. Yuan said that he really wanted to put them in an awkward position. Then he looked at the girl, noting that it was unlikely that events would develop as he thought. Both students were surrounded by auras. The guy folded his arms over his chest, offering to begin. Smiling, the girl answered him that he was a beginner. Then she beckoned him with a gesture, allowing him to make the first move. Ortima frowned. He put his hand forward, offering to see how far his arrogance could lead her. The hand gained a bright glow with the words that she should kneel. This glow spread further. The wave passed by the hero and his comrades. Yuan felt something. He grabbed his leg with his hand, thinking that this was different from the power he controls. His comrades were also tense, and the guy compared it to freedom flowing from top to bottom, noticing that the air became heavy and it became difficult to breathe. The other students also tensed up. The energy spread throughout the area. He thought about it making him fall to his knees, as if it was the most natural thing he could do. The boy opened his mouth slightly. His eyes grew larger as he compared it to the distortion of the laws of nature. A slight turn to the hero, surprised that he understood how this ability worked. Rachel grabbed his hand. Fear was visible in her eyes. Darkness surrounded Goen. She held out 2 fingers in front of her. Then she dispelled the opponent's energy. The teacher opened his mouth in surprise. A slight was also shocked. Yuan looked on in confusion, surprised that the girl had increased her energy so easily. Ortima pulled his hand back, saying that she was capable of something. Goen, lowering her head, replied that his power was as ridiculous as his horns, and if this was all he could do, then she was disappointed. Smiling, the boy told her that they were not finished yet. The girl watched his hand move carefully. Dust rose from her jerk. Then she kicked him. The guy gritted his teeth, hearing that she would not let it happen twice. As she said that it was an obvious attack that became stronger the closer it was. Ortima made a barrier in front of himself, saying that he would have to use both hands to do this. But Goen was behind him, saying that if he lacked intelligence, he should train his body better. He tried to attack, testing the blow with his hand, calling her an upstart. She hit him back with her hand. Then she grabbed him by the collar. After kicking him, she told him that, as expected, his movements were constrained and clumsy. Smiling, the girl added that he should not say that someone should spoon-feed him. Ortima gritted his teeth. The swing of his hand left a bright mark. A slight silently watched the fight. Frowning, he was surprised that the girl was dominating Ortima. Both were standing opposite each other. It was noted that Goen was crushing him. The guy turned his attention to Yuan, who said that it looked like Ortima was used to suppressing the opponent's actions. The girl dodged all the attacks. He also noted that her opponent was winning by distorting the laws of nature. The student's punch passed near his face. After that, he had to dodge a kick. Goen smiled when Yuan said that such a method does not work on her, and that is why everything is happening this way now. Ortima was very angry at what was happening. The hero's eyes emitted light when he said that he had the power of suppression and physical abilities, but you can tell that he himself did not move. A slight frowned, thinking about how his comrade could see even this, and about Goen who was fighting equally with Ortima, and all the true students of the special selection from the lower dimensions. Seeing how the blonde tried to hold back the onslaught of the girl, he wondered what was going on here. Covering himself with his hands, Ortima was outraged that she was insulting him. But then he received a punch to the face. Looking at him, Goen asked about whether he came here to talk or wanted her to cut it off because it was too long. Lightning appeared in front of her face. Lightning surrounded Ortima. Electric discharges were directed towards her when he asked again about how she dared to humiliate him. The guy's eyes glowed brightly. He shouted that he would never forgive her for this. The girl was surrounded by clouds of dust, hearing that if she wanted to die, then he would kill her right now. Goen, bending down, said about death. Afterwards, she moved her hand aside, saying that this was not a concept that a child like him should talk about. A dark aura surrounded her palm. After which, she rushed at the enemy. A bright circle appeared in her palm. A clot of dark energy gathered in the girl's hands. Clapping her hands, Yamina said that this was enough. The two stopped. In an instant, they found themselves in a flower field. Dakoyan looked down in surprise. Orduma was equally surprised. The students turned to the professor, who was talking about how the academy does not encourage students to fight to the death. The girl put her hands together cutely, saying that she would prefer if they left it to the tower, asking if they heard her. The entire training space was filled with flowers. Yamina snapped her fingers. The flowers immediately bloomed. Yuan looked at her in surprise. Looking down, he thought that perhaps this was an illusion. Afterwards, he looked at the two fighting, deciding that the scent of flowers was too strong for an illusion. Orduma clenched his teeth. Afterwards, he turned around and started to leave. Yamina watched him go when Dakoyan said that she was strong. The professor smiled at her. The students simply turned away from her. Dakoyan to his comrades. Looking at the hero, the girl asked how it looked. He answered that it was simply amazing. Rachel pushed him in the back when he said that just watching was very helpful. Turning around, he asked her what happened. She was shaking in fear, and he was surprised that she was still scared. Dakoyan watched this with annoyance, and the hero thought it was cute. But he looked away when he heard that this deserved punishment. Teacher Pharaoh bowed his head in front of the professor, who was talking about how you can't pit students in sparring sessions from the first lesson and think you can get away with it, just watching them get out of control. He was very nervous when asked if he knew it was a big mistake and tried to apologize. Yamina turned away from him, saying that she shouldn't even think she could get away with a simple apology, so she should be prepared. Then she looked at Yuan, remembering something else. The professor touched his chest. Then, flicking the decoration, she said that for a class rep, dignity is everything, asking how come he was wearing the Suvorov badge upside down. The other students' mouths dropped open in shock. They clenched their fists when the professor said she would now go about her business, wishing him a good day. The boys sighed in relief, saying that their professor had come to stop the fight. He then noticed the angry students, saying that she had made things even more heated. A message appeared in the chat room, saying that the girl from the lower dimension who had recently transferred was on the same level, fighting against Orduma. Screens appeared in front of the students. One of them wrote that the boy was completely defeated, another wondered what was going on. Others were sitting at the table, writing that these new students were amazing. Someone had a phone in their hands, texting that Orduma was the best student of the year, telling them to stop talking nonsense. A small group gathered on the stairs, suggesting that the others look at what Professor Farrell had posted on the internet. There was a picture of Orduma gritting his teeth. There was a picture of Dakoyan smiling, and a lot of comments. They also saw a picture of Yuan, calling him a master of negotiation. Someone posted a picture of Yamina standing among flowers, and the way she touched the hero's chest. After which the professor turned the flower over, causing a strong reaction, the main question of who he was. The hero sat at the table with the others, noticing that the whole world was talking about them. A slight looked at the screens in front of him in confusion, but Dakoyan said that it was strange. She remembered Orduma, wondering how he could be called the most promising, and that it couldn't be true. She remembered the girl in the witch's hat, saying that there was definitely one person in this class. That girl didn't look in their direction at the time, but Dakoyan called her more capable than them. Yuan spread his hands when she asked if he noticed anything with his sharp eye, and replied that he was too focused on her sparring, but he didn't understand anything about the internet. A slight looked at the phone screen, saying that his name was also mentioned. The hero replied that they were afraid to talk about someone who challenged the best student, so they took it out on him. But the girl noticed that not everyone was talking about it. Looking to the side, their comrade remembered someone. Rachel was sitting to the side of them, and he was surprised that they were sitting so far apart. The girl was still trembling, scared. The others looked at her silently. Dakoyan was staring at her. The hero thought that she looked scared because of her, and therefore she couldn't get closer, and he couldn't even imagine them sharing a common room. Rachel tried to keep her hands from shaking, when the boy thought that maybe she was nervous about what happened. A glass jar appeared in front of him. When he decided to use it to cheer her up, he told everyone to look here. The 1000 fruit concentrate sparkled brightly in the sun, and the special effect contributed to the increase in stats. A slight and Dakoyan looked at the can. Yuan opened it, saying that they would be surprised, and asked for some bread. Rachel lowered her head. She ate the bread, smelling the aroma. This smell surprised her greatly. Turning around, she saw jam on the bread. The hero offered to try it. A slight took a bite. Dakoyan also decided to try it. Both were delighted. The hero smiled widely when he asked how it could have such a taste. They continued to eat, saying that it was incredibly good, and the girl had already tried all the delicious things from the Central Plains, but this was on a completely different level, to which the hero told her that she could just say that it was delicious. Then he looked towards Rachel. Saliva was dripping from her mouth when he offered to come to them. The girl pursed her lips. After she sat down next to him, she asked him to make it for her, and the guy replied that it was already ready. Rachel brought the treat to her mouth. She was delighted and embarrassed at the same time. Now everyone was sitting together, talking about how it was the essence of fruit flesh and the most delicious taste they had ever tasted. His comrade was surprised that the hero made it himself with his powers. Dakoin asked for more, to which he replied that they can't eat as much as they want. She then licked her fingers, saying that it felt like eating something too precious. Making another treat, Yuan replied that it wasn't even too precious, and since they were a team, he liked sharing good things. Rachel happily took a bite when he said that he would consider it a responsible thank you for the kindness they showed him earlier, but someone noted that even so, it was too much. Dakoin suddenly stood up, saying that she had made a decision. She then grabbed his tie. Pulling him towards her, the girl said that in exchange for the elixir he gave her, she would personally teach him martial arts. A bright beam appeared in the middle of the room. Yuan and Dakoin came out of it. The girl moved to the side, saying that there was enough space to move freely, surprised that there was such a place, to which the hero replied that this was a training room and probably reflected a psychological state. The girl bent down to pick up the training sword when he said that he came here without even finishing eating, asking what she was going to teach him, and she replied that there was enough space around. Then she swung it, telling him not to make any sudden movements. Holding the wooden sword in front of her, she suggested starting with this. She hit the hilt with her palm. The sword moved towards Yuan. It stopped at his face. Smiling, Yamina called it a thrust. The wind currents bypassed the hand and the weapon. Such a movement was made without the slightest hesitation or doubt, and it was hard to believe that this thrust attack was performed by a living being. Frowning, the hero watched it approach and was able to detect something. The tip of the wooden sword was right next to his eye. He saw a girl surrounded by a blue aura, so he discovered a new concept. Seeing a certain symbol, he wondered why freezing? There was confusion on his face when he thought it was closer to fencing, and Yamina asked him if he was even listening. The girl stood with her hand extended towards him, telling him to focus and pay attention to the fact that a thrust does not exist on its own outside of a combination. She drew attention to several points: the body, the ball, the fist, the spear, and the actions, saying that a thrust can be the end of anything. Yamina brought the sword to her face again, saying that it does not matter, and what she is showing now is the most basic and fundamental essence of a thrust. Her swing left a bright mark with words about the purity of delivering such a strike. Afterwards, she passed it behind her back, also noting its direction. Putting it forward, she asked about what he could imitate when delivering it. A bright aura surrounded her again. The sword stopped near Yuan again when she spoke of the intention contained in this strike. She said with confidence that there were countless variations, but the base was just this, and let him not forget about a simple thrust. The hero looked at the wooden sword in front of him. Then, frowning, he thought about the base. But he remembered how it approached him, thinking that the actions of Dakoin, who had mastered one concept to perfection, felt much deeper than several concepts mixed together. Then he remembered how she guided the blade with her palm. The girl handed him the sword, offering to try it, to which he agreed. Rubbing his shoulder, the guy made excuses in advance, calling it a pathetic parody, but still decided to try, to which she was surprised that if he could perfectly copy her movement the first time. Smiling, he joked that in this case, all the years that she honed the skill of this strike would be meaningless. But a gust of wind blew her hair. She looked at her comrade with pleasure, not believing that such a thing could happen. Yuan gritted his teeth when the girl thought that he had truly mastered the essence after seeing it just once, but the guy said that it was not that. Frowning, he told himself to focus, nothing could replicate it completely. His swing also left a mark with the words that until now he had been too focused on combining concepts, thinking that it was enough to strengthen them by simply combining or adding new ones. Yuan took off his jacket, saying that this was not all. After throwing it aside, he decided that his strength could increase even more. Spreading his legs wide, he decided to do this by improving what he already knew. Making quick lunges, he thought about how there were many symbols for stabbing. But imagining himself as one of them, he was surprised that he caught on the freezing. Dakoin folded her arms as he thought about what a thrust was to her. The hero gathered all of his symbol, thinking that it meant to pierce the target without fail. With another thrust, a powerful gust of wind also appeared, and he realized that it was a swift thrust. The girl looked at the sword in his hands with approval. Yuan fell to the floor, and she asked him to stop, saying that there was no point in exhausting himself like that from the start. Trying to recover, he heard that if he filled in what she showed him, then he should try to use it when there was more space and against an enemy he could kill. Many messages appeared in front of him. Flipping through them, he saw that he had learned and mastered several concepts, marveling at the fact that he had raised his stats just by swinging the sword a few times. But something in particular caught his attention. The assistant in the message said that the observation was successful, increasing the depth of understanding of the all-seeing eyes to 110. He was surprised that his stats just skyrocketed, and he just learned about this concept, and it was already at 16. He remembered the goblins, how he noted that the swordsmanship did not increase at all, no matter how many he destroyed. Among other things, the system showed that the swordsmanship increased to 20. Yamina looked at the screen in front of her in shock, also noting that his combat stats had doubled, and the girl said that she did not expect to lose so easily. Frowning, Dakoin was surprised that he was able to demonstrate the essence of the technique even with a training sword. He awkwardly put his hand behind his head, answering that there was nothing special here, and he simply repeated after her, not really understanding what he was doing, but she was indignant, noting that if he could understand and repeat what he had just seen with such ease, then why couldn't everyone do the same? She raised her eyebrows, hearing that it was probably because she was a good teacher. The hero imitated her movement, saying that he was not just saying that, because the first time he saw it, he could feel its depth. The girl was embarrassed, hearing that he was surprised if anyone could even reach such a level of skill, and was so impressed that for a moment, he even lost track of time. Dakoin lowered her eyes slightly. Turning away, she was surprised that they had not even gotten to know each other well enough yet, and he was already saying such embarrassing things incredibly easily. Yoan smiled and added that he really enjoyed learning from her anyway. She could keep his elixir for herself now, but she doubted that it was worth the time she spent teaching him. He protested, asking what he should do then, and she noted that it was fine. His eyes widened when he heard her say not to worry. Smiling like never before, Dakoin said that he would compensate her for this loss in time, so he should be prepared. This clearly surprised him. The sun was shining in the room. The interlocutor noted that classes would start soon, and it was time for them to go. He silently watched her move, and then put his hand on her head, saying that she could even be dangerously offensive. White clouds floated above the academy building. Rachel looked at the phone screen. Students from another class appeared in front of her. One of them abruptly blocked her path. With a threatening smile, he asked where she was from. The girl looked completely confused. A hand appeared in front of him. A slight stood between them. Frowning, he said that they were from the same group, asking what he wanted. The blonde stared at his interlocutor when he called him a nobody from a lower dimension and demanded that he leave. Yoan and Dakoin appeared behind them, hoping that they were not late. He looked at the rest of his comrades with a smile, asking what they were doing here and offering to go. The bully pointed his finger, warning them to look back more often. Yamina hid behind a slide and thanked him. The comrade silently lowered his head when the hero asked about what was wrong with those guys. Later, the professor stood in front of the audience, saying that the history of the unification did not begin with the rector's founding of the academy, but from the moment when a tower appeared in the main dimension. The guy was taking a picture of Rachel from behind. He and his comrades looked at the girl with a smirk, asking why someone like her was going to climb the tower, and she should find something more suitable for herself. The girl looked down in fear, hearing that if she worked for him, she would be pampered every day. Yoan and a slight lowered their heads, hearing the stupid laughter. While the teacher wrote something on the board, the hero thought that no matter where the bandits were, they were the same everywhere, and wondered what was wrong with this professor, because those students were so loud, and he didn't care. His comrade stood up from his seat, wondering if the man was ignoring them, or just not hearing them. He turned around, asking the student if he called him, and the guy told him that some students were making noise and preventing him from concentrating on his lecture, and asked him to intervene. Standing at the podium, he agreed with this, asking for no talking during the lecture, to focus on what he was saying. Both were very surprised when the man started talking about the formation period of the association again, and did not understand why all this. A slight looked away when the three started talking about him. Sitting in glorified poses, they talked about how the guy was like that only because he was very handsome. The other noted that it was because of him that he could not get the number. Sitting down, the blonde slammed his fist on the table, and the people behind him asked if they were dating? Tears appeared in Rachel's eyes, then they again noted her figure. A slight became even more angry, hearing their laughter again. Clenching his fist, he broke the pen. But Yoan put his hand on his shoulder, telling him to calm down. The comrade looked at the hero in surprise, asking if he really wanted to retreat, even considering everything they were saying about their classmate. But he asked what he was going to do, and if he was going to fight them. He didn't like getting involved in this nonsense. He picked up the phone, saying that causing trouble during class would only make things worse, and suggested forgetting and looking at something. The phone screen showed a live broadcast of their training, and when a slight asked what he wanted to say, Yoan replied that there were other options for solving the problem. These guys would get what they deserved. The blonde looked at him in surprise. He seemed to have guessed what he was going to do. The screen showed that it was a recording of a lecture on the history of the unification. Dakoin looked at what the guy who said was doing, that everything they said while being here was being broadcast in real time. The recording showed the three of them saying nasty things about Rachel. Behind them was Eve, carefully holding a small camera. As the recording was gathering a lot of comments, the hero said that the discussion was in full swing. Rachel looked embarrassed when Dakoin noted that he had chosen a great name for the broadcast to subtly draw public attention to it, to which Yoan responded that he hadn't let those guys get away with it after they talked about their classmate. That same classmate's eyes widened when she heard the guy's surprise about the broadcast. One of them covered his face with a textbook, and the other tried to find a camera. He managed to spot Eve. But they turned around and saw that they had attracted the attention of the professor. The man approached them, saying that their behavior in class was just terrible, and asking about the fact that they were also noisy last time, and demanded to state their name, class and leave. But the guy tried to justify himself by saying that someone uploaded their video to the internet. They were thrown out of the classroom when the professor yelled at them again to leave. Angry, he returned to the board, saying that he would be giving them 2 marks for the rest of the year, and warned the others not to disturb the order in the classroom, to listen carefully. The hero was surprised that even the teacher did not ignore this. Rachel looked at her comrades when Yuan said that 2 marks for everything they said seemed somehow condescending. But they were surprised to hear that everything was fine, and that was enough. After pushing, the girl also said that she was feeling better and thanked them for standing up for her. The hero sighed in relief, saying that he didn't do anything special, and he wasn't as strong as them, and he just thought that he could do something about it, and it worked, so there was nothing to thank him for. Rachel looked at him with gratitude. A slight sigh in relief. Dakoen also looked pleased. The comrade also said that he felt calmer knowing that Yuan was the class representative. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the academy. Someone's footsteps were heard. A slight raised his head when he was told that he was being addressed. Dakoen frowned when her comrade was told to come over. Rachel looked out from behind him in fear. The blonde opened his mouth slightly. The 3 of them, armed with a sword, approached him, and he asked them, "What is it this time?" The bully with a sword in his hands asks a slight about what happened yesterday. His friends with dissatisfied faces say that the grades for the semester were destroyed from the very beginning and they were marked by the elders. The guy in the mask is indignant, asking if they knew that their classmates are now avoiding them. The green character thinks about the 3 students appearing in front of him, drawing their weapons, and the teachers looking like they will not stop them. Yuan realizes that the faculty does not even consider them, students from the lower dimensions, as people. The bullies shout at the blonde, asking if he has gone crazy, demanding that he repeat what he said again. A slight calmly states that they apparently didn't get it, so he'll say it again. The guy calmly says that if they want to hear what he has to say, they should ask politely instead of like savages. The 3 bullies are angry at the character. The main one puts his sword to his face and says that he dares to talk to him in such a tone, although he is an insignificant creature from the lower dimension. A slight draws his sword with a savage cry. Something happens between the heroes. The protagonist looks at what is happening in shock along with the other characters. Yuan wonders in surprise what just happened. The windows around him say that a new concept has been discovered. A slight calmly stands in front of the opponents. His sword is burning. He clarifies if he needs to repeat himself again. The main bully looks at his weapon in fear, while the blonde guy says that they should ask politely. He puts his sword to the scoundrel's throat. The latter sighs in fear. The villain falls to his knees. A slight holds his blade to his throat with a serious expression and says that he would be willing to talk. He looks down and realizes that this is strange. Yuan watches in surprise and realizes that the man has suddenly changed completely, wondering if such a thing is possible. A slight looks down at his bully and says that he is glad that he has calmed down. The protagonist at this moment wonders if it is really because of the sword and what kind of dazzling concepts are bursting out. The guy seriously states that after receiving a proper greeting, he will go. The villain furiously thinks about not being able to move his legs due to the pressure. His friends yell at a slight, calling him a bug. Dakoen watches intently. A slight holds his weapon, turns around and greets the teacher. The green character looks at the guy, who is wondering what grade the group is getting at the academy, who suddenly attacks their classmates with real swords during class. The teacher explains that their academy encourages outside sparring, so to some extent, he is interrupted. A slight says that he never agreed to spar. The teacher sits across from him and states that he discovered his personal artifact. He is told that they were simply reacting to an unprovoked attack. The protagonist raises a finger in shock, hearing the green character state that the blonde cannot deny that he released his energy first. He replies that it was only a way to avoid damage, and it is impossible to just stand there and accept it. An enraged slight wonders what the teacher would do with the insults and slander that were spat at him. In turn, he thinks about it. The angry guy hears an apology for not noticing it. A slight sword begins to burn with a bright light. He furiously asks how he did not notice. He angrily points his weapon and wonders if he is being told this seriously. Someone holds his fingers in a strange shape. Dakoen hits a slight on the head and states that it was stupid. The surprised blonde looks ahead. He starts screaming loudly. Dakoen notes that it has become too loud. The blonde is furious, hearing the question of who the almighty he thought he was while swinging his sword to act so arrogantly. The weapon in a slight's hands begins to glow blue. He screams that it hurts. Yuan notices with a smile that the energy has disappeared, while the teacher is indignant. Pharaoh angrily calls them insignificant creatures from the lower dimensions. Surprised, Yuan stands next to Rachel. He looks at her and asks if she noticed that it was quite dangerous. Dakoen looks at the scared slight and says that he is screaming only because he has a divine weapon in his hand. It is said that, As expected, a slight was the largest bomb. The action takes place in a huge building. The hero holds a spoon and does not understand what he was thinking. The protagonist looks at the food sadly and claims that if they continue like this, they will not be treated well at the academy. The interlocutor exclaims in shock that he is telling him this. The friends sit opposite each other. Yuan explains that he was not the one who was going to fight the professor and even made an official statement about his sparring. A slight awkwardly says that he thought he could improve the situation, just like the protagonist managed to do last time. He replies that in the end he almost caused big trouble. Goyen listens with a smile as Yuan claims that a slight left the provocateurs alone, and then immediately tried to fight the professor. He apologizes. The blonde looks at his friend with tears in his eyes, while he wonders if he has gone crazy. The protagonist remembers the scene with the sword and realizes that if this was a slight's normal state, he would not have acted so recklessly, and it felt like he suddenly changed, as if someone had flipped a switch. The protagonist remembers his weapon and states that he wants to be honest with him. Because this is the power shown earlier, the blonde can control it. A slight jumps up and shouts that if he could not control it, he would not have been able to pass the entrance exam. And then he was just angry because of the professor's lie. Yuan asks again if it was true because of the lie. The protagonist looks at the blonde with a smirk and asks if lying is really bad. He replies that it is. Yuan asks the interlocutor if it is possible to trust that he controls everything. A slight in turn promises that he will not cause any more trouble. Goyen looks at the cheerful blonde with displeasure, while the protagonist is glad that he said he wouldn't cause trouble, but seeing the divine item smear him was quite entertaining. A slight falls face first into the table. Yuan suggests just moving on. Goyen says that he needs to scold him even more. The white-haired girl turns to the protagonist. A flashback occurs with Yamina. She explains that she is starting to understand the advice the professor gave them a few days ago, saying that if they continue like this, student life will become even more noisy for them, and if he is thinking about something for the future. In the frame, the bullies demand that they not move, because they will figure it out. Goyen with a calm look explains that she wishes the protagonist would say it right now. Surprised, Yuan hears that she wants to know everything he is thinking. The protagonist thinks about the fact that over the past few days at the university, he has definitely realized the reason for his worries. The frame shows images of Ereto and Ortima. He explains that the way of thinking of those around him is based on inner strength and superiority. The picture shows a scene with the slight and the bullies. It talks about an incomprehensible contempt for the lower dimensions. The frame shows Teacher Feral and another. It talks about the foundations formed over the years to consider this the norm of things, wondering what outsiders can do in a place where this is considered the norm. The protagonist turns to the guys, asking what in their opinion is necessary to establish mutual understanding. The friends exchange glances, while he completes the question, whether it will be enough to gain recognition from any large group. The protagonist spreads his hands, and to the suggestions about conversation's strength, he says that they already have it. He shows something with gestures. Yuan holds them between his fingers and explains that he means how they look. The events take place in a huge coliseum. Goyen asks if they should create a channel about their daily life. Yuan answers that on the planet where he comes from, it is a fairly simple way to tell about yourself. The heroes stand opposite each other. The guy claims that they will create their own image, which they will show to others. Yuan films them on a smartphone and says that in doing so, he will fix them in the minds of others and make them easily recognizable, which in turn can grow into honor and respect. A slight warms up, standing opposite Goyen, and clarifies with the guy, if the most important thing for them is the admiration and respect of others, then why do they need such a sparring? He is told that this is not a show, but a fight according to the rules. Goyen calmly looks forward. Yuan asks the blonde to take this more seriously. A slight prepares to strike, thinking about the fact that he is suddenly told to be more serious. Goyen dodges the attack. She says that he has nothing to worry about. She grabs him by the throat, which he is very surprised by. The girl throws him over her shoulder and states that he becomes much stronger in sparring, having taken a few hits. The protagonist diligently films on camera, while Rachel helps set up the necessary lighting. The blonde lies on the ground, while the opponent teases him, asking if this is really all he can do. She smirks and states that she understands why he is so fussed with this strange artifact, allowing him to take it out if he wants. A slight fearfully holds his head, while Goyen talks about the consequences if he does it. He gets very angry when he hears that she is arguing that he will help him close the gap in their abilities. Yuan enthusiastically films on camera, supporting a slight, saying that this is what is needed. The heroes begin to fight. Rachel asks if he really thinks that this will make their lives easier. He answers that it won't be all at once, but it will have some effect. A slight fights Goyen fiercely, while the protagonist asks to imagine that if the guys who were bothering them knew in advance what they were, they would have thought 1,000 times before sticking their noses in. The blonde deals a series of blows. The girl dodges. Rachel says that it probably is. Yuan points his finger and says that in any case, it is better not to jump to conclusions yet, because her beauty is too valuable for her to worry. The girl asks again in surprise. He stretches a smile with his fingers and says that a pretty face looks better with a smile, and that's all Rachel is. She is embarrassed to hear him say that wherever she is, with her face she can win anyone, and it would be an unforgivable waste if she frowns. The pink-haired girl smiles while Yoan wants to leave his worries for later, because he can just enjoy the moment. Rachel realizes that no matter what he says, it always seems like this is how it will be. A slight runs away from Dakoin in fear. She asks where he is going, because the heroine has just warmed up. He screams that he needs to be saved. The girl realizes that she needs to try to enjoy the moment. Rachel cries, holding a plate of food, and screams that it is impossible to eat it, because it tastes like soap. The screams of the main character are heard in the building, who says that nothing will happen to her, and she will get used to it. She clarifies why they are filming this at all. It is explained that following Yuan's suggestion, the 11th grade began uploading videos of their daily lives. The picture shows a new channel called Rebellion. The characters are holding smartphones. It is said that they just blew up the internet. In the background of the fighting heroes, there are comments about the fighters being first-year students, from the lower dimension, and more. Friends are sitting at a table with a board game, and viewers are discussing it. A guy is moving his piece around the squares, and the comments say that it's no good. A slight is looking at the main character with a grin, and fans are writing that the rules are quite simple, and the loser didn't understand anything at all. The heroes are sitting on the couch opposite the professor, and someone is complimenting Yamaina, and other commentators are discussing various topics. She is holding tea, and viewers are saying that they like just watching it. Rachel is sitting with food in tears, and fans are saying that she must have come straight from heaven, and frankly, yesterday's lunch was disgusting. In the background of the main page of the Uprising channel, on a video about conquering the tower, they are writing that the stream is finally happening, noting the broadcast date. The notification says that the first broadcast will take place tomorrow morning, and fans are actively discussing it. The surprised heroes read this. Yoan can't believe his eyes. The professor sees a group of guys. Rachel asks why there are so many people here. The protagonist replies that their channel already has over 1,000 subscribers and all this in one day. A slight is indignant why the video where Dr. Oyen beats him is the most popular. The professor comes out to them and says that this is cool, because the unification is a higher dimension, full of real miracles, and in a world where miracles are taken for granted, no one even thought to create content on this. Yamaina embarrassedly states that the channel and the content they make cleverly approach the concept of an ordinary miracle, and created such a connection and atmosphere. The girl notes that she would never have thought of such a thing. The protagonist claims that the first video with Sparring became a hit. A slight demands to let him go. Yamaina says that they are moving on anyway. Dakoin stands calmly next to the protagonist. The teacher states that today is the first day they will enter the tower, asking if everyone understands. A slight stands in armor next to Rachel, asking them if they are well prepared. Yuan stands in front of the professor, asking about the fact that he is the only one in a student uniform. He is surprised to hear from the blonde that in the tower, battle follows battle. Dakoin notes that they just dressed as comfortably. Rachel states that if she is going to fight, this is how she will feel safest. The protagonist thinks about how the place where he lived was peaceful, and that is why they did not have clothes for fighting. He puts his hand to his chest and realizes that this is the life he chose and the place where he will fight, putting his life on the line, while he exclaims that he is ready. He smiles and states that he is fine with everything. Yamaina laughs and says that it looks like everyone is ready. She stands in front of the students. A bright glow appears in the form of a symbol. She clarifies if they are leaving. A bright flash occurs in the background of the city. The glow appears in the middle of the buildings. The characters surrounded the heroes and recognize them. The guy with glasses says in surprise that these are the guys from the Uprising channel. Rachel frantically turns around in different directions. The professor talks about the main entrance to the tower. The picture shows a building with paths. It says that the tower is open from dawn, but they enter according to their level of preparation, and they are on the second-year line. The protagonist asks if they are really the first freshmen to enter. Yamaina replies that this is due to their great fame. A slight looks away in surprise and talks about those guys. The disgruntled hooligans look back at them. The blonde asks why it seems like they are looking at them differently. Yuan claims that they are also subscribers to their channel. Dakoin looks ahead and says the word however. Ereto stands nearby, furious. The girl claims that there is still someone who wants to kill them. The white-haired girl addresses the protagonist. He replies that he knows. He walks forward, thinking that today is the day they conquer the tower, and next Tuesday is the duel with Ereto, and there are only 4 days left. He calmly looks ahead, realizing that in that time he will reach a level that he will not even be able to touch. Yamaina stands in front of the wards and claims that for safety reasons she would like them to finish early and come back before the weekend, but it is up to those who will conquer the towers. Surprised, Yuan looks ahead, hearing the question of how many days they think the conquest will take. The guys discuss. The protagonist asks if they are all thinking the same thing. All the friends agree and think that they cannot talk. He clenches his fist and says it will take 2 nights and 3 days. Yuan, with his friends in the background, says they will return on time. Yamaina giggles. The guys go forward. The professor asks them to take care of themselves. The main character says with a grin that the ancestors just need to watch and wait. The professor sits opposite the guys and asks if he really means he will be filming inside the tower. The frame shows a happy creature, which is an artifact with a personality. Yuan explains that he wants to capture what is happening. Rachel looks at the creature in surprise. Yamina asks if he really thinks that filming will be useful, because the structure of the tower is constantly changing. A slight looks at the screen with interest and says that if you read the manual, it talks about the internal structure of the tower, which is constantly changing. The professor sits in a chair and says that everything is as it says. The drawing shows the floor plans. It is explained that each floor is called a room, and when they defeat monsters or cope with all the traps, the space itself transfers the group to the next, and in unification this unique structural change is called a shift. The more of these shifts you achieve, the deeper you will go into the tower. The protagonist wonders if the rooms are constantly moving at this time or not. The professor answers that this is exactly how it is, because as soon as they pass, it will immediately change and they will never be able to return to the same room. The blonde asks a question if the types of monsters and traps change. Yamina answers that every time the room changes, other monsters appear and they are already stronger than before, and the same with the traps. Dakoen silently drinks tea. She begins to ask what will happen. She sits opposite and asks a question: what will happen if someone dies while climbing the tower? The protagonist is shocked to realize that now that he thinks about it, what will happen if he dies in battle? A slight realizes that he almost forgot the most important thing. The professor laughs and says that they asked an important question. The heroes sigh in relief when they hear that, contrary to their fears, in most areas of the tower, the test subjects do not actually die, even if they do. The picture shows a diagram of the tower. The professor explains that if you die, you are thrown back to the entrance. Yuan asks if this means that they will have to start from the first floor. The professor puts a thumbs up and explains that their student ID record shifts, so when they enter again, they will continue from where they left off. She holds up a pendant and states that this is why their student ID is necessary to climb the tower, and they should never forget it. Yuan looks at the pendant and says that it is like a roguelike with a save function in the middle. A slight notes that if he can resurrect, he can keep trying as much as he wants. Dakoen looks at the professor and notices that she just said that most of the areas where the test subjects do not die. She calmly asks if there are really areas where you can die. The protagonist looks at Yamina in surprise as she tells him that the tower does not guarantee absolute safety. The professor notes that she is very attentive as always. The boys look at Yamina in shock, who says that in some exceptional cases, this is true. The hero with the sword bravely fights the green monsters. The scene shows an enemy called the Clawslither, explaining that it is an infamous monster that devours all of the researchers' equipment. The blade deftly cuts through these creatures. A slight furiously fights them with his sword. Someone is about to snap their fingers. Bright red beams of energy burst from Dakoen's fingers. The protagonist stands near the fighting boys. He puts his hand out and thinks about how it still doesn't work. He sees his hand blazing and realizes that even with his great understanding of the concept of fire, he can extract it and can do it himself in other dimensions, but wonders why it doesn't work in the tower. Dakoen approaches Yuan, who muses that trying to understand it should be the key to unlocking a new ability. She addresses him. He apologizes and claims that he stepped back for a moment. The blonde furiously cuts through the enemies, while the silver-haired girl clarifies that he asked for time to figure it out, and whether he understood anything, he replies that he wants to see if he can extract fire. She stands in front of him and says that it's a shame, because if he could, they would be able to use the territory of the tower as they see fit. He replies that one should not make frightening assumptions ahead of time. The green monster rushes towards the girl's back. The chain flies towards the enemy. She is surprised by this. Dakoen looks at the flaming chain in surprise and understands how artifacts with personality behave in battle. The protagonist smirks and points the weapon and says that it is true. The chain begins to wriggle. It deftly cuts through the bodies of green monsters. The fast chain with the tip kills all the enemies around. Dakoen notes that it is not bad and fast. The protagonist claims that he has stronger ones, but they are a little noisy. The character runs to attack, while the girl wonders if they can really be noisier. Rachel screams loudly, rushing to attack. Dakoen continues to find out if they can be louder than these guys. The gray-haired girl watches the battle and states that the basic rules of battle are to hide and avoid detection by the enemy. And at this time they all scream. The guy notes that Rachel's fighting style is like naked instincts. A slight and the pink-haired girl's loud screams are heard throughout the tower. Dakoen comments that it is too noisy and there is no need to fuss with each swing. The tip of the sword is next to the green slime. A slight looks around and states that it seems like there is only Clawslither in the first room, asking if they will have no problem against such monsters. Dakoen calmly looks ahead and notices something. She turns to the blonde and asks him not to relax, because as soon as he said this, energy began to gather and a stronger enemy is about to appear. A slight stands next to her team and asks if it is possible that they have already met an elite monster. She replies that this is probably true. The blonde turns around and addresses the protagonist, who in turn states that he understands everything. Yuan's eyes begin to glow. He uses the all-seeing eyes skill and notes that he has been meaning to do this for a long time. Rachel looks in surprise opposite. The guy shouts her name. Opposite them is a huge stone with patterns. They shout that there is an obelisk ahead. The wall is destroyed. Rachel rushes to attack. Someone calls to destroy it. She furiously prepares to strike. The girl breaks through the boulders with her energy. The surprised guys watch this and admire. A slight looks in surprise and calls it incredible. The girl stands in front of the funnel. Her friend claims that she did not even let the elite monster appear and even an improved core fell out. Rachel exhales. In her hands is a pink sphere. Yuan looks at her questioningly and calls her by name. He is shocked to notice the changes in her hair. The girl with slightly reddened hair looks at her friends and asks what happened. The guy explains to her that it became darker. Rachel looks at the artifact in her hands and thinks that it is a heart forge, which is a concept that burns emotions like fuel to gain power. An image of an angry girl appears. It is said that the owner is like a berserker. Yuan realizes that after seeing this, the scene from the past begins to make sense. Someone takes his hand. He looks ahead in surprise. Rachel stands in front of him and asks if she was scary just now. Yuan smiles sweetly. He awkwardly explains that not at all, because she seemed quite reliable. Dakoen with a displeased face hears that if it got worse. She sees them and repeats that everything is fine and there is nothing to worry about, because if she is afraid of losing control of herself, then she should be confident. The frightened heroes hear her declare that she will kill her before she causes any harm. Yuan smiles and says that she can't do that, because if someone dies, they'll have to start over from the first room. She replies that if this continues, they'll have to continue conquering the tower with just the three of them. Dakoen crosses her arms and says that she'd rather be in a party with just the protagonist, while the blonde guy gets upset about him. Rachel sadly looks away, while Yuan thinks about it. He puts his hand on her shoulder and promises to think of something. He smiles and says that he understands their awkwardness, but it's the class president's job to find a solution. Rachel looks at him lovingly. She thanks him loudly, while he replies that it's okay, because it's part of his job. Dakoen angrily says that he's still a regular idiot for being so easily fooled by his appearance. Yuan replies that they have a misunderstanding, because he acts completely normal in her presence, while a slight says that he's too relaxed. The heroes stand in the portals. The blonde says that they have passed this shift and from here the second room begins. He kneels down and touches the grass. He looks at the leaf in surprise and states that except for the moss and weeds that grow here, he cannot find much difference from the previous one. A bright red sphere appears in the frame with the following stats: Life 8, Acid 11, Resistance 12, Demon 5, Fusion 1. He realizes that it is the core of an elite monster that Rachel gave him before. The protagonist looks at it in surprise and sees that all the time in the dungeons was wasted, and he received so many concepts from one room as if he had replayed the Goblin Cave 10 times. He looks at the bright spheres and thinks about the fact that acid and fusion are attributes that dissolve materials, and he should soak his sword with fusion, and the remaining acid will go to another. He pokes at his pet, who is absorbing the sphere. Dakoen stands next to Yuan and notices that the baby has instantly become stronger. The protagonist yells at her to stop sneaking up on him. She replies that if he trained his senses better, he wouldn't be so easily scared, asking why he's so nervous. A slight looks ahead and notices something. They see red marks, and he asks if they're serious, since the monsters of the second room will appear soon. The blonde sees a red shot, asking if they could at least look collected. Dakoen holds his hand out near his colleagues, stating that it feels like the second room is not much different from the first. The picture shows an enemy in the form of an evil spirit, a malicious entity that targets the magic inside living things. The girl states that no matter how careless a lion is, it won't be killed by an ant's bite. A slight, holding a sword, yells that she's caught off guard when she least expects it. She says that in that case, she should let her propose. The protagonist is surprised to hear her suggesting to let Yuan conquer the second room. The guy is shocked and asks what they are talking about. Dakoen smiles at the objections that it is too dangerous, and she herself states that on the contrary, she thinks it is a great idea. She stands in front of the guy with her arms crossed and says that the protagonist needs to be allowed to reveal his abilities, especially because of the sparring he has to do next week. Dakoen calmly looks at him and asks if there is any point in that. Yuan smirks and says that she is really something, noticing that she has been making fun of him lately. The protagonist goes forward and states that he wants to try to figure things out. The friend exclaims that it is too dangerous. A slight looks at him and says that if he does not listen to her, but Yuan interrupts him, saying that everything is fine. He steps forward, stating that as Dakoen said, he needs to quickly raise his stats, and it would be a waste if they spent their energy here. Yuan puts out his hand and asks if they will help close the gap as soon as possible. They see monsters. Rachel says that if he asks, she will trust. A slight remarks that if it becomes dangerous, he will definitely intervene. The protagonist thanks them. The guy turns to Dakoen with a smirk. He turns around and asks if he runs out of steam now, will she help? The girl smirks. She promises with a smile that he will not die from overexertion. The protagonist confidently exclaims that this is what he wanted to hear. A snake crawls out of his hand, he summons Eve. Yuan puts out his hand forward, on his background is drawn a sign with a gun. He begins to shoot at the monsters. The bodies of evil spirits are hit by his projectiles. The surprised friends do not understand what it is. The image of the machine gun shoots at the monsters, they wonder if it is a normal weapon from his world. The protagonist deals damage to the enemies, a slight notices the speed with which he defeats the monsters, and it surprises him greatly. He thinks with a serious face that if only the soldiers of their countries were armed with this. Yuan holds out his hand in front of the shooting machine gun, the blonde calls it a rapid-fire launcher, but notices that it continues to shoot metal pellets. Goen sees Yuan attacking. His friend thinks that he could handle third-class assassins or even second-class assassins, and this is an item useful even in the world of martial arts. Goen notices one thing. The protagonist shoots at the monsters, she notices that the attack style is too straightforward and it is good if it works in long-range combat. An evil spirit appears behind the protagonist, she realizes that in such a tight space there are many options. The evil spirit moves in space. He attacks Yuan from behind, Goen predicted it. His friends exclaim the protagonist's name. He turns around questioningly at the monster's huge mouth. A sword forms in his hand. He raises it above himself, preparing to attack. He cuts the enemy and shouts that he was scared. Surprised, his friends ask what kind of sword it is. He looks at his weapon, the stats are written, Magic 12, Murder 19, Blood Poison 9, Fusion 12. More monsters move behind Yuan. A slight at this time praises his swordplay. Rachel says that she did not even know about it. He embarrassedly replies that this is not entirely true. He holds a fighting stance with his sword and declares that he is not as good as a slight and Goen. At this moment, the gray-haired girl watches what is happening with a smirk. She remembers how she gave Yuan a training sword. The phantom of the machine gun shoots at the enemies. At this time, he effectively cuts the evil spirits. They fly apart in different directions from the movements of the sword. Yuan deals heavy damage, using both the machine gun and the blade at the same time. During the battle, he shouts that he is still learning. The blade sticks into the ground, the guy exhales. He looks at his weapon and notices that no one has appeared and it seems that this was the last one. The protagonist calls Eve. The chain has bound the monster. Yuan says that after they finish it off, the next shift will happen and they will need to take a break. Goen sits over the corpse of the monster. She touches the puddle and thinks about the cut-off part melting and disintegrating, and he is already using the skills that he learned only in the previous room. She remembers the image of the protagonist and understands that taking into account what happened recently, and how he wielded the sword, it becomes clear that he did not live for battles, so why is he learning so quickly? The heroes stand in front of each other. The blonde states that to think that he can control the shift like that, Yuan's resourcefulness is truly amazing. Rachel remarks that such ideas can only be expected from an experienced student. Goen tells the cheerful boy that good work was done, and the last strike was simply excellent. She thinks about it, and states that if he wasn't so focused on the fast sword strikes, but it's still better than being a fool with one sword, a slight asks again. The room is indignant that he did well in the previous battle. Goen replies that she didn't call anyone in particular, not understanding where he got that from. The protagonist sticks his hand into the portal with a smile. Goen at this time declares that shouting while cutting shadows is not something a fool would do. He shouts that whether it was shadows or not, but this is how he learned fencing. He opens a can of drink with his finger. The protagonist drinks it with a smile and declares that the guys are really something and despite this, they need to rest. The frightened friends look at Yuan, who says that they are not tired at all. He points to the can and shouts that this thing can be bought in the city, while they are wondering what he has in there alone, and what is this strange aromatic smell with a hissing sound. A slight and the others with a suspicious look declare that they cannot go outside the academy. The guy shouts that he understands everything and apologizes for this. He throws the can into the portal and states that even if he wanted to share, he couldn't because he didn't buy much and plus this thing is only effective if you're tired. Goen wonders when he got tired. The gray-haired girl warms up and warns with a grin that she's taking on the third room. Yuan asks again in shock. He looks at her and asks if she didn't say that he should clear everything alone to become stronger. She replies that this drink has a sweetness that she's never tasted. A slight notes that it was the protagonist's soda from the very beginning. The chain cuts the evil spirit. He says that in any case, they've rested enough and need to move on to the next room. The guys stand in the portals and understand that the shift has begun. The protagonist looks ahead in surprise. He closes his eyes and is busy looking through the internal code. The window says about Yuan, Life 129, Flesh 72.8, Soul 350, Magic 101, Martial Arts 62, Fencing 36, Piercing 26, Leadership 7, Writing 15, Resistance 2, Poisonous Eyes 115, Perfect Pitch 105, Babylonian Mouth 107. In the frame is his image, and he understands that this is incredible, because with such characteristics he is already at the average level at the academy. In the picture is his description. He realizes that during the time he was here, he only swung a sword a little, and fencing and piercing have advanced significantly. He is standing on the ground and understands that with such efficiency it is worth concentrating on fencing, and sparring is next Tuesday. He holds a weapon in his hand and realizes that it depends on how much he can increase the martial arts indicator, because there is a difference between him and Ereto. The picture shows the opponent's hands. It says that the difference is more than 200 points. The frame shows 2 diagrams. He understands that under no circumstances will he be able to close this gap in abilities over the weekend. Dakoen holds a sword in front of the guy. He realizes that during his martial arts training he caught a hint. He trains with weapons. It says that acquiring abilities is important, but it is also important to improve them. Yoan looks at the screen and thinks that when it comes to developing martial arts, he sees a girl and realizes that if Dakoen could teach him one more thing. He looks ahead in surprise. He wipes his face and does not understand what he is saying now, because envy is from Dakoen. He stands inside the sign and understands that no matter how strong she is, it is still wrong and there is no need to upset the balance in the relationship. He takes his face and realizes that he needs to think, and he still has time. A slight furiously flies towards him and asks what he is doing, demanding that he leave there. The protagonist looks ahead in surprise. His friends rush to his aid. He starts falling and screaming. He flies down and doesn't understand what's happening. Rachel screams loudly. He realizes that it couldn't be, because the floor. He flies, seeing the girl. He realizes that the floor just disappeared. He looks down in fear and screams. There are sharp bayonets below. He releases a chain, calling Eve. They entangle Rachel, who is flying down. Eve stops the girl a few centimeters before the bayonets. The protagonist looks down and sighs. He holds on to the chain and realizes that it was close. The girl thanks him. He looks around and tries to understand what happened and whether it was an unplanned shift, noticing that the room is quite large, and even with a trap at the bottom. Yoan looks to the side, realizing that this place is similar to something. Suddenly someone calls his name. Dakoen looks at him and advises him to hurry. She is hanging upside down. The guy asks how she got there. She answers that if he stays there, he will die. Yoan asks again in surprise. Dozens of arrows are visible on the sides. They fly towards the protagonist, and he screams in fear. Rachel is hanging below. The guy understands that he cannot let her go. He calls Eve and decides to do something. The protagonist releases the chains from his hands and screams the name Lilith. The pink-haired girl screams in pain. The chains entangle her body. Yoan pulls the chain with his hand. The bayonets pierce each other. The protagonist grabs the girl and screams that he is holding her. He looks at her and asks if she is okay. She sighs. They ride a flying bike. The guy apologizes for his rough treatment, saying that it was too dangerous and he had no choice. She replies that everything is fine. They fly around the room. Yoan advises to hold on tight, because apparently they have arrived. Hundreds of arrows fly out of the traps. The protagonist notices this with a smirk. The flying axes are heading their way. A slight rushes towards them. Yellow feathers fly forward. A cut occurs. A slight in armor and yellow wings hangs in the air. He looks away and does not understand what is happening. He remembers the conversation with the professor, especially her words about the traps not appearing until room 20. He hangs above the ground and understands that they are now on the third, and the difficulty is apparently different. He looks to the side and sees the heroes, remembering Yoan. The protagonist and Rachel are riding a bike while arrows are trying to hurt them. The guy is excitedly realizing that wherever he goes, traps are waiting for them everywhere, and he does not understand at all what happened. Rachel looks at the ground in surprise. She embarrassedly remembers the moment where the protagonist said that he was holding her. She firmly holds on to the guy, sitting on the back of the bike. Yoan starts to blush with embarrassment, not understanding what is happening. One of the arrows hits the bike. They start to dodge other projectiles. Sharp throwing knives fly towards them. The guy shouts that it is very dangerous. Yoan sees something above him. The hero comes down to him and asks what he is doing, because he was good at dodging. A slight in armor looks at him. He exclaims his name. He answers the question with a smile. What kind of wings are these? Saying that before answering, he also has something to ask. He hangs in the air in front of Yoan and asks what he is riding, clarifying whether the bike is also from his world or not. He answers what it is. The protagonist asks where Dakoen is. The girl runs away from flying arrows, while a slight assures that he has not seen her lately and perhaps she fell into a trap. The protagonist answers that this is impossible. Dakoen deftly jumps on the walls, running away from the arrows. Yoan at this time does not believe that she was caught so easily. The heroine jumps on the columns. The guy is sure that she is definitely somewhere. The girl hangs in the air, dodging arrows. Dakoen sees the tip of the daggers flying past. Yoan is sure that she is watching what is happening. A slight flies next to the protagonist and asks what they should do and how the trap will end. The guy answers that judging by the manual, they should hold out for some time, but it is unknown how long exactly and how it works. Yoan points his finger and says that now the blonde needs to run to the other side, and he will analyze the traps. He replies that he understands him. Dozens of projectiles fly in their direction. The protagonist notices this. The arrows move to the target. He thinks about the activation pattern of the traps. The projectiles are flying towards his colleague. He thinks that they are all aiming at a slight. The protagonist looks down and wonders if there is really a priority on moving objects. Yoan remembers the moment when Rachel fell. He thinks about hanging on a chain and moving on a bike. He grabs his head and realizes that he should not move. Rachel at the same time suggests that he look somewhere. He pulls out an arrow and notices that Lilith is injured. The protagonist holds the arrow in anger and thinks that he needs to tell everyone right now to stop moving unnecessarily. But at the same time it is unclear how they will pass the room. Yoan still thinks about it. He looks at the arrow in his hand in shock and plans something, not understanding what is happening and whether he absorbed something. He remembers his abilities from earlier and wonders why he could not read anything in the first room. He remembers his stats and thinks that there must be a reason. He looks at the sword and thinks that it is a coincidence after all. Yoan reaches for the sword's hilt and realizes that he won't know until he checks. Rachel watches his actions in surprise. He holds it in his hands and is surprised, thinking that this can't be. He sees a shining object in his hands and realizes that it is not a sword, but a decapitation. The guy thinks about Dakoyan and believes that he saw something different from what he saw before. A shocked Rachel asks the protagonist to look somewhere. A slight bravely fights with someone. They shout that he is a fool. The knight runs in his armor. Tired, a slight holds the sword and thinks that he allowed himself to let his guard down and thought that it was only worth worrying about the traps. But who would have thought that water would also flow from them? The guy looks at himself dimly, realizing that something was mixed into the water, because his senses are dulled, and his vision is blurry. And if this continues, dozens of arrows fly out of the boxes on the walls. Huge pillars with shells fire them at their targets. The blonde understands that he will not be able to react to the next trap. The protagonist quickly rides his bike. Yoan looks ahead with a serious expression and shouts, "Let's go." Rachel looks at the guy leaving. She watches in surprise, hearing him apologize. He drives, thinking that what he is about to do is a lottery, and he cannot drag her in, and she needs to wait. The pink-haired girl quietly says the protagonist's name, wishing him to hold on. Yoan's hand begins to blaze. The window says that learning this concept increases acid and wave by 10. He confidently moves, realizing that, like before, he touched water, but acquired not water, but a wave. The protagonist rushes forward with a fiery trail, realizing that the absorbed concept was decapitation, not a sword. She deftly moves from column to column. Dakoyan lands on one of them. The girl looks down in surprise and says the protagonist's name. The bike rushes rapidly towards a slight. The heroine does not understand what he is up to. The guy holds the steering wheel and realizes that the state of matter in any form at the moment determines what concept can be acquired. He remembers his trip and believes that those shells were aimed at his neck. The protagonist sees a yellow image in his hand and realizes that this is why they carried the concept of decapitation, not a sword. Various sharp weapons fly out at the targets. A slight sees an approaching wave of projectiles. The protagonist is almost there, shouting that he will deal with it himself. His bike flies faster. He moves above a slight, thinking that the deeper his all-seeing gaze becomes, the further beyond the essence it can penetrate. A slight excitedly shouts the protagonist's name. Yoan directs energy from his hand. It is said that he will be able to understand the intentions of the projectiles. Bright light energy concentrates at a point. It is explained that the projectiles that are fired by traps. Sharp swords and daggers meet a barrier. They approach the protagonist's bike. He realizes that he can read them. A slight looks up in fear and asks if he is really heading into a trap. The protagonist watches and realizes that he does not need to absorb everything. He holds the sphere in his hands and understands that he cannot combine them and separate them into parts yet. Yoan begins to cast a spell. It is said that this will be quite enough for him. A bright flash occurs in the background of the protagonist. He confidently rushes forward and understands that the deed is done. The girl stands in front of the bright flash. She puts out her palms and catches the golden sand. She smiles and says Yoan's name. The protagonist rushes quickly on a bike. A slight runs up and asks if everything is okay. The surprised blonde hears how his friend is glad that everything is okay with him and that they barely escaped. He holds a red-yellow sphere in his palms. He explains that it looked like everything that flew at them united into a single whole, and it feels like he will receive something amazing. A slight stands in front of the guy and asks if he awakened the ability, because the ability to directly interact with traps is really special. Dozens of arrows fly towards the targets again. Yoan looks up and exclaims. The girl runs along the ground. The hero rushes forward. The surprised guys see the girls cutting through the shells above their heads. Rachel exhales. Dakoyan looks at them and asks them to correct their ridiculous habit, because one day they will get into serious trouble. Yoan is surprised. A slight says her name. They stand opposite each other. Yoan thanks them for saving his life. Dakoyan asks if he got into trouble before, but lost his vigilance again. His colleague is indignant, asking what he meant. Rachel notes that perhaps this was the last trap. The protagonist silently watches a slight and Dakoyan swear, in which the guy assures that there is no need to be too rude to someone who died. She replies that he is too stupid to fall into such a trap. Yuan watches them and laughs, saying that these guys get along very well. A slight at this point states that she showed up at the right time and pretends to be indifferent. The protagonist recalls the adventures and realizes that no matter what you say, when things get dangerous, you have to rush in to help everyone. He wonders if this is proof of well-coordinated teamwork. In the room, Dakoyan states that she was expecting this compliment. The guys ask again. The girl, with her arms crossed, says that once she has acquired a debtor, she will ask for the debt when she needs it. It is written that Yuan was afraid that this feeling of camaraderie was not just an illusion. The heroes who have moved are standing in the fourth room. The protagonist notices that the ceiling here is lower than usual. There are skulls around them. The guy states that at least they will not be attacked from above, like before. He confidently starts shooting, hoping for such an outcome. The phantom machine gun shoots at the giant spider. Surprised, Yuan tries to figure out what these creatures are. In front of them are huge tower spiders, unique monsters that can appear on any floor of the tower, regardless of the level. A slight holds up a sword and states that the monster's stats are random, and it looks like the protagonist's weapon is not effective enough. He notices that the enemies have repelled all of Eve's attacks. There are many spiders around them. The blonde states that they will deal with this next, and it looks like Dakoyan needs to intervene this time. The white-haired girl silently watches the protagonist. He is puzzled and states that he cannot believe that such strong monsters have already appeared. Dakoyan turns to him. She raises her hand and orders him to stand behind her. She begins to cast a spell, advising him to watch closely, because this is exactly what he was looking for. She shoots a gust of wind. The damage is directed straight at the spider. The monsters fly away in different directions. The protagonist is delighted and calls this a good skill. They look at the enemies and Yuan notices that it looks stronger than Eve's bullets, since most of the spiders are knocked out. Dakoyan turns around and offers to let him finish them off. She laughs and asks if there is a more merciful ruler. He laughs excitedly in response. A new sword forms in his hand. He asks a slight to cover the rear and Rachel to watch the top just in case. He stands confidently on the ground. Yuan holds the sword and thinks about how Dakoyan is not his ruler, but he did not expect her to be so attentive. The spiders make ominous sounds. The protagonist takes off. He strikes with his sword and wonders how he cannot be grateful for this. Surprised colleagues watch the battle. His sword trembles. He notices that the monsters are quite hard. An enraged spider looks at him. It jumps towards him. The monster looms over the frightened protagonist. Yuan takes a wide stance. He deftly pierces the spider's head with the tip, realizing that there is always an opportunity. Rachel and a slight happily exclaim that they did it. The boy sees the spiders attacking. He realizes that if he can't cut, then it's pointless, because he can't just keep hitting and retreating when there are so many around. He smirks, asking if he's stupid, while realizing that the tower spiders are still too strong for him. Yuan holds a bright sphere with 20 cut. He states that he has something cool from the previous room and didn't even think to use it. He touches it with his sword and realizes that now is his best opportunity. He swings his sword, intending to check the compatibility with his sword. The windows say that artifacts evolve due to excellent compatibility with the owner, and the executioner's long sword has the following stats: /60, demon sword 48, kill 19, blood poison 9, fusion 12. A swarm of spiders runs to attack. Yuan swings his large sword, intending to do something. He holds the hilt tightly, expressing a desire to try something. The spiders' bodies fly apart. The protagonist confidently deals damage. The spectators do not believe what is happening. A slight asks in shock how he did it. Dakoyan silently watches the fight. The protagonist is confused, trying to understand what is happening, because he made a clean hit, but it feels different. He holds the hilt of the sword and realizes that it feels strange, and whether he swung harder than necessary. He prepares to attack with a bunch of spiders, intending to try again. His friends shout that there are too many of them, and that they need help. Dakoyan realizes that the protagonist did something to the sword in that brief moment. The boy fights spiders while the girl thinks that he managed to cut through enemies that he couldn't even touch, wondering how someone is capable of such intuitive and irresistible abilities. The protagonist attacks furiously. Spiders fly apart after such brutal attacks. He confidently looks forward with a predatory gaze. Dakoyan thinks that he is honing his skills, relying on more than just his strength. Rachel fights using claws, a slight with a blade. It is said that usually when someone strengthens their weapon or finds a better one, they end up swinging it like a fool, but he does not have such a disadvantage. The boy calmly holds the sword. It is written that even if not now, then one day, he will comprehend the true essence of a slashing blow on his own. Dakoyan watches the protagonist fight the spiders and realizes that there is no point in getting involved, but it feels like it would be a waste if she left it like this. The scene shows a white-haired girl walking through a temple. It is said that after overcoming the 3 tribulations, she was proud to be called the greatest genius in the martial arts world. She stands with her arms crossed and realizes that she is looking at a man whose talent makes her past look pathetic. She realizes with a disgruntled look that this will not do and she must make this guy hers. Goyen watches a cheerful Yuan who is fighting monsters. The protagonist looks ahead with fear. A slight sees him and asks if everything is okay. He replies that he just got goosebumps. A conversation ensues where Yuan asks why Goyen is just standing there and not using a gust of wind. She asks if he didn't manage it himself. She is told that then he shouldn't give her a sweet drink since he managed it himself. The blonde guy states that the room is cleared. Goyen runs after the protagonist with a soda and shouts that he just wanted to take it for himself. The guy replies that he will only share with Rachel and a slight. The blonde guy asks about an external message. The gray-haired girl and the protagonist turn around in surprise. Rachel sees the notification. She is standing in front of the red lights. The friends are indignant about why now. The girl clarifies if everyone received it. A slight is shocked to read that they are told to leave the tower. The friends do not understand what suddenly happened. Rachel looks forward in fear, hearing that this message is personally from the rector, and it is sent to all the students. Goyen smartly states that she hasn't warmed up yet and hasn't even gotten a sweet drink yet, so she's not going to believe it until they explain. Rachel shouts loudly that they're getting closer. The heroes look ahead in shock. Huge swarms of spiders crawl out of the portals. The guys understand why they're being forced to go back. A slight looks at what's happening and asks what they were told about this at the meeting. They answer that it looks like that, and it's no wonder the difficulty wasn't determined. The girl holds a pendant in her hand. It says there's no signal. Goyen states that the student ID has stopped working. Yuan notices that they're completely trapped. The blonde understands what the professor meant. A huge army of spiders crawl out of the portals and moves towards the heroes. It says something about a phenomenon where even students can die. The monsters are approaching the guys. The wave of spiders almost reaches the friends. It says something about spatial heterogeneity. The frightened protagonist looks ahead. Yamina, with a smart look, states that there is a high probability of a spatial pirate invasion when newcomers climb the tower. The guys sit on the couch nearby and ask about them. She answers that the problem is that their abnormal invasion leads to the emergence of an unpredictable phenomenon of irregularity. The professor explains that, as a rule, during a normal passage, they would not die, but as soon as things become unusual, everything changes and the rules inside the tower are turned upside down and safe zones become dangerous. The guys are sitting in such a zone. The main character runs from enemies. It is said that the number of monsters is growing uncontrollably. A huge bull with an axe is preparing to attack. It is written that the difficulty level of the rooms jumps unpredictably. The frightened heroes look at this and hear that many problems are starting to arise at the same time. Yamina sits next to them and says that the tower cannot guarantee their safety, so such things need to be kept in mind. With the room of skeletons in the background, it is said that if they ever realize that they are in an irregularity phenomenon, they should know that it is a very dangerous situation indeed. An explosion occurs. The protagonist on the bike and the others rush forward. He shouts that it will be more spacious here. A slight flies near them and says that they do not know how long the spiders will stay. Yuan remarks that it would be too risky to linger in a cramped room. Rachel begins to get angry. Goyen speaks anyway. Many pairs of red eyes peek out from the fog. Hordes of spiders are moving towards them. Thousands of them are heading for the passage. Goyen notices that they seem endless. A bunch of spiders are crawling towards the light. Goyen's strong beam begins to attack them. The monsters fly apart in different directions. A slight shouts for Goyen not to stop. She replies that he should worry about himself. The protagonist silently watches as they bravely fight the spiders, cutting through their flesh. He realizes that the girl has already fought off a dozen, having gotten this far. He sees his friends fighting and realizes that they are pretty exhausted. The heroine's claws are visible in the frame. Rachel furiously cuts the spiders. Yuan notices that her hair has become black by more than half. She angrily rushes to attack, while the protagonist feels that she does not say a word, and if her hair changes completely. The protagonist is sure that this will be a nightmare scenario. The girl, crossing her arms, looks away and says that this beast has completely gone crazy and who would have thought that it would end like this. Goyen looks into the distance and says that she can no longer continue at this pace, and if she does not rest soon, the situation will become dangerous. Yuan generously pulls her a sweet drink, offering her to drink. He confidently declares that he will hold them off for now, and that she should rest and drink this. She giggles and opens the can. She hugs her and asks him if he can really handle it. Yuan laughs and pulls the pin of the grenade. He swings and tells him to watch carefully. The grenade flies towards the monsters. The protagonist jumps on the bike and shouts, "Let's go." Rachel sees a crowd of spiders. The grenade begins to turn into something. A bright flash illuminates the room with spiders. A powerful explosion occurs. A slight covers himself with his hands and asks what is happening. He asks the protagonist what kind of power this is. He replies that he put a lot of effort into crafting such a thing. Yuan, sword in hand, rides his bike to attack, shouting for a slight to rest a little. The spiders crawl on the ground and glow yellow. He thinks that Rachel still has strength, but she is too unpredictable to rely on her now. He rides a bike and realizes that with all the monsters coming, who knows how long they will last, and letting them rest is the best option. The bright tip of the dagger is depicted in the picture along with the patterns. Yuan thinks that he can destroy as many as he can and thereby gain time to rest. The protagonist is surprised to see a pop-up window. He is shocked by the inscriptions that the blood poison of the executioner's long sword has increased to 15. It is described that he has weakly grasped the concept of a slashing blow and acquired it. The depth of understanding has reached 2. He holds the handle tightly, thinking about the sword. He looks at it in shock and realizes that it is turning red. The protagonist rides a bike and does not understand how this blood poison works. He sees a huge swarm of spiders and realizes that he will find out if he checks. Yuan on the bike cuts the spiders. He looks ahead in surprise and notices the strange trajectory of the sword. He sees the tip and realizes that it has widened. Yuan cuts his enemies and thinks that if the slash increases the cutting power, then the blood poison expands the range and distance for the attack. He holds his weapon, realizing that he is sucking his blood. He looks at the sword excitedly and thinks that he will not be able to use it so often, because with each swing he feels like he is giving up blood. A Slight stands behind him and asks if he is really up to something interesting again. They stand on the battlefield. Colleagues ask where Rachel is. Another replies that she is committing genocide among the spiders and it is better not to bother her now. The protagonist grabs his head and says that none of them should get involved yet, as they need to rest more. The blonde responds that thanks to him he has rested enough and it is better to look around. They look around. The blonde talks about the swarm of spiders, which has noticeably decreased. The guy notices that when he mentioned it. Goyen stands with a soda near a Slight and says that it does not look like the flow of monsters has stopped. The fighter responds that usually when the wave subsides, because the battle is over. Rachel fights with spiders. The colleague talks about something stronger. She looks ahead furiously. She roars, attacking the enemies. The heroes look at her and see a red portal nearby. A huge spider crawls out of it, and they realize that this is the last one. The giant monster stands in front of them. Yuan is indignant, asking if they told him that such big guys appear on the 50th room. Goyen asks if he is tired of repeating that the structure continues to collapse. A Slight excitedly shouts to his friend that they need to stop. Yuan advises to focus on the elite boss in front of them. The protagonist turns around in fear when he is told that there should most likely be more of them. A large spider crawls out of another portal. They see this in fear and realize that it cannot be worse. They are surrounded by 2 monsters. A Slight is shocked, does not understand what is wrong with this, asking if at least something from the manual corresponds to reality. Goyen silently drinks soda. Rachel looks ahead furiously. She charges while her colleagues shout her name. She slashes at the spider with her claws. Her friends are surprised that she is attacking so recklessly. The protagonist remarks that it is probably for the best. Yuan points to the battlefield and asks a Slight to stay close to Rachel, as they will take one from the front and back. He states that Goyen will take the one from the back. The girl hears that they will manage somehow. The blonde with the sword shouts that he understands them. The protagonist stands with his weapon in his hands and realizes that he is talking so confidently about splitting, but what he really needs to do to win. The ferocious spider looks at the prey, while Yuan realizes that he needs slash and blood poison just to start cutting through these monsters, wondering if his attacks will work on such a big guy. Goyen stands behind the protagonist and drinks a soda. She approaches him and asks if he said they could do it together, adding that he can't do it alone and refuses to ask her for help. She asks with a smile if it's pride or stubbornness. Goyen throws the ken at him and says it tasted unusual. She creates a phantom weapon, adding that it was good. Goyen stands in front of Yuan and states that from now on, he will pay her his debt with this alone. A huge spider looms over her. She states that the payment may seem excessive, but there is no need to think of it as a debt. The protagonist sees Goyen take out a sword. The girl confidently twirls her blade, while the guy realizes that she can do it with her bare hands. Goyen glances at him, while he suspects that she wants to prove something to him. The girl turns and warns that she just doesn't want to get her hands dirty. She smiles, noticing that she is just one action short. She puts out her hand, thinking that she will show it only once. The heroine stands in front of a huge spider, realizing that this single blow should be enough to figure it out. The girl frantically puts her hand in front of her and calls on the protagonist to watch carefully. Yuan turns around at the strange sounds. Rachel is fighting with a Slight, who shouts that she has gone crazy, because she should attack monsters, not him. The girl roars loudly and attacks. The spider shoots its web right at them. The fighting friends notice this. She deftly jumps, but knocks the blonde off her feet. Rachel watches the large spider. She holds her claws and roars. Below a Slight is covered in webs and muttering something. Rachel and the giant spider shout at each other very loudly. Yuan looks at this and understands that there is complete chaos. The girl calls her colleague and asks him to look at her. The worried protagonist says that this spider is there. He looks ahead in shock. Goyen swings her sword and states that she already said, everything is fine and now there is one left. She cuts the giant enemy in half, adding that there is only one left. Dokoen took a fighting stance. She swung her sword, a seemingly simple movement, cutting from the bottom up. The protagonist's eyes widened, watching her. A powerful blow cut the monster in half, and in this extremely simple movement, the young man saw death dividing the world. The monster's body was divided into two, and the blonde's blade was still shining. Yuan grabbed his head from the large number of notifications that he instantly understood advanced techniques and increased the power of control, so that the depth of understanding of what he saw, heard and said increased by 5. The boy closed his eyes, unable to find words, and the system reported that he had managed to catch a part of a very powerful and complex martial arts concept, and the soul concept increased to 390, and the martial arts concept increased to 97. System windows appeared around the hero, and he thought that just by noticing a part of her martial arts skills, his internal code was rising incredibly, after which a notification appeared that the swordsmanship concept increased to 52, and after reading the essence of the slashing blow, the concept increased to 15. The brunette remembered Dokoen during the training duel and noted that the power was similar to the one with which she broke Orima's force field, so an improved version of that move that breaks through the power of death must have been released at that moment. Yuan narrowed his eyes, suppressing the trembling in his body, and tried to understand how a person could put such a will into his sword. The girl in the hero's eyes looked blurry, while he was thinking that the concept of death that he had learned was so vivid and clear that it gave him goosebumps. The blonde came closer to his face and asked if he was watching her carefully, because she was not going to show him twice. The young man flinched and blushed in surprise and, to the confusion of the interlocutor, explained that she was getting too close every time. She threw the hero a purple sphere. It glowed in the guy's palms, and he asked if it was not the core of the elite spider that they killed, after which he looked at its characteristics. Yuan turned to his partner, wondering if it was right to take it if the monster was defeated by Dokoen. The blonde smirked and said that it was his reward, so he should not show off and take it. The guys flinched when the blonde turned to them and asked for help, and not to sit and flirt on the sidelines. A slight looked at the silhouette ahead and exclaimed that Rachel was going berserk right now. The girl was standing on the spider, breathing heavily, and her eyes were sparkling. The protagonist frowned as he looked at her. The blonde shuddered indignantly when Yuan said that he looked absolutely useless right now. The protagonist himself imagined the girl cutting him into pieces in a second, so he immediately dismissed that option as well. The brunette glanced sideways at Dokoen and realized that in this situation, she was the only one who could stop Rachel. The blonde crossed her arms. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked him not to look at her like that, because she had already done her part of the job, and the young man assumed that she would not like it. He turned to his interlocutor while the pink-haired girl was standing on the monster and muttered that he couldn't be like that in an unusual situation, because if one of them died, who knew what would happen? The spider moved its paw. Dokoen furrowed her brows and mentally agreed. She moved forward, flexing her arms, and declared that she would entertain this monster, but in exchange, the protagonist would kill everything that was under the beast's feet. Their friend was standing on the spider, and Yuan asked again, puzzled. Blue energy flashed next to Rachel, and she growled. The blonde pointed her hand at her and asked her to come down, but the hero did not support this idea. Dokoen smirked and said that he would really have fun with her. The pink-haired girl gritted her teeth and growled in response. She jumped down, baring her claws. The floor under her feet split from her landing, and the blonde grinned, beckoning her. Rachel began to attack her partner, but she easily dodged. Dokoen grabbed her opponent by the wrist. She quickly threw her over herself and said, "Here." The other girl widened her eyes and coughed, falling backwards. The blonde let go of her and smirked at her for attacking someone strong so blindly, and without looking. She looked down at Rachel and told her to get up since she was still strong. The other girl frowned and growled when Dokoen said she would entertain her until she came to her senses. The protagonist's sweat dropped as he watched them and muttered that she was really handling it like she was having fun. The brunette summoned his sword when his partner reminded him that now was not the time to be distracted and said that he understood. The spider snuck up on him and Yuan exclaimed that this task was a bit difficult. The boy smiled tightly at the sight of the incoming strike and the blonde stated that if he had properly seen her first strike, he would be able to do it, and the boy asked what she was basing her words on. The spider's paw hit the floor, as the hero managed to jump away in time. He looked at the enemy in shock, not understanding what kind of thing it was that attacked them both when they retreated, and the immobilized the slight asked if he was okay. The spider swung again, and Yuan assumed that the monster, although in a state close to death, thought it could handle him. The guy smirked and decided that this was even good. A magic circle with a chain appeared next to the brunette when he called Eve, and the young man shouted that he would do it easily. Several more chains flew out of the seals. They wrapped around the spider's paws, and the monster screamed. A slight and Dokoen turned around, noticing that their partner had tied up the enemy. The protagonist rushed towards the enemy. He dodged the blows of the paws, thinking that with Eve he would immobilize him as much as possible, and then use a slashing blow with bloody poison when he reached the limits of reach. The sword in the guy's hand began to spark. The brunette swung the weapon, gritting his teeth. The spider was wounded in the muzzle and howled. The protagonist frowned, continuing to advance. The blonde watched them from the side, muttering that for some reason it didn't work. He furrowed his brows, trying to figure out what the problem was. Goyen crossed her arms, ignoring her opponent, and thought that it was shallow, and if the hero wanted to kill, he should cut off the spider's head. Yoan gritted his teeth, dodging the enemy, and wondered if the slash was too short. He squeezed the handle of the blade and realized that the blood poison did not activate properly. The spider twitched its paw, and one of the chains snapped. The monster broke free, while the hero thought that in this case, using 2 abilities in succession might work, but he hardly did something like that. The brunette sweated and gritted his teeth, looking at the incoming attack. The spider struck, raising dust in the air, and the boy cursed in his mind. The blonde sweated, looking towards the boy, and a slight shouted his name. The cloud of dust in front of the spider began to clear. The blade of the sword flashed. The protagonist crouched down, holding the blade, and the body of the spider lay next to it. The weapon fell to the floor with a clang, and Yuan himself sank down next to it. He was sweating and breathing heavily, realizing that for a second he thought he wouldn't be able to block the attack. The youth remembered how the spider's legs scraped along the blade, and as soon as it touched the sword, he changed the angle and blocked the blow. The guy placed a trembling hand on the hilt of the blade and thought that if he had taken this attack head-on, both the sword and his hand would have definitely shattered into pieces. The brunette's eyes widened, not understanding how he was able to feel it. The hero imagined the moment before the attack and noted that it was an instant, but it seemed to turn into an eternity. Yoan frowned, assuming that this happened because he had seen Goyen's sword technique earlier. A system window appeared next to the boy. The sign said that in the process of repelling the enemy's attack, he realized and mastered the concept of flow, and the depth of his understanding reached 5. The protagonist leaned on the sword and mentally noted that it was truly amazing, because the blonde's blow affected him so much. The guy pulled the blade out of the floor, thinking that he never thought that what he saw could awaken the dark essence of martial arts in him, dormant somewhere far away, which he did not even suspect. The spider looked at the boy and cried out in surprise, while Yuan thought that even if he could not exactly repeat her sword technique, he still knew what to do. The monster shuddered when the boy addressed him. The brunette held the sword in front of him and offered to try again. He resolutely looked at the enemy and asked to attack. The spider swung several paws and squeaked. The blonde watched the heroes fight from the side. He frowned, imagining 2 knights, and thought that there was such a thing as parrying. The opponents were fighting in his mind, and a slight remembered that a move that blocked or threw the opponent's blow aside could hinder an attack or prevent a fatal wound. Then the second duelist's blade was already at the ready, because if successful, one could even counterattack the opponent, but this was just a concept of tactics, not reality. The blonde imagined the knight being cut down, and noted that, in fact, it was quite easy to die before mastering this skill, so it was better to find another way, because there was only one life. The guy frowned and concluded that what will be, will be. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He deftly dodged and swung his sword, and the blonde did not understand how he could try to master the technique in such a critical situation. The brunette gritted his teeth and parried the blow, while a slight wondered if it was possible to master it in such conditions. The protagonist's eyes flashed and he began to sweat. He looked at the approaching spider's paw and decided what he needed to do now. The young man grabbed the sword in his hand and thought that he needed to repel the attack head-on. Yoan swung the blade, hitting the enemy. A new blow was already approaching from the side. The young man turned the weapon over in his hand. He extended it along his arm, redirecting the attack. The hero frowned and exhaled, noting that he was gradually beginning to see. His eyes were shining, and the guy decided to try again. Heels were clicking on the floor. Rachel was aggressively stepping on her partner and growling. She frowned and bared her teeth. However, the blonde easily stepped aside and put out her leg, which her opponent tripped over. While her opponent was falling, Goyen turned to watch the brunette's fight. She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. The protagonist quickly swung his sword, parrying the attacks, and the girl thought that she knew he would be able to draw some conclusions from that first strike, but she did not imagine that he would show something so unexpected. Yuan gritted his teeth, parrying the attack, and Goyen noted that a combat technique that embodied the essence of the flow existed in the central plains, but few tried to master it. The brunette looked to the side. He quickly swung his blade, and the blonde thought that redirecting an enemy's attack in 100,000th of a second required incredible reaction speed. The guy swung his weapon and threw the spider back. The monster moved away and squealed. The hero's eyes glared menacingly, and Goyen noted that mastering this technique was associated with too much risk and excessive effort, and most people preferred simpler methods like a sleight. The girl watched the fight, thinking that someone like her, who had always specialized in martial arts aimed at destruction, was being forced to look at things in a new way. The spider loomed over the boy, and the student realized that an insignificant and meaningless thing, considered a simple trick, turned out to be unusually profound and looked so impressive. Rachel growled next to her, and the blonde turned around, remembering her opponent. She smirked and thanked the pink-haired girl for pointing out her unsightly side, and the blonde suggested that she relax a little. Goyen, who had managed to hit her opponent on the head, straightened up and thought that redirecting attacks alone would not end the battle, because in order to win, it was necessary to go beyond the boundaries. The girl narrowed her eyes and mentally asked the guide to show her more, since he had already gone this far. The protagonist exchanged blows with the monster. He gritted his teeth and frowned as Goyen thought that if he had mastered the flow to reflect his opponent's power, then of course he could use that power to counterattack. The spider swung his paw and the boy rushed forward. The girl's sweat dropped as she watched the sword slash at the enemy. The boy quickly turned around using spin and gripped the blade. His weapon glowed from using his second ability. He swung it, delivering a powerful blow. The monster roared as blood gushed out. A slight's eyes widened and his mouth opened in surprise. Goyen blushed contentedly and clenched her fist, noting that the boy had done a great job. Yoan furrowed his brows, breathing heavily. The wound on the monster was still sparkling. The boy sat down on the floor and a body collapsed next to him. The brunette was sweating all over, and notifications flashed around that he had temporarily connected the concept inside his body with the outside and created a more powerful one, as a result of which the depth of understanding of the flow, truth, and potential increased by 5. Yoan arched his eyebrows, sighing, and noted that serious changes were happening in the inner essence, and someone approached him from the outside. The youth turned around, and the blonde asked for help since he was finished with his thing. Goyen, who was holding her friend back, exclaimed that this beast also needed to be dealt with. The hero smiled tensely and noted that they were relying too much on someone who had barely dealt with an elite, after which a slight apologized, and the blonde admitted that Rachel's stamina and durability, who was not even tired, was great. Yoan looked towards the girls, and the swordswoman muttered that she would like to just stand tied up like one fool. The protagonist called Eve with a smile and noted that this was a great idea. He stretched out his hand and decided to absorb the concept of the web that a slide had fallen into. The boy handed the glowing sphere to the snake, and the depth of the spiritual beast's understanding reached 25, and by absorbing the net, it reached 16. A golden cage appeared in front of the brunette, and he exclaimed that the chain net was ready. Rachel shuddered when the shackles were thrown on her. She thrashed on the floor in displeasure, and the boy smirked and said that resistance was futile. The chain wrapped around, sucking out magic, just as Yoan said. The girl shuddered as the restraints around her tightened, and the hero muttered that the more she tried to escape, the stronger and tighter the trap became. Yoan and a slight blushed, looking at the already obscene sight. The knight covered the brunette's eyes and asked him not to look. The hero frowned in displeasure and asked why his partner was okay, and Goyen said that, anyway, it was over now, and it didn't look like the shift to the 5th room would happen anytime soon. Rachel sat up, and her hair began to lighten, so the chains were working. The guys stood in the room, and the hero said that even the student ID was glowing again, so it might be time to leave for now, and the blonde agreed that it seemed like a good idea, and then a dark energy appeared next to them. A reddish sphere distorted the space, and strange sounds came from it. All the partners shuddered, hearing a voice noting that they had overcome the test. Everyone stared at the sphere, and the stranger announced that he would give them a reward. The red silhouette took the form of a woman. She extended one hand and said that she was giving them a chance to make a pact with the thousand-eyed observer. Yamina stood on the pavement in front of a large gate. The woman looked at them with concern, holding a pendant in her hands. She raised an eyebrow at the familiar sound. A magic circle appeared in front of her. The teacher covered her face from the dust, and the protagonist sighed in relief. He looked at his team and clarified if everyone got out safely, and Goyen noted that they were in front of the main entrance, where they had started. Yamina approached them and asked if they were hurt. The other students looked at their group from afar, and the protagonist reassured the teacher, assuring that everyone was safe. The woman put her hand on her chest and said that she was very worried because a notice had been posted to leave the tower, but no one had shown up, so she was glad that everyone had returned safely in the end. The boys winced when she asked what had happened inside, whether they had been able to clear out the area. Yoan scratched his head and looked away. The moon was shining above the tower, and the boy suggested that the professor take a short walk. The team stopped near a box nearby, and the protagonist stood in front of the teacher to tell her everything. The guy made a hand gesture and said that after the 4th shift, they were caught off guard by an unusual room, although it had not been long since they entered. A slight crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, and Rachel sat next to him. Goyen stood around the corner, frowning, and the hero asked what had happened on the other side after they entered. The interlocutor lowered her head and began to sweat. Her students widened their eyes in shock when they heard that a student had been killed by an outsider. There were 2 guys sitting near the entrance to the tower who were being questioned, and Yamina reported that the academy was currently trying to resolve the situation, but the students who were in the victim's group were having a hard time dealing with it, which is where the glitch occurred. The students who had lost their comrades sat on the steps and cried. The teacher looked at the hero and asked if they remembered the previous conversation about outside intruders. The guy imagined an attack on a student and remembered that the spatial pirates were targeting new students. Because if they killed you and took your student ID, you would never be able to revive and would be stuck in the tower forever. Yoan frowned and asked what happened to the intruder. The interlocutors stood opposite each other, and the woman replied that they had lost track of him, and the students on the spot seemed to have no way to stop the enemy. Goyen lowered her head, and the blonde boy and Yamina looked at her as the girl noted that it looked like something planned. She opened her mouth and added that even if you were not a student at the academy, there were plenty of intruders who intended to climb the Tower of Babel. Yoan furrowed his brows as his partner said that for newcomers who entered the tower, it was a great opportunity. A slight and Rachel tensed up when they heard that by passing the entrance exam to the Great Academy by killing an incoming freshman, you undermined the school's reputation, but you got the position of the Tower Conqueror and even the coveted student card. She imagined a tall column, noting that the Academy's position was clear. The girl chuckled and noted that by saying that the attack of these intruders was a test that needed to be overcome, she completely absolved herself of responsibility. Yamina looked at the student guiltily. The blonde straightened up and deduced that the United Academy was such a place. Everyone looked at the swordswoman, who suggested imagining that there were people who brazenly invaded the tower that determined the purpose of the students' existence, but was unable to protect them from being killed. The tall building shone in the starlight, and Goyen muttered that it was ridiculous for such an institution that claimed to be the greatest in all dimensions. The others watched in silence and digested her words. The professor placed her hand on her chest and said that everything happened for a reason. She furrowed her brows and explained that the United Academy had an obligation to protect its students, but once they were inside the tower, that obligation became their responsibility. The blonde frowned when she heard that if the tower chose an intruder instead of a student, they could not interfere. Yamina looked down and added that it was considered the will of the tower. Goyen gritted her teeth and asked if it was supposed to be the will of the tower. She clutched the pendant in her hand. The girl began to teleport, which she liked more and more, and the professor tried to stop her. The brunette looked at the woman and asked her to try to understand, because there was something disturbing inside the tower. The interlocutor turned around and asked what was actually there. The hero frowned and looked down. He scratched the back of his head and muttered that, right before they returned, they met something. Rachel and a slight lowered their heads, and the teacher asked who it was. Yoan looked away and did not answer right away. Yumina's eyes widened when she heard that it was a constellation. The hero imagined cosmic entities, constellations that are transcendental patrons or observers that watch over countless dimensions. The red entity leaned lazily on her arm, and when they found someone they wished to befriend, they made a contract with that person. Images of Yuan and Goyen flashed on the screens, and the boy thought that they were transcendental beings that influenced the dimension. In front of the stairs stood a constellation that gave powerful magic, special abilities, artifacts, and more to make others follow it. The man extended his hand, because despite the fact that the beings demanded a lot in return, few refused. Energy flowed into the outstretched hand. In a world where power is valued above all, there is nothing sweeter than their offer. The woman narrowed her eyes. Constellations are certainly attractive partners. Yamina stood in front of the boy, about to tell him about these beings, but the boy interrupted her, explaining that a strange voice spoke to him. The brunette looked away and said that she promised power in exchange for fulfilling her demands. The woman admired. The teacher smiled enthusiastically and exclaimed that it was amazing to make contact with a constellation on the first day of being in the tower, the first time in the history of the academy. Rachel hugged her knees and a slight lowered his head while the professor said that just making contact with a constellation so soon meant that their talents had already been recognized. The hero looked at the interlocutor with distrust and asked again. Yoan frowned and asked what the academy's position was on contracts with constellations. The professor looked at him questioningly and answered that officially the institution declared its neutrality, but if the opportunity presented itself, they encouraged students to take advantage of it. The interlocutors stood opposite each other, and the young man concluded that the academy was actually encouraging them to make contracts, and the woman nodded, because in this dimension the tower was the place where the interests of the constellations were most concentrated, and there was no more attractive candidate for ascension than a contract soldier. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking that it was incredible that a place like the academy had no defense against intruders, but was friendly to creatures that were so little known, so it was really hard to understand. Yamina looked at the student with interest and asked what exactly the observer asked him to do. The boy opened his mouth to answer. The woman's eyes widened when she heard that the requirement was murder. The teacher sweated and asked again, and the brunette explained that the creature promised to make a contract with the two of us who killed the other two first. A slight and Rachel lowered their heads in silence. The professor raised her eyebrows, realizing what the constellation's requirement was. The protagonists remembered the red entity that said that only warm, blood-filled veins could carry songs and praises to it, and they were children with amazing potential. Rachel and a slight cringed as the woman asked him to cut her comrade's throat and give her his blood, and she would accept them as direct descendants of her branch. The constellation placed her hand on her chest and added that until they reached the top of this tower and gained what they desired, her love would never leave them. She extended her hand. A red silhouette loomed over the students, motioning for them to begin. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that she was talking nonsense. The girl next to him stepped forward, while Yuan thought about the madness of the constellation, as if they would ever agree to this. The guy glanced sideways at the blonde, expecting her to think the same. Goyen's brows furrowed, and a dark energy engulfed her body. The girl's eyes narrowed, and she asked him to leave her. Yamina looked down and guessed that she must have released her energy, and the protagonist explained that her partner made the constellation disappear. The teacher stood in front of the students, and the brunette added that it was a creature that they couldn't even comprehend, treating their lives like a toy, so it was disgusting to be subjected to such an ordeal. The tower stood as if nothing had happened, and the hero clarified that they would not be able to enter it until the end of the week, and Yamina agreed that it would be too dangerous, and they would be watching it to catch the intruder. Yuan turned, remembering Ereto, and thought that it would be inconvenient not to be able to climb the tower, but the remaining time could now only be spent on training. A camera appeared on the hero's hand, and he said that he would like to write a report on what happened using the recording. The woman looked at the other students and muttered that she would like to hear about what happened during the meal, but apparently that was not possible now. Rachel and a slight remained silent, crossing their arms, and the protagonist explained that everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. Yamina looked at them with concern and nodded. The brunette looked at the woman who had praised them and thanked them in return. Rachel frowned when the woman said that she would try to make sure nothing like that happened next week and expressed her hope that none of them thought too badly of the academy, then asked them to have a good rest. A slight nodded and said goodbye. The protagonist turned to his teleporting friends and asked them to say hello to Goyen. The youth turned around when the professor called out to him. Yamina squeezed his hand and said that she had a question. She raised her eyebrows and guessed that the observer had not simply promised a contract with 2 of the 4, but had chosen him and Goyen specifically. At these words, the brunette froze, his eyes widening. He lowered his head and answered in the affirmative, thinking that this was not just an attempt to pit them against each other, but more like sifting gold from sand. He remembered the constellation extending a finger, and declaring that the 2 of them would definitely reach the top. Rachel and a slight took fighting stances, hearing that they should be disposed of as useless burdens. The blonde and pink-haired girl widened their eyes in shock. Yuan and Goyen froze as the entity ordered its beloved children to kill them, promising in exchange that the 2 of them would be at the forefront as the brightest potential. The woman extended her hand and said, "Kill, capture." She floated in front of the students, saying that this is real life. The protagonist teleported to the room where a slight was sitting on the couch, and thought with relief that they had finally returned. The brunette looked at his comrade questioningly, noticing that he had not even bothered to take a shower. Yuan loosened his tie and said that apparently Rachel was not the only one who was comfortable sitting like that, hugging her knees. The young man turned around, and the blonde suddenly asked if he was teasing him for not sitting like a man. The hero turned around in surprise and replied that he hadn't even thought about it. A slight lowered his head and mumbled an apology, explaining that he just wanted to let off some steam, and that he could be scolded for that, but the interlocutor said that he wasn't going to do that. The blonde squeezed his hand and suggested that it wasn't even worth insulting. The protagonist looked at his neighbor in shock, not understanding why he was acting like that, forgetting about his pride. A slight raised his head and said that he kind of hated him. The brunette smiled tightly and laughed. Yuan clenched his fist in irritation, imagining how he would respond to the guy in kind, but he thought it was better to restrain himself, because it was stupid to call an idiot. He sat down opposite and addressed his comrade. The hero frowned and asked him to speak if he had anything to say, even if it was just a complaint. The other man looked down in disappointment. The blonde man sat on the sofa without turning around. He shrank back and said that he was also one of the greatest talents in the world he came from. Yuan looked at him calmly, thinking that it was true, and the knight added that it was not an exaggeration. A slight frowned, remembering his past on the battlefield, and said that his family and servants recognized and praised his talent. He remembered how he received his weapon, thinking that it was entrusted to him not just as flattery, but to help him obtain the power of the Tower of Babel and become the last guardian who saved them, and the young man said that thanks to everyone believing in him, he was able to make a pact with the sacred sword, and then come to this academy with the burden of expectations from everyone. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in bewilderment when he asked what the outcome was. The blonde narrowed his eyes and was indignant at being treated like a burden no matter what he did. He remembered the encounter with the constellation in the tower. Back then, the guy had only widened his eyes in horror. Yuan leaned forward and asked him not to take the words of the divine or any other being seriously. The interlocutor, without turning around, replied that it was easy for him to call them that since he was the chosen one, but in his case, he was just an outside observer for the 2 chosen ones. The knight looked at the hero and said that the constellations were much stronger and smarter than humans. He gritted his teeth and asked how the hero and Dakoyan could so easily refuse such an offer. Yuan stared at his comrade in shock. The brunette looked away and replied that such an offer obviously made no sense. The young man looked at the interlocutor and added that there were many ways to become strong without having someone die, and neither he nor the knight had come here to listen to such things. A slight turned away and stated that he was only saying that because of his unrivaled talent. He lowered his head and said that the two of them might not have had any doubts, but if he had to sacrifice something to be chosen by the constellation, he could not have refused so decisively. The protagonist looked at the knight sympathetically. The blonde cringed and muttered that he probably would not have made the same choice. They sat opposite each other, and a slight added that he felt so annoyed, scared, and could not forgive himself for his weakness. Yuan got out of the shower, drying himself with a towel. He looked at his neighbor lying in bed. He turned to the window. The brunette frowned and stopped. Suddenly, the protagonist flinched when the knight addressed him. A slight arched his eyebrows and apologized for whining. The hero's eyes widened when the interlocutor said that he was simply jealous, and the youth was not to blame for this. Yuan smiled as his comrade apologized for burdening him with uncomfortable stories. The knight's eyes grew moist as the brunette replied that they were friends after all. The hero poured hot chocolate into a mug for his friend and added that he could listen to his stories anytime, but for now he would go out for a while. He put the cup on the table and said that the things you don't like are forgotten when you eat something delicious. A slight thanked him without turning around, and the brunette smiled. Yuan left and leaned against the door. He looked back, thinking that his neighbor had changed significantly since their first meeting, and at that time Dakoyan was walking down the hallway. The girl approached the hero while he was thinking that he should be more careful with his words next time, and the blonde was glad that she did not have to go in after him. Yuan jumped up, asking what she was doing in the boys' dorm, and she shushed him. She put her finger to her lips and said, "Not caught, not a thief." The brunette turned pale as she grabbed him and dragged him away, suggesting a change of scenery. They sat on a bench, and the boy asked if she had come because the cafe was too crowded, and Dakoyan replied that she had ended up there while wandering around. She looked at the hero and asked how the dead weight was doing, and the man became indignant, asking what she meant. The boys sat next to each other, and Dakoyan responded that the fool only knew how to swing his power, and that he was pathetic, with no adaptability or talent. But the hero countered that a slight was skilled in swordsmanship and had many other abilities. The blonde frowned and said that the problem was that it came from the sword. The interlocutor looked down, remembering his comrade, and the girl added that his strong body, sharp fighting instincts, special abilities came from the weapon, and without it, he was indistinguishable from a useless fool. The student started counting on her fingers, listing that he couldn't even figure out the situation, was deeply unsure of himself, and at crucial moments turned into a fool, an idiot or a simpleton, and the brunette rubbed his forehead, asking him to stop already. The guy looked at his friend, who added that if the knight lost his composure and spirit in a serious situation, everything would be over. She looked at the moon and said that by doing so he would also let down those who would be nearby. Rachel was sitting in bed at that time, and Dakoyan said that she was already feeling weak, and if this fool also became quiet, then it would be a real disaster. The main character leaned on his hand, trying to understand whether the blonde wanted to insult her comrades, or was simply worried. He looked ahead thoughtfully. Dakoyan turned her gaze to him when the guy asked what about her. The guys looked at each other, and Yuan remembered that she had also been acting strange since meeting the constellation, and was irritated in the presence of the professor. The interlocutor blushed and asked if he was worried about her. The young man leaned back, and she became embarrassed and asked if he found out with his ability. The hero took a teapot from his inventory and poured more hot chocolate, saying that he didn't need to use anything to understand, because it was written all over her face. He handed her a mug and asked if everything was okay. The blonde stared at her friend in surprise. She carefully took the cup and thought she understood everything. The girl brought the drink, hiding her reddened cheeks, and assumed that the guy was comforting her. Dakoyan frowned and noted that it was sweeter than expected, and the brunette replied that hot chocolate would naturally be sweet. The two sat down and drank together, and the girl thanked him for his concern, explaining that she had simply been very irritated at the time, after which the boy clarified the reason. The chocolate steamed in the mug as the student pondered her answer. She lowered her head, remembering the constellation, and muttered that perhaps she had already thought about the entity's offer. The hero turned pale and asked again. Dakoyan looked at the mug and said that if those two had not helped, she had considered getting rid of them. Yuan looked at her in confusion and asked what nonsense, and the girl added that perhaps that was why she was even more disappointed. The blonde lowered her gaze and said that she could have been more decisive and guided by the idea of taking only those who were capable with her. She introduced the Slight and Rachel, and stated that even if she had not killed them herself, she might have let them die differently. The interlocutors were sitting under a lamp, and Dakoyan added that she was angry at herself for agreeing to such a proposal. The brunette brought the mug to his lips and sighed. He leaned his elbows on his knees and asked if she was serious, and the girl, crossing her legs, answered in the affirmative. Yuan turned to her with a grin and asked if she could really be considered stupid. The blonde turned away embarrassedly and puffed out her cheeks, thinking that this was the first time she was telling him her deepest feelings, and in response he received ridicule. She frowned and asked if he really thought that the two of them were talented, and the brunette confirmed it. The interlocutor looked closely at the young man, who said that it did not matter how incredible the artifact was, because without talent it would not be possible to go so far. The blonde stood up on the bed, and Yuan said that the knight certainly had natural talent to be able to wield such a sword. The young man picked up the mug from the table. He took a sip, and at the same time, the hero said that because of the habit of relying too much on the sword, he could not react to the situation in a timely manner. Rachel looked out the window, and the brunette added that the girl had incredible physical abilities and the potential she possessed. The pink-haired girl got up from the bed and put on her slippers, and Yuan said that only internal contradictions prevented her from using them. The student leaned against the glass. The protagonist smiled and said that it would not be easy, but if the two of them could complete and solve their problems themselves, then their talent would far exceed anything he or Dakoyan could imagine. The blonde stared at the young man. She pursed her lips, thinking. Finally, the girl stood up and declared that she would trust him. The hero grinned when she said that if the comrades practiced, then sooner or later the result would speak for itself, and the brunette was glad that she was ready to help. Dakoyan crossed her arms and said that if the two of them overcame their difficulties and grew, then she would admit that Yuan was right. The swordswoman smiled and added that otherwise, he would have to take responsibility. The protagonist frowned and asked again, confused. The interlocutor turned around and asked him to think about it carefully, because he made her throw away her own judgments and waste time on fools. She jumped down, throwing out as a parting word that they would see each other tomorrow morning, and let him take Rachel and a slight with him. The hero leaned on the railing and asked again, reminding them that they had only returned today. The next day, the training ground, where the fight between Dakoyan and a slight was taking place. The protagonist watched them, perplexed. The blonde spun around in midair, trying to counterattack. Dakoyan threw a punch, sending the knight flying into the wall. The boy reached out to the protagonist, who asked what was wrong. A slight raised his face in tears and muttered that he went with him because he was promised to be taught something, but so far he was only getting it. The boys glanced sideways at the blonde, who stomped her feet, and said that it was stupid. The swordswoman cracked her knuckles and said that this was training for his body, so it was natural to go through it this way. She narrowed her eyes and added that he was not someone who could change just by seeing something once, like the protagonist, so he needed to stop whining and get up. A slight reached for his sword in desperation, but his partner did not allow him to take it. There was a sign on the blade that it turned its owner into a fool, and the girl said that until he learned to fight without it, he would not get it back, to which the blonde tried to object that he was a swordsman. The student knelt down and muttered that he could not cope without his weapon. The protagonist smiled and said that this was training for him to become stronger. He and Dakoyan had agreed on it in advance, although it was not expected that everything would happen like this. The interlocutor looked at the guy in surprise, who asked to trust them and train once without a sword. The blonde nodded and agreed. He stood up, thinking that if Yuan had a plan, then it meant something. The guy clenched his fists and exclaimed that he would trust them and try. The knight smiled, asking to start again, but at this time a foot was already approaching him. The girl hit him on the head, noting that he was too open, and even the hero thought that it was too fast. A slight gritted his teeth, trying to cope with the pressure of his opponent, who was saying that his stance was broken, and it was time to defend himself. The blonde narrowed his eyes, receiving blows, and the interlocutor continued to note that he needed to rely not only on his eyes to see her attacks, but also to feel them with all his senses, and not just get hit in the face. Dakoyan roundhouse kicked his opponent, and he flew back, but the girl only asked if his fighting instincts were really that dull without a sword. The protagonist's eyes flashed, thinking that this was indeed the case. A slight stepped back, and the brunette noted that right now his stats were unnaturally falling in real time. He imagined Ereto, which his comrade could usually handle with ease. Then the hero remembered his friend's stats with and without a sword, and in the second case, for some reason, the blonde's abilities were leaking somewhere. Yuan arched his eyebrows in confusion. The blonde continued to advance, her eyes sparkling, and the hero himself thought that if these changes really were due to the sword, then the boy's condition was much worse than he thought. A slight put out his hands, trying to protect himself from the blows, and Dakoyan asked where his strength was, and whether his true self was just a sword, to which she received a negative answer. The interlocutor swung and exclaimed that he was completely useless without his weapon, but the boy replied that this was not true. The knight clenched his teeth and narrowed his eyes. The blonde clenched her fist and demanded that he stop looking at the sword, which was not even in his hands, and look into her eyes. A slight suddenly opened his mouth and screamed, engulfed in golden light. He swung back and began to advance. Dakoyan's eyes widened in surprise. She managed to dodge the blow of the long-haired girl. The protagonist and Rachel froze in shock. The pink-haired girl raised her eyebrows and turned her attention to the knight's appearance. A blonde with curvaceous form stood in front of them. Yoan frowned, trying to figure out whether his comrade was tired of hiding, or something made it break out. The girl was sweating and breathing heavily. Goyen stood in front of him, putting her hand on her waist. She narrowed her eyes and wanted to say something. Suddenly, the interlocutor bent over, and golden sparks began to emanate from her body. A cross shone in the center of a slight's chest. The girl fell to her knees, groaning in pain, and the hero rushed to her. Goyen put out her hand, stopping him, and said that the knight was fine. She furrowed her brows and added that it was not something that could be easily solved. The golden light began to evaporate, and a slight again took the form of a boy. The interlocutor crossed her arms and asked him if he knew what the problem was, and the boy nodded. The blonde looked down and said that he and Yoan were right. The long-haired girl narrowed her eyes when he muttered that he could not do this anymore either, and asked to spar again. The knight looked up at the girl, who decided to apologize first, noting that she was wrong about him. A slight scratched the back of his head and replied that it was not necessary, because he was being helped. He froze when he heard that he wasn't just an ignorant idiot, but an idiot who was carrying a bomb that hopefully wouldn't go off inside the tower. Rachel tugged on the hero's sleeve, suggesting that they also train, while the blonde yelled that he really didn't like Goyen. Yoan furrowed his brows, activating his special vision, and tried to comprehend what had just happened. He saw both the Holy Spirit and the demon spirit around the knight, not knowing how such opposite concepts could coexist in the same body. A slight wiped away his tears, muttering that the blonde had poison in her veins instead of blood, and the brunette mused that it looked like the reason for the outburst. But whether the boy himself understood it was unknown, so it would be better to talk later. Yoan turned to Rachel and apologized for being lost in thought, and she suggested that they spar as well. The girl blinked in embarrassment when he asked if everything would be okay with her berserker mode, and she replied that he had the ability to restrain her. The guy summoned Eve, still pondering such a proposal. Rachel clenched her fists and declared that she also wanted to control her power and be useful. The brunette looked at her from above in surprise and agreed. He approached the training weapon, thinking that the girl looked strangely motivated today, so apparently yesterday had shocked her. The young man threw her a wooden sword. The girl caught it and looked at the hero in surprise. Yoan pointed at the two and explained that they needed to set their own pace, and not necessarily be as noisy, and the intensity would increase gradually. The pink-haired girl nodded nervously. They stood opposite each other, and the hero offered to begin. The guy shuddered, wondering if this was the life he dreamed of at university. He sweated and his eyes widened. The young man turned his attention to a slight, who was receiving another blow from Goyen, and noticed that the period of his youth, as he imagined it, was not a chaotic fight, full of aimless blows and gnashing of teeth. Yoan imagined himself and Rachel running through a flower field with swords, encouraging each other, and honing their skills together. The guy rubbed his nose in satisfaction, thinking that he was very lucky, and now his dreams were coming true. Rachel frowned and asked whether she should start, and the hero himself thought that she could attack at any moment. Her eyes lit up, and her fangs lengthened. 5 minutes later, dust rose on the court, and Yoan loudly called for Eve. Rachel was wrapped in chains, and the brunette asked the snake to hold her tightly and not let her escape no matter what. The hair of his opponent gradually began to lighten. She came to, and the boy asked if she was awake. The student ran up to the pale Yoan and asked if he was okay, to which she received an answer that his legs and arms were still there, despite everything. The girl sat down next to him and apologized. Tears welled up in her eyes, and Rachel muttered that it was because of her that he looked like that. The pink-haired girl was surprised when the guy put his hand on her head and replied that everything was fine. Yoan smiled and reminded her that he promised to help, so he was ready for this. The interlocutor blushed and nodded when the brunette asked her not to be too upset. They both flinched when someone stomped behind them. Goyen looked at the hero with annoyance, and was indignant that he was calmly flirting here while she was diligently training. The girl dragged Goyen by the leg, noting that the hero was whispering sweet words to an innocent animal, and Rachel objected that the guy was just sincerely worried about her. The blonde leaned towards her and asked if the beast had any ulterior motives. The swordswoman crossed her arms and said that training with her mind in the clouds was rude to her opponent. The pink-haired girl lowered her head when the other girl advised her to leave those thoughts aside. The protagonist looked at Rachel and thought that she was motivated, but again he was embarrassed, too soft for Goyen. He sweated, remembering the meeting with Constellation, and admitted that it was surprising that the student had motivation, because the protagonist himself would have been very upset and disappeared for the whole day. Yoan remembered Rachel and noted that she hardly had time to improve her mental state, but she was trying her best. The blonde turned to him when he said, "Okay." The guys were sitting in the training room, and the main character said that he had recently asked the professor if he could take someone with him when he left the academy, and permission had just come. Goyen smugly tossed her hair and said that it was great, because she felt closed in here. Everyone shuddered in surprise when the brunette looked at Rachel and declared that, from now on, she would go outside the academy with him. Dakgoin and a slight frowned in shock. And the main character himself leaned towards the pink-haired girl and asked her out on a date. The protagonist sits on a bench and says that before leaving, he said that they would not stay overnight, but just take a walk for a while and he would be back before evening. MC hears an angry Dakgoin asking how long he has been living in another world, with the thought that men and women stay late without any intention, and a slight says that everything should be in order if he goes out with someone before him, his roommate, but the protagonist thinks that she is not his mother. Rachel stands in front of MC and apologizes. With her arms folded, she says that she tried on the outfit he recommended and asks if it looks okay. She is wearing a mini skirt. The girl is embarrassed and thinks that it seems to emphasize her figure. Covering his mouth in surprise, Yuan replies that it is absolutely amazing and very beautiful, and the guys from the system think that he will come back again and want to hang out too. Walking down the street, the heroine tells the guy that it's amazing and she can't believe that there is such a big city outside the academy, and her friend asks if she finds it fascinating, adding that he's only been to remote cities a couple of times. Walking along the crossing, Yuan suggests that they take a walk for now, since there is another department store and a shopping district. Rachel looks to see where MC is. She runs after the guy, and before she knows it, there are a lot of people. The girl reaches out her hand, thinking that at this rate she will lose sight of Yuan. The hand grabs the heroine. The protagonist holds her hand and asks if she is okay. The characters are on a crosswalk and MC apologizes for forgetting that this is her first time in such a place, but his friend states that everything is fine. The girl looks at the protagonist's hand, saying that the shopping district is crowded. Turning around, Yuan suggests that they hold hands for now. Blushing, Rachel agrees. A boy and a girl are walking down the street. A cook is preparing meat. The heroes are eating fast food. A candy store. A girl is holding a plush toy. People are walking in the park. MC and Rachel are shopping. Doves are flying around the couple. The girl is having fun. The guy is smiling widely. The birds are flying into the sky. The couple is sitting at a table and Yuan asks if she minds, explaining that apparently all the ingredients from this store are made from monster meat, but she likes it. Rachel brings a piece of meat to her mouth. The girl enjoys the food, saying that it is very tasty, and the guy supports her, saying that it is even better than he thought. Cutting the steak, the heroine is amazed and cannot believe that she is eating alone meat after arriving in the city. Looking closely, she realizes that this is all thanks to Yuan. The hero looks at his companion cheerfully. The girl became sad and MC wants to know what's wrong, since she liked the food, but she replies that it's not because of that. Rachel, looking gloomy, adds how she feels that she is too excited, since this is the first time in a long time that Yuan brought her to the city. She sits on a chair and adds that the protagonist gave her several beautiful outfits, and even treated her to such delicious food. The guy hears how she regrets that she can't do anything for him in return. Looking down guiltily, Rachel wonders if it's okay to enjoy herself like this, since she doesn't even know if her stay will help her, since she can control her abilities better here, which she is not sure of. Yuan thought about it. There is a symbol above his hand and he asks if he can look at it for a second, and she agrees. The protagonist holds the symbol above his hand, explaining that the emotions the girl is experiencing now are formed by his hand, but she cannot see anything. Remembering himself before, the protagonist explains that until recently, his ability only caught anger from her, but now it is different. Scrolling through his memories with Rachel, he adds that in this short time spent together, he was able to read even these short emotions. With her head down, the heroine hears the guy's words that if they get closer and understand each other better, then he is sure that they will be able to find a solution to her problems. The protagonist frowns when he hears the question of whether his ability can see them. Squeezing his hands, light comes out of his palms. Opening his palms, Yuan says with a smile that now they are gone. Rachel opens her eyes in surprise and hears his promise. The guy, smiling widely, says that he will make sure that her problems are resolved, so he hopes that today she will enjoy herself without thinking about how to pay for it. The girl is embarrassed and finds it amazing, since everything Yuan says feels like magic that becomes true. Sitting at a table, the protagonist states that although it might become too burdensome if they force things like this, he won't force his friend to go out next time, but she assures him that it's not burdensome at all. Holding her fingers together, Rachel wants to say that she wants to be closer to Yuan and get to know him better, like her, but MC doesn't understand who she's talking about. Introducing Dakgoin, the heroine explains that she means her, and MC doesn't understand what's so friendly about her, since she destroys everything with great force. The girl holds her fingers together and replies that in comparison, it is, and she can scare her and others. Looking away, Rachel adds that she thinks the protagonist likes this person. Brushing her off, Yuan denies it, saying that she wants to possess him, like Rachel would want to wield a sharpened weapon or blade. The girl laughs quietly. She shakes with laughter and asks if he really thinks about a gun, but the protagonist does not understand why she is laughing if the analogy was weird. He is stunned to hear his friend feel a little better. Smiling sweetly, she replies how she thought Yuan was an all-knowing wizard or something, but it seems that he is not. Being next to MC, the heroine states that thanks to this, she feels like she can try harder. Holding the guy's hand, she offers to go if he has finished eating. Rachel smiles widely and says that the protagonist has already bought her a lot of clothes and gifts, and as thanks, she will choose clothes for him. With a smile, the guy agrees to her offer. Walking in front of MC, the girl asks him not to think about the price and just enjoy it, because dating such a capable man seems like a luxury, and he asks what was that just now, but Rachel replies that nothing. People are sitting at the table. The robot is on the professor's shoulder. Yamina puts her finger to her mouth and says that everything is fine, although it feels a little tight, but asks him to hold it for a second, because it will be over quickly. Looking to the side, she finds it incredible. Images are shown above the people and the professor understands that the information about the tower is being spread very thoughtlessly, wondering who allowed it to happen that the chronicles of the ascent to the tower were released, and is also angry at the beings from the lower dimension. Sitting on a chair, the man asks why the precious information was recklessly distributed and if there is no way to stop it, since the video does not violate any rules, but he is told that from the very beginning they should not have thoughtlessly accepted someone from such a lower dimension. The character turns to Professor Yamina. In front of the man are images of heroes and he says that no matter how she looks at it, this student's independence has gone too far, which is a clear encroachment on the authority of the academy. He worries that she is going to take responsibility for allowing this guy to do whatever he wants. The heroine frowns as she looks forward. The professor looks at the images. She holds her face in her hand, realizing that MC actually went so far as to film inside the tower. She remembers the students at the table, saying that when he first said he would conquer the tower and film, she didn't pay attention or object, because she thought it wouldn't work anyway. Introducing the technology, Yamina believes that artifacts or third-party devices cannot function inside the tower, as magical devices would be overloaded and disabled by the power of the magic it emits, and in their world this is obvious. But the protagonist destroyed this obviousness and demonstrated the result. Bringing her hand to the robot, she blames it and the owner, and also thinks that perhaps the hero does not even know about it. The professor holds the robot in his hand, thinking that it is not that Yuan brought the recording of the tower, but that he created a device that can work inside the tower, and this is just funny, and also says that he really did something incredible. Remembering her dialogue with MC, Yamina thinks that the reasons for laughter do not end there, and that she asked if the protagonist plans to publish this video on the channel. The guy explains with a smile that such an approach will help to attract more attention, and the rebellion, in other words, their group, is a way to gain favor with other students. The professor worriedly asks if the hero is sure of what he is doing, since the information about the tower, which they got so hard, will be spread very carelessly, so he clarifies whether he will regret it. He looks at the heroine and replies that the other students are also suffering, and also, from now on, there is no other way to record except the baby, so it's like he's monopolizing the information. Touching the robot, Yuan says that some things, like the constellations, should be edited before publishing, and the more information they share, the better it will be for everyone. Yamina agrees to his proposal, realizing that she told him before that she once told him about the unfairness of the reality at the academy, but she never thought that he would solve it this way. Holding the baby in his hand, MC hears that there may be consequences. Looking at the professor, the protagonist adds that, as she said, it's unclear what changes, big or small, this will bring. Smiling widely, he states that it is necessary to quickly strengthen their position, and asks if it would not be easier for the professor to keep an eye on them, knowing that everything is okay. Smiling pleasantly, Yamina shares that she could not imagine that one of his intentions would be so unusual and wonderful. She tells the guy that if he wants to be safe, he should also avoid accidents, and this gives rise to strange expectations in her. The professor looks at her colleagues and it seems to her that what Yuan has created will lead to the emergence of something grandiose, capable of bridging the gap between dimensions. She puts her hands on the table and thinks that maybe because of this, and the boss asks if she is going to take responsibility for allowing this guy to do what he wants. The heroine feels that she wants to trust and help him and clarifies about responsibility. The colleagues hear the professor's question about filming and publishing a video from the tower is the protagonist's personal business, so she does not know what the problem is and who, in their opinion, is to blame. Looking sternly, Yamina does not understand their question. She wants to know the opinion of Professor Alex Cantoni. The men smirk. Alex throws up his hands and says that even her lies are beautiful and asks if he is the only one who thinks that this student is being treated specially, and the other woman orders him to remain silent. Artifact Creation Department Professor Talia Liliana Campanella turns to Yamina, asking her not to frame her, and also asks who this guy is. Yamina explains that even if her interlocutor asks, he is an ordinary student, a first-year student who entered this year, but the other man assumes that since he is just a student, this is unacceptable. Combat Aura Professor Ryu Kielmaying explains that there is a limit to selfishness, and information about the tower is the most important, so he does not understand how it can be spread so irresponsibly. Yamina sullenly hears that this is certainly a violation of the Academy's rules, and she replies that the professor is saying strange things. The heroine, looking at her colleagues, explains that the reason no one has filmed in the tower before is because no one has the necessary ability or technology, and what they really need to talk about now is how to use his abilities, not about powers or selfish goals, and Alex agrees with the professor. The man awkwardly asks what kind of ability it is and how it works, asking to explain so that those present understand. Yamina, along with the robot, frowned. Talia leaned on the table and tells Yamina that she has been working here for 200 years. Looking at the document, the girl explains that artifacts created outside the tower do not work inside, especially the high-precision equipment needed for filming. Introducing herself among the equipment, the professor reports that no circuit can resist the mana waves emitted by the tower, and the more she studied this moment, the more convinced she became that such a thing was impossible. Talia sternly adds that this is an inevitable law that cannot be denied. Yamina looks sheepishly at him and replies that Yuan somehow managed to do it. The professor seriously says that this is what she is asking about, not understanding what is wrong with him, and also asks if he is from a lower dimension and without mana. She yells that it seems like MC is the only one special. Yamina is alarmed when she hears about the artifact that filmed the video. Putting on her gloves, Talia orders her to bring it here so she can disassemble it, and find out what kind of technology the protagonist used. Holding the robot in her hands, the professor tells Talia that she must refuse her because she asked for permission to take the artifact with her, but it is an achievement created by a student, and she cannot allow anyone to do anything with it. Professor Yamina hears her colleagues asking if she refuses to cooperate with them. The man raised his hand, asking everyone to stop. He states that the discussion has become too heated. The head of the Constellation Department at Babylon, Professor Xenon Union, the Vice-Chancellor of the Academy, asks them to refrain from speaking until they have calmed down. The colleagues agree with the Vice-Chancellor. Xenon turns to Professor Talia. She is embarrassed to hear gratitude for the research and efforts made over the past 200 years, but nevertheless, the professor with such incredible authority in this field finds the Yuan artifact special. Holding the baby next to her, Yamina hears Talia agree with this statement, but does not know why. Leaning back in his chair, the Vice-Chancellor suggests that this fact must be too difficult for the professors to accept, and the colleague wants to know what Professor Xenon is talking about. He raises his hand and decides to explain it briefly. Presenting the silhouette of MC, Xenon reports that Yuan is the only one in the entire world who has been recognized as a tower. The man yells at Professor Xenon that this is a frivolous statement, since this student only entered the tower for the first time the day before yesterday, so it is unclear how he can be recognized by her. Alex is dejectedly heard by a colleague asking if the hero is from the lower dimension, and even considering that Xenon is the vice principal, he considers this statement reckless. The character throws up his hands, answering that his colleagues have the right to believe him or not, but there is another reason to consider MC special. Pointing to the girl, he asks to tell Professor Yamina if it will be possible to convince the professors if they share facts that are not in the video. Yamina hears questions about whether there is any more information, but Xenon says that if Professor Yamina does not know it, then he asks to let her tell him. The heroine is shocked that he started talking about Yuan and his classmates, asking her to wait. The vice principal says, smiling maliciously, that these people are the only ones among those conquering the tower who were chosen by the constellations. Alex sits next to Ryu. They are surprised to hear about a guy who only entered the tower for the first time yesterday. Talia gets up from the table and asks why he was already chosen by the constellation. Yamina looks at Xenon and states that contact with the constellation is a personal achievement of the student, and one must be careful in their statements. The vice principal throws up his hands and asks her to answer honestly whether Yuan and his classmates made a contract with the constellation. The professor worriedly thinks that he is going too far. She denies, saying that neither he nor the others made such a thing. Xenon thinks about it and states that they still refused, and it must have been difficult for them to show their intentions due to the pressure of the constellation's presence. He clenches his fist and intends to do something. Xenon, sitting at a large table, declares that he will invite the protagonist and the students from the 11th grade to a lecture. The other participants demand that he wait, asking if he hadn't just heard that none of the students had made a contract, and why then they are receiving assistance in the form of attending lectures of a higher level. The vice principal addresses the professors, saying that the contract is not important. What is important is that they were chosen by the constellation. Yamina looks ahead in surprise and hears that being chosen already proves their exclusivity, and since they refused the contract, other constellations will clearly show interest. The furious professors hear that these are the students who should receive assistance in his lectures. Alex listens with sadness that he is a professor teaching students who were chosen by the constellation. Xenon smirks and declares that if Yuan was chosen, he is also his student, asking if everyone understood that. The meeting participants unanimously agree with him. There are plants in the room. The vice principal wants to move on to the agenda. Yamina looks down in confusion, listening to the recently spread information about the internal filming in the tower. The vice principal states that they cannot impose anything on the student. The girl understands everything. Yamina thinks about the fact that this meeting is not for bullying the main character. The vice principal at this time says that personal requests for his abilities will be allowed. She sees the participants and realizes that the vice principal's words express the intentions of the rector. Xenon simultaneously explains that if during the process it turns out that someone put pressure on the student or caused him inconvenience. The vice principal is sitting in front of a huge eye. He declares that the participant of this, be it a professor or a student, will be expelled from the academy. Yamina understands that this is the rector's warning to the faculty not to touch Yuan. Xenon looks at everyone and asks them to keep this in mind. He begins to disappear, saying that the meeting is over and he hopes everyone has a good rest of the week. Professor Yamina closes her eyes and thinks that it would be great, because she would never have thought that the main character would be able to win such a strong favor with the rector. At that moment someone turns to her. Alex is standing nearby with a smile and asks if she wants to go to the bar and have a couple of cocktails. Yamina with a questioning face hears that he wants to raise a toast to the student's success. She evaporates. The guy understands that he is being ignored. The professors hold him by the shoulder. One of them says that it is better to go have a drink with them. The events unfold in the library the next day. The students are all excited and surround the protagonist, asking if it's really him and if the student council is interested in him, asking if he wants to exchange numbers and if he's really from the lower dimension and without mana. Yuan is shocked to hear invitations for dates, walks, and saving phone numbers, and the student council is waiting for him. Dakoin is standing with a book and wonders what this crowd is all about. A slide says it's because of the channel they created not long ago. The blonde looks out the window and says that it's gone viral since they posted the tower climb, gaining over 2 million subscribers, and the video itself has about 5 million views. The students look at their screens. The blonde says that now it will be hard for them to find anyone who doesn't know about their channel. The girl touches the protagonist's photo. Dakoin looks at the fans around Yuan and realizes that compared to his other abilities, she didn't think filming would be so impressive and watching people's reactions. The protagonist laughs while hugging a girl. Dakoin thinks that Yuan's ideas and abilities are really outstanding. Rachel sits at the table with a sad face. She looks ahead. A friend holds a tray of food and says that all sorts of things happened this morning. Yuan sits at the table and turns around. Rachel praises him for his great work. A slight greets him and says that it must be cool to be a celebrity. He replies that it must be better than getting into arguments with everyone just to stand up for himself. They sit at the table. The protagonist asks how many fans she has, stating that when they come, he should be kind to them. A slight notes that only if they come with good intentions. The protagonist hears an objection that there is so much fuss because of the edited video. In the other corner, the boys are chatting. One of them asks if there is any point in going through 4 rooms in such a short time. Another points out that it is also from the lower dimensions. The bully stands next to his friend and says that judging by the size of the spider, it is a montage. The other wonders why they are letting it spread so easily. The protagonist looks at them, hearing that tomorrow all the lies will be exposed. He remembers that tomorrow he will fight the big guy Ereto. He takes a spoon and thinks about the story. Yuan seriously states that those who doubt the video, or still dislike him, they are looking forward to tomorrow when he will be beaten. Rachel excitedly tells him to fight. A slight wonders if such a thing is even possible. Dakoin wipes his mouth and wants to say something. She turns around with a smirk, asking if he can live up to these expectations and maintain them as best as he can. The protagonist laughs and notes that she is right, thinking that tomorrow at least will be a better event. The action takes place in a beautiful building. Ereto is standing in front of Yuan. Referee Farrell states that the duel will be broadcast live on the official school channel. Clarifying if they agree, the fighters say yes. The big guy pokes at the screen, while the teacher asks them to sign the documents. The protagonist looks at the window and does not understand what kind of precautions before the duel are. On a red background it is written that if one of the participants is unable to continue or gives up, the battle will be considered over. Hitting vital points is prohibited, but injuries are inflicted at your own risk. Yuan realizes that they are talking about them fighting until they become cripples. The big guy looks at his opponent and calls him a negotiator. He stands in front of him. The protagonist asks if he really subscribed to their channel. In response, he asks if he is afraid. Ereto looms over the boy and warns him that if he's scared, he can give up. He adds with an ominous look that only if he crawls between his legs and barks like a dog, only then will he accept defeat. A scared Yuan asks again, not believing what was said. The heroes were standing in the middle of the arena. Looking away angrily, the boy said, a lower dimensional creature that had caused trouble recently, when the girl added that Ereto would tear him to pieces. Ortima looked down silently. The blonde turned her head and looked back. The boy looked at the screen when she crossed her arms over her chest and asked how they were reacting, to which he replied, well. Noticing the comments, he added that the number of viewers exceeded 10,000, but most of them were throwing curses at Ban, to which Rachel replied, yeah, everyone was just aiming for Ban, how unfair, and the blonde said that she guessed that was to be expected. Looking down, the girl said that the people who liked them from their best videos could be counted on one hand at best, so. The viewers watched the video as she said that at the moment. With so many people watching, There was no other option but to prove their competence. The protagonist stood in front of the heroine as she added, regardless of whether he was talented enough to reach the top or not. The blue-haired one chuckled and thought about crawling between her legs and barking like a dog. Ha! He can't believe his ears. He never thought he would hear something that sounded like a show-off from a third-rate novel. Ereto looked ahead questioningly when someone shouted, "Hey!" The protagonist put his hand out, smiled widely and asked, did he practice the lines in advance? What he just said sounded good, he should praise him. The opponent, looking at the guy, smiled and replied that he wondered how much longer he could pretend to be so calm. The young man turned away, spread his arms out to the sides and answered whether he was pretending to be calm or not. Suddenly, he fell silent and took out a magic sword. Swinging it, he called his opponent over and told him to come and find out. Ereto angrily clenched his teeth. Then he made a dash and shouted for the professor to quickly announce so that he could tear this guy to pieces, announce the start. The hero raised his hand and shouted, "Well then, Ereto from the 1st grade versus Yuan from the 11th grade. The opponent swung at the guy when someone shouted to start sparring. The giant began to walk forward. Suddenly, his fist was near the protagonist, and he shouted for him to die. The young man looked at his opponent's hand, which was above his head, in fear and thought, wow, Ereto, him. Taking a step back, the young man continued his thought. He ran so confidently. The protagonist made a dash, turning back. The blue-haired man held the sword tightly in his hand. Running away from the giant, he thought, but what will he do with his speed? The yellow-eyed man's face deformed and he made a strange sound. The student began to fall as the boy landed on the floor. The protagonist frowned, looked away and thought, fighting face to face with this boulder, it would be most effective to use the method he recently learned. The heroes were standing in the sparring room of the 11th grade. It was the night after the date with Rachel. The two were sitting on the floor when someone spoke, but before using this technique, there was quite a lot of trial and error. The thing is that it is good for an inexperienced user. When the boy thought why he still had to sit. The blonde, pointing her finger at the fighters, said, when you meet a new opponent, he must be able to use his attack against him, then he can say that he has completely mastered the theory. She extended her hand forward and added, so he needs to train all the time to use this method in any situation. With this club she will attack him at different speeds, alternating attacks and their strength each time. The protagonist took the club in his hands, laughed when the girl said if he could resist it at least once. The young man turned his head when someone noted that this dumb block would not even be able to touch him, and he replied, yes, it almost did not touch him. Ereto looked at the guy, frowned and asked what just happened. Suddenly, the giant received a blow to the face. Then he fell to his knees, and the student, looking at this, said that the effect is excellent. Throwing the magic sword on his shoulder, the protagonist said that before the blow he imbued the sword with wave energy. It seems that his rock-hard body transmits wave energy well. The hero held his head with his hands and screamed, how dare he damage his body, after which the young man apologized and answered, but... He then walked up to the opponent, crouched down and asked if he could stop digging and attacking already. The guy's eyes were burning when he added, if he did not want to get more, and suggested ending it there. Ereto frowned angrily. Suddenly, he made a blow, from which the protagonist flew to the side and screamed, oh no. Looking at the protagonist, the giant screamed, how is he, a mongrel from the lower dimension? After which he hurriedly dashed and added, how dare he look down on him? The blue-haired man looked at the opponent in surprise when he screamed loudly. The giant raised his hand up and screamed that he would definitely kill him. The boy dodged the opponent's strike. Frowning, Yuan looked ahead and thought what a fool, at least after being hit once, he shouldn't have tried something else. Ereto opened his mouth wide and started yelling loudly. He then tried to strike again. While covering himself from the attack, the student thought if he would attack equally without taking any countermeasures. Suddenly, a magic trace appeared. The blue-haired man raised his sword up. Looking up askance, he thought that he had no choice but to counter in the same way. The giant opened his mouth wide and yelled. The boy watched the scene through the screen and asked what it was. He then smiled sweetly and added, what a meaningless match. The commentators were shocked when someone looked at their messages and laughed and said, well. The blonde waved his hand and added, they must have found it hard to believe even after seeing it with their own eyes. And the girl agreed, that's right. The first-grade student was kneeling when the hero said that compared to the time when Yuan first entered. Turning his attention to the protagonist, the young man added that he had become many times stronger. The viewer jumped up, grabbed his head and asked if this was real, why Ereto was knocked down right after the fight began, to which the second one answered, and even someone from the lower dimension. The giant bowed to the ground when someone asked if it was possible that the abilities shown in the video on that channel were true. The teacher gritted his teeth, looking ahead, and thought what the hell was going on here, just a week ago. Everything around the young man was burning. When the man continued his thought, it did not even come close to feeling that he was so strong, what had happened in these few days. Suddenly, a screen popped up in front of the hero's face, when he thought, a message from a professor's meeting. The protagonist looked at the exhausted opponent and thought, and what to do. The giant writhed in pain as the youth added, attacking someone who couldn't even move due to injuries would look pathetic. The yellow-eyed man sighed, put his sword on his shoulder and thought, let him get up to fight again, or else. When suddenly the man raised his hand and shouted, that's enough. The opponents looked at the teacher as he shouted that by the decision of the observers of this match, the duel was declared over. Ereto gritted his teeth angrily as the hero added that he was deemed unable to continue the fight and asked what he just said. The protagonist looked away angrily as the teacher replied that in order to protect both participants, the duel would end now, to which the youth asked, protection, and wondered what they were talking about. He then thought that they wouldn't do anything if they beat him up and called for the assistant professor, to which he replied that no objections were accepted, the duel was over. The blue-haired man became very angry as the man told him to leave the circle. The protagonist turned around, starting to walk away, and replied that he understood. The boy held the sword in his hands, looking up and thinking, the duel was over without giving a chance to decide the winner, what was going on. The two heroes looked down sadly as Yuan continued his thought. Even though the situation was unpleasant, he didn't look like a loser, so he could accept it. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened as someone shouted for Ereto to wait. The young man turned around and saw the giant starting to get up, and the teacher shouting at him to stay put. He was deemed incapable of continuing the fight. The duel was over, when he asked who said that. The hero glared at the teacher and asked, did he expect him to kneel before the scum of the lower dimension, and it would all end in his shame. The protagonist frowned as the opponent added, that bastard, that cur. The giant took off. He moved towards the boy shouting that he would definitely kill him, and the teacher shouted after him to stop. Farrell opened his mouth wide and shouted at Yuan to dodge. The young man held the magic sword in front of him and thought, dodge, why? Looking at the screaming opponent, he thought, this guy is trying to kill him. Magic power was hovering around the hero, when he thought, Ereto must have heard the order to stop, right? After which the sword shone brightly and the boy added, if the opponent is from the lower dimension, then he considered that he cannot follow the rules. The giant swung with a scream, when the protagonist thought that the teachers who encouraged sparring and then stopped it on a whim, just out of pride, the same applies to those who are dissatisfied with the results. The young man raised the sword up and swung. He looked forward seriously and thought that the methods of this academy were starting to seriously irritate him. The protagonist jumped over the opponent and ended up behind him, after which he silently stopped. Ereto opened his eyes wide and shouted to the whole hall, The audience was shocked by what they saw. The blue-haired man turned around, looked at his opponent who was lying on the floor, when someone shouted at him to calm down, everything is fine, his arm can be restored. The yellow-eyed man looked at the screen in surprise and thought about what it was. A question appeared in front of his face, whether he wanted to take the powers from Ereto's arm, when he thought about how this was possible. The teacher pressed a button on the screen and shouted that he would immediately send him to the infirmary, and told him not to move. Blood was flowing from the giant's mouth. Farrell stood next to the guy, and the protagonist silently looked at them. Looking at the young man, the teacher asked him what this meant. He told him to dodge, right? Letting go of the sword, the young man replied that he apologized, but since what happened so suddenly, it was difficult for him to react properly. The assistant professor shouted loudly, asking if this was called an apology, when suddenly a voice came from the screen, telling Farrell to stop screaming. The protagonist looked at the screen and asked to look into the situation further, to which the teacher replied, yes, I understand. The protagonist listened carefully as the voice of the vice principal of the academy came from the screen, congratulating Yuan, and saying that they had seen everything that had happened. The blue-haired man nodded his head as the man added that he would be asking questions from now on, so he should think carefully and answer honestly, to which he replied yes. The screen hung in midair as the vice principal added that this was Ereto's reckless attack. He wouldn't say that he couldn't dodge it, right? The teacher stood next to the screen as the protagonist said that with his abilities, he could easily dodge it. The difference in strength between the two of them was so significant that they, the professors, decided to end the duel. The young man opened his mouth and asked Yuan to give them an answer that could clarify the situation. Looking at the screen, he added why he didn't dodge the attack. The protagonist looked forward seriously. The boy stood up straight and thought that although he had gained the ability to use the language skill, he had never thought deeply about what it meant. Staring straight ahead, he thought that the question coming from the screen could be felt with a terrible pressure even from here. The screen hung in midair. The protagonist thought about who the hell this person was. He gritted his teeth and said that as he guessed, he did not dodge Ereto's attack and instead counterattacked. Raising his head, he continued that he did so because he believed that a student who ignored the authority of the professors and acted as he pleased deserved to suffer the consequences. The head on the screen asked again, the authority of the professors. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that, besides, in an official sparring match where the rules must be strictly followed, he wanted to make sure that no more students would disregard the rules and try to attack from the side. Yuan raised his hand when he heard the question from the screen, why, and answered that although many students and people from other dimensions were watching this sparring, he still thought that his actions were justified. People were sitting in front of the screens. The protagonist's voice came from there, saying that Ereto ignored the announcement of the end of the duel and tried to kill him. If he had reacted passively in this situation, he thought that it could spread the idea that the rules can be ignored when dealing with a student from a lower dimension. The people looked up at the screen and listened attentively to his speech. The girl stared at the screen attentively, and the guy continued that he didn't have much time to make a decision. The blue-haired man looked up and said that he acted in accordance with the principles of the academy. Xenon smirked and thought that he was answering resourcefully. Knowing that many people were listening, he spread the problem between the two people to the entire academy. This situation cannot be denied. Ereto gritted his teeth and asked if he expected him to kneel before the scum of the nether dimension. That bastard, that cur, the boy stared back. The man smirked and said that Yuan's words. The blue-haired man clenched his fists and listened that students who disregarded the rules of sparring deserved to be punished accordingly. The vice principal folded his arms and said that no matter what, punishing students for their mistakes was his job in the academies, not something a student like Yuan could handle, right? The boy frowned and listened carefully. Farrell chuckled and thought that no matter how much nonsense the protagonist spewed, his opponent was the vice principal himself. He was finished. The young man lowered his head and said that he was absolutely right, and if he had encroached on the authority of the professors with his actions, then he apologized. In any case, he was ready to accept the punishment for what he had done. The man smiled and said, "Punishment?" Beams appeared around the screen, and the vice principal said that everything was fine, and in fact, he did not want to discuss the punishment. Yuan and Farrell simultaneously opened their mouths and shouted that, and the man calmly continued that he was simply curious about what he was thinking when he acted like that. Xenon, scratching his chin, thought that he had already realized that the protagonist had enough determination and eloquence to gain the favor of the constellation, and out loud said that ultimately the fault lies with Ereto, who ignored the end of the match and attacked, so he recognizes Yuan's self-defense as justified. The two enthusiastically jumped on the spot after hearing these words. The teacher opened his mouth and tried to object that what this guy did, but the vice principal interrupted him, saying that it was enough. He also had to stop such disgraceful behavior. The voice from the screen said, "Let's start with the fact that if he had properly stopped the raging Ereto, none of this would have happened, and he would also be held responsible." Farrell opened his mouth at the words he heard. The two listened attentively to the vice principal's speech that, again, screwing Ereto's arm would not be a difficult task and suggested ending it there. The students began to be indignant and say that this was some kind of nonsense when Xenon told everyone who was watching the match to return to their seats and focus on the next classes. The girl folded her arms over her chest and said that it was over without a continuation. Yuan opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that he did well and could go. After which he bowed, and the teacher slapped himself in the face. The protagonist turned around and began to leave. He stopped abruptly when he heard that they would see each other again. He turned his head in bewilderment, and thought to himself, what does it mean to see each other again? The protagonist walked up the stairs to his classmates. They were happy to see him, and he thanked them for their support. A slight smiled and asked if fighting the elites in his head helped. The blue-haired man said that the swordsmanship he showed at the end was simply amazing. The girl said that he was glad that he was not hurt. Dakoin came up to them and said that she enjoyed watching this. He became stronger again. She folded her arms over her chest and asked how the new power felt. He thought it was useful. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and replied that it was because she secretly trained him so diligently. The girl objected that it was not that. She opened her mouth and said, "That person's hand, he absorbed it, didn't he?" The guy froze. His eyes widened and he answered in the affirmative. Yuan froze in place, looking at the notification that appeared. There was a question asking if he wanted to take life, flesh, giant, volcano, monster power from Ereto's arm. The boy stared at it and thought he would just take a little bit just in case. He walked up to the arm and thought it was incredible. A notification came that life 22.9, flesh 27.9, giant 14, volcano 14, and monster power 14 had been extracted. The second one said that giant and volcano were concepts that humans couldn't possess. The protagonist looked down and thought it really worked. He looked at the guys and said that up until now he couldn't control the concepts of living beings at will, but it seemed like he could now take specific body parts by chopping them off. The boy looked down at the floor and said that somehow he had absorbed the power of Ereto's right arm. Dakoin looked at him intently and asked if it was good that he looked so gloomy. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that at first he was happy that he became stronger, but when he came to his senses, he realized that he cut off the hand of a person, not a monster. Remembering the joy of gaining strength from this, he felt abnormal and uncomfortable. The girl opened her mouth and called his name. The blonde opened her mouth and asked him in bewilderment what he was saying and ordered him to raise his head. The boy immediately raised it. She frowned and said that he was the one who tried to kill him and the price for this was just a hand. Yuan won, and Ereto lost, that's all. The guy looked at her in surprise. He smiled when the girl continued that no matter who they are, he should not consider the circumstances of those who attempt on his life. He should understand this. The boy agreed with her words. He looked around and laughed, and asked you for forgiveness. Because he began to immerse himself. In any case, worrying about something like this is ridiculous. The students continued to sit in their seats. The blonde said that she could just walk around and cut off the hands of those in the so-called special class. The protagonist said that it was precisely such thoughts that scared him. A slight asked him not to worry, because in comparison to her, he was full of humanity. Doc Goyen furiously asked him again what he said. A notification appeared in front of the blue-haired one. He shouted, "Yes, what else?" The three turned to him. The protagonist pointed at the screen and said, "Oh no, a mandatory additional course with no right to refuse. Professor Xenon's Babylon Constellations is only for senior students, 4th and above." The vice principal stood behind the counter and said that they would learn how to effectively attract the support of the constellations, how to competently negotiate with the constellation. He smiled and continued, useful knowledge and preparations to avoid the wrath of the constellations, how to make a transition from one constellation to another and so on. They sincerely welcomed the 11th grade into their ranks. The four walked down the corridor. The student turned around and told her friend to look over there, because those were the people from the lower dimension coming. Pointing to the main character who was smiling, she said that this merchant talks too much and puts his nose in the air. It looks so annoying. The four students continued walking up the stairs, and behind them, they continued to discuss that for a guy from the lower dimension, he looks decent. When they watched his duel, he looked pretty smart. But what are they doing here? This is a floor for 4th-year students. This floor only has an auditorium for Professor Xenon's lectures. The boy turned his head and asked the boys if he had ever told them that in their world there was a rumor that the more you were cursed, the longer you lived. The blonde folded her arms and said that then he should become immortal. The blonde frowned and said that they were cowardly muttering behind his back and thought that he couldn't hear anything. Rachel tugged Yoan's sleeve and asked if he was okay. She gritted her teeth and said that after what happened yesterday, she was worried that more people would start to dislike him. The girl looked at the floor and continued that people said whatever they wanted without even knowing who he really was. The blue-haired boy smiled in response, and said that it was okay and it was a little frustrating, but it was better than being underestimated. He patted the girl on the head and told her not to worry too much. The boy smiled and thanked her for her concern. Both of them froze abruptly when they were called from behind. Doc Goyen folded her arms and said that the two of them had gone out together over the weekend and were now on the same wavelength, and asked Rachel if she liked the clothes Yuan had thrown at her. The girl folded her arms and listened as if she was going to court her, she should do it somewhere else. Unable to bear it, she opened her mouth and suggested that she was just jealous. The others looked at her in surprise. The pink-haired girl hid behind the protagonist when the blonde asked if she had gotten enough during the duel. The guy tried to calm her down, saying that the first lecture was about to start, and they shouldn't fight among themselves. They continued walking down the hallway, and the girl said as if she wasn't going to continue avoiding her anyway. The protagonist was indignant that she was going there too. Stopping at the door, he pointed at it, and said that this was the lecture hall for the Babylon Constellation lectures, and he hoped that they were not too late. A slight opened his mouth and said that he was sure that there was a lesson last week too, so if newbies from the lower dimension like them suddenly showed up, what would the upperclassmen think? The youth smiled and asked why he was worried about that. The student put his hand on the doorknob and said that they would think that talented underclassmen had joined them. The boys opened the door to the lecture hall. They froze right at the door. Everyone in the audience turned and looked at them with disdain. The blonde looked around the entire audience and thought that everyone was as expected. Maybe it was because they were upperclassmen. Even she couldn't ignore their abilities. Rachel hid behind someone else's back. Yoan froze in confusion. The vice principal leaned his hands on the table and welcomed the 11th grade to his lecture. There were many screens hovering in the air above him, and he said, smiling, that it was a pleasure to meet you. His name was Xenon and he was the professor supervising them. The blue-haired man frowned and read the notice that he had partially managed to understand and comprehend the concept that the transcendental being adhered to. His understanding of the Book of All Poisons had reached 137. The professor invited them to take any free seat and get comfortable. The guy thought that it was the same voice that was at the duel. The man, looking at the audience, said that it was written in the syllabus that he gave them, but the purpose of this lecture was simply to understand the origin of the tower and the constellations. He raised his hands and continued that since they had juniors joining them today they would talk about the tower. Xenon closed his eyes and said that at first glance, it looked like a huge structure that had neither beginning nor end, but in reality, the tower was indistinguishable from a living organism. The protagonist put his head in his hands and repeated the professor's last words to himself. The man raised his finger and said that by climbing the tower, they overcome challenges and find hidden treasures and secrets in it. It looks like they get rewards because they clean the rooms. But this is not entirely true. The vice-rector laughed and said that it is not they who find the rewards. The tower has prepared them for them to reach, to choose the most outstanding conquerors among them, with the best items, exceptional treasures. Thanks to an incredible miracle, the tower itself seeks those who strive to know and understand themselves. The guy climbed to the top of the tower, the others stretched out their hands to him. The young man listened attentively, that it is best to reveal secrets to someone who is able to understand them. This is the basic condition of any intelligent being predisposed to a higher level of thinking. He thought that all this is some kind of nonsense. Just because of one violator the whole system was turned upside down, alive and thinking. He carefully looked around the auditorium and the students in it. Then the boy chuckled and thought, the one who chooses the conquerors herself, isn't that too incredible? The boy continued to think, and then it occurred to him that the moment when the rector's mass mailing was sent out was shortly after the intruder who entered the tower. He remembered how everyone simultaneously rushed to check the incoming message. He remembered the recent events and thought that this was why they assumed that the spider swarm phenomenon in the fourth room was caused by an intruder. But if you think about it, the difficulty was felt from the first room as well. The thing that instantly killed Lewis was definitely an elite. If the tower only started acting strange after they got to that room, then the difficulty of the first, second and third rooms is inexplicable. The protagonist turned his head. The swords were spinning towards the wall. The boy froze in confusion, not understanding what the hell was going on. He frowned and remembered the vice principal's words that the tower was in fact indistinguishable from a living organism and thought that it might be a wild guess. But if he changed the conditions, imagine that the difficulty of the tower changed not because of the intruder, but because they began to climb. But was it possible? He imagined the other students approaching the tower and system error notifications hovering everywhere. And then he and the guys approach the tower, and the tower goes into hell mode. The blue-haired man rubbed the bridge of his nose and thought that this difficulty with salvation was caused by the fact that the tower thought for itself and deliberately placed them there. Or maybe it was because he, the descendant of the tower's owner, began to climb. It all sounded so egocentric. Did it even make sense? The guy grabbed his head from the large flow of thoughts. The blonde turned his head to him and asked what happened. Xenon looked at them with a grin. And then he smiled evilly. Yuan puts his hand to his face and thinks about how the tower thinks for itself, and chooses the climbers just like Vice Principal Xenon said. He turns around, realizing that there will never be a better moment, and after all, his class has faced difficulties and situations that are incomparable to others. The heroes with swords are standing in front of the chests of gold. He realizes that, as said, high risk is justified by high reward, and the rewards that the tower has prepared must be on a completely different level. He watches this. In his mind he wonders that he still can't master the concept, and what happened to this audience. Someone asks Yuan if he has mastered it. The vice principal steps on stage and states that there is a barrier around, and some students do not notice it even after years. Xenon says into the microphone with a smile that finding the sphere on the first day shows that the protagonist and Rachel have very good intuition. The boy sits in the stands and thinks about the sphere. Xenon explains that as expected, even as first years, the 11th grade students fully meet the requirements to pass the lecture. He raises his hand and wants to do something. 2 purple spheres are visible on the ceiling. Xenon addresses the protagonist with a question. He smiles, pointing at it, and asks what he sees in it. Yuan looks at it, and sees many windows with the inscription immeasurable. The protagonist says with a smile that he sees nothing. Xenon asks him to concentrate better and try again. The boy looks at it, and says that there is still nothing. He demands to concentrate again because he should see something. Yuan uses the ability, but the windows say immeasurable. The sphere glows purple. The vice principal asks to reveal its secrets. The inscriptions still say the same thing. A bright flash occurs in it. The protagonist opens his eyes in surprise. He sees the signs in the center of the sphere and reads them: barrier, gap, protection. He looks closely and states that other than that, it still looks like he can't get it. Xenon sadly asks him to rest and close his eyes. The boy exhales. He thinks with a smirk about the student unlocking the 3 main abilities of the sphere, calling it truly extraordinary. The protagonist sits at his desk and rubs his eyes. The vice principal understands why the principal is looking at him so closely. Xenon touches the sphere and asks if Yuan understood what it is. He replies with a serious expression that he doesn't get it at all. The other notes his honesty, thinking that it would have been better if he had thought about it a little more. Xenon explains to the audience that he wants to emphasize to everyone, both in class and in everyday life, the importance of their thinking and developing their imagination, because expanding their thinking is directly related to increasing strength. The vice principal, squinting, states that if they want to use skills in a more advanced way, they must develop the power of thought, their driving force, and they must develop the ability to think, and even if the answer is not immediately apparent, they must not stop thinking about it. The protagonist looks surprised and ponders what this has to do with the sphere. Then he turns to him, asking if someone with high cognitive abilities would they be able to control the sphere. The vice principal notes that this is true. He almost touches the purple sphere, saying that one day, if the boy understands the structure of all things, analyzes them and develops the ability to think big. Xenon smirks and says that this sphere will turn him into a pseudo-god. The students listen to the vice-rector's speech with caution. The protagonist looks at him sadly, hearing that it will be quite difficult to understand now. Xenon raises his hand and explains that understanding will come during the lecture, because this is the main material, and it is also closely related to the main lecture, modeling the War of the Constellations. The vice-rector tells the students that that's all for today, and as an assignment, they need to try to imagine a possible application of this. The protagonist holds his head and hears that they will see each other in a week. He understands that this is very difficult. He looks at Xenon leaving and ponders who a pseudo-god is. A slight gets up from his desk and suggests that his friend just go back. He thinks about the principle of such a transformation into a god, realizing that it's all because they are first-year students, and they are from the seniors and this course of lectures is too difficult. Yuan walks behind his friend and asks if someone could explain the lecture again. The protagonist points his finger at the character in fear. The blonde guy says that he thought Yuan would explain it to them. Ortoma stands nearby calmly and says not to make noise, because he is asking questions here. The guy shouts what he is doing here. He stands opposite and asks where she is. They do not understand what he means. Someone approaches the guys and wonders why they are standing there hugging. Goyen approaches his friends and smirks, and says that she thought something serious happened. The protagonist watches what is happening in shock. Ortoma looks at the girl and asks her name again. She replies that it is. He seriously states that he has business with her. Goyen calmly asks if he really wants to have a duel, because if he wants to die, she will not stop him. Ortoma remains silent while the girl speaks, looking like it would be difficult to duel within the academy. He kneels down and says that this is not a desire to fight. He holds out a gorgeous bouquet of roses and addresses her by name. Ortoma stands in front of her and declares that he wants to ask her out on a date. The friends look on in shock. Goyen stands there in complete shock. The boys walk down the road and do not understand what is happening. They remember the fight. The protagonist wonders what kind of person you have to be to fall in love with a woman who beats you half to death. A slight holds out his hand and declares that he just answered his own question. He loudly shouts that he did not. Rachel notices that he is strangely irritable. Goyen looks at the guy and wonders how a person cannot understand the heart of another, because he is really interested in what his plan is and wanted to ask him. A shocked Yuan and the guys ask her what she means. She asks if he really doesn't know. The white-haired girl looks at him and explains that it's obvious Ortoma had some ulterior motive, and there was no trace of affection in his gaze. The protagonist replies that it doesn't seem true at all. Goyen is embarrassed when his friend states that she is indeed beautiful. She irritably states that he can say that so casually. A slight remarks that it's actually his thing and he shouldn't fall for it. Goyen states that he already knows this and doesn't need advice. Rachel is wondering if there really was some motive or not. The pink-haired girl thinks about the expression, while she says that she has no business with him. Goyen stands in front of Ortoma with flowers and states that she is not interested in him. She seriously suggests that he go ask someone else. The white-haired girl leaves, inviting her friends to follow her. Rachel turns around sadly. She is surprised by something. Ortoma really looks very sad. He is kneeling and looking down. The pop-ups say that he has revealed his presence to many beings, imprinting his existence and understanding of the new language concepts of charm and honor in them. It says that the depth of charm and honor has reached 10. The protagonist looks at this. In the background, a slight is training with Goyen. He thinks about how as soon as he uploaded this week's video to the channel, a new concept was immediately revealed. The guy looks at Rachel. The notifications say that charm is the ability to fascinate and influence others, and honor is a virtue that is expressed in the fact that many beings recognize it. Yuan thinks about how he can say that something happened, but how will this help advance in the tower? He looks at his girlfriend and asks if his face looks different. She doesn't understand what he's talking about. Goyen looks ahead with displeasure. In front of her, Rachel states that the protagonist is quite attractive. He replies that he's not talking about that. Rachel looks ahead in surprise. Goyen stomps her foot and addresses them. She calmly holds a slight and states that when they train, they need to focus on that, and during rest, they need to relax and not fool around. Goyen punches the protagonist in the face while he asks if his face looks different. She yells that he didn't hear what was said, namely, to focus on training. Discussions are heard in the hall. The silver-haired girl yells that if he continues, she will make it so that they will train until the morning. Yuan understands everything and tells Rachel that they will talk about it later. The blonde at this time also asks for some rest. The protagonist fights his girlfriend. He makes a series of quick strikes with his sword. He tries to hit his opponent. The blonde lies next to the white-haired girl and states that Yuan has really become much stronger, wondering if now is the time to stop focusing on the dungeons and move on, while the interlocutor asks him not to be so soft. She stands with her arms crossed and explains that the protagonist has become stronger, but is still far behind them and the beast, since their training together has been bearing fruit since the beginning. Rachel flies to attack, while Goyen says that it is only because one is acting softly towards the other. She looks at the wooden sword and realizes that tomorrow is the day they go to the tower anyway. The girl wonders if the protagonist has figured out what to do with the beast, since at this rate the trip will not be different from last week. She looks at the fighting Yuan and realizes that if they do not find a solution quickly, they will again face what happened last time. The protagonist shines with his eyes, activating the all-seeing eye. He fights Rachel and realizes that by observing her, he has discovered several things. The heart makes her go crazy. An angry girl stands in the frame. He thinks that any emotion becomes fuel and her state changes dramatically depending on which emotion serves as fuel. She screams in rage. The guy realizes that if negative emotions serve as fuel, then she burns hotter and loses control of herself. Rachel stands embarrassed in front of the kettle. Yuan thinks that when calm and positive emotions are used, the riot subsides and everything stabilizes. He holds the handle of the weapon. The girl swings her claws. They strike each other. Rachel gets angry. He understands that in battle, strong emotions naturally intensify, making the state of riot inevitable. She makes a strike with her claws. The protagonist dodges her attack, realizing that if he can change the fuel. He jumps to the side. The boy blocks the blow with his sword. He pushes her away with force, thinking about changing to a positive one. The girl flies back and screams. Dakoin and a Slight are surprised and watch the battle. Yuan is kneeling, holding his sword, while the defeated Rachel lies to the side. She begins to growl in anger. The protagonist watches the battle in surprise and realizes that now is the time. He forms a sign in his hand and realizes that he has not just been having fun for the past week. He remembers the warm moments with his friend, and realizes that by spending time with Rachel, he has collected pieces of her emotions, and when she was happy during fun, when she felt calm. He holds the sign in front of him and thinks that these were not just artificially created emotions, but copies of emotions directly in her essence. He rushes forward. The protagonist flies to attack, confident that this will definitely work. He quickly moves towards her and shouts that she needs to absorb this. The protagonist almost touches his girlfriend's head. There is a flash. The girl strikes with her claws. Yuan is shocked by what is happening. He thinks about breathing in shock. Rachel begins to get very angry and growls. The girl pushes off with her legs. She grabs her opponent, and they fly to the side. Rachel lies on the defeated Yuan. The protagonist grunts in pain and looks at her. The girl gets very angry, looking at him. She puts out her claws and prepares to attack. Dakoin and the blonde run to Yuan's aid. A fast chain flies nearby. An enraged Rachel's hand is entangled in a chain. It pulls her other hand too. There are two portals to the side of the girl. She screams loudly in pain. She growls. The protagonist watches her. He turns to her in surprise. Rachel sits, chained up. The guy asks if she came back faster than she was chained up. She replies that it seemed that way to her. The protagonist sits opposite and thinks that he is glad that the beast calmed down quickly, but entangling her in chains and waiting every time is too dangerous. He looks at her puzzled, thinking that there was some kind of change, but not understanding what exactly. The girl thanks him. The guy looks at her and asks why she thanks him, because they did not completely solve the problem. She replies that thanks to Yuan she can fight with peace of mind. Dakoin looks at the confused protagonist, while Rachel states that this is a big step and she is glad that he is here. The guy gets scared loudly, shouting that they only relax for a second. The gray-haired girl replies that he sees. The blonde says it's good that no one was hurt. Dakoin stands up and says what's more important now. Rachel looks at her in surprise. She asks him to wait. The protagonist doesn't understand what happened. Dakoin looks ahead silently. She waves her hand and says nothing. Yuan asks him to tell her with a smirk. Rachel watches them innocently. The girl suggests calling it a day and resting. The events unfold in a tall building. Someone calls Dakoin by name. The heroes walk down the street. A Slight wonders if it wouldn't be better to use his sword, at least when they enter the tower, and if it were only for his sake, he wouldn't talk about it, but the fates of four are at stake. Dakoin looks ahead and states that they all agreed to create a solid foundation without haste, and this is only their second study in the first semester as newbies, so there is no need to worry. A Slight stands there in fear. The protagonist notes that he didn't even notice anything, but the more the guy uses the holy sword, the more dependent he becomes on it. In the flashback, the blonde is kneeling in front of his rival. Yuan understands that in the concept of a demon, combined with a holy spirit, he is no longer sure that this is actually a holy sword. A Slight looks down in fear and says that he understands everything. The guy understands that it is better to keep the weapon away if it has a negative effect. The blonde looks at his friends and asks if he fails in the tower because of this, he should not be blamed. Dakoin replies that in this case they will just make him suffer even more. Yuan says that he should not forget that millions of subscribers will watch the video. The protagonist opens the access window to the characteristics. A Slight screams that they will still blame him. The girl asks him to shut up. The window says about Yuan: Life 240, Flesh 220, Magic 199, Soul 427, Martial Arts 173, Leadership 7, Writing 19, Resistance 6, Charm 10, Honor 10, All-Seeing Eyes 137, Perfect Pitch 115, Babel Mouth 117, Wave Active 25, and Super Strength 14. The protagonist realizes that this is starting to make sense. He looks at the assistants with a smile and thinks that he will prepare Eve and Taichi, saying that he will count on both of them. The girl approaches the guy and addresses him by name. Rachel stands in front of him and states that she will do her best and will listen to what he says. She stands next to the unperturbed Dakoin with a smile and states that she believes him after saying that he is strong in real combat. On the streets of the city, the friends are discussing something among themselves. Goyen states that he hopes that he will hold out at least until Saturday evening. The protagonist notes that she seems to enjoy punishing others. A slight wonders if they really don't need the holy sword after this. The silver-haired girl asks Yuan to come over for a second. The protagonist goes to her and asks what happened. She wants to clarify a few things before leaving. The girl looks at him calmly and states that today will be the first evaluation, and to be honest, she is disappointed with the other guys, asking if he forgot the promise that if everything goes badly, he will have to answer for it. The guy says with a smile that they are both starting to change, and there is no need to wait for the result, because everything will be as he said earlier. She replies that she hopes for it. Goyen talks to him, while Rachel overhears that there is something she did not say about the beast. She wants to snap her fingers. The guy looks at her in surprise. She snaps? Rachel covers her ears in horror. Goyen wonders if she's trying to eavesdrop. The girl cries off to the side. The heroine says that the beast is becoming bolder in front of him. Yuan realizes that it looks like Rachel can hear the sound. The protagonist looks at her questioningly when she asks if he knows the meaning of the word submissive. He replies that it means dominating someone. She replies that it doesn't. Goyen looks at him and explains that from the perspective of the one being dominated, it may seem uncomfortable, but some people find stability in strong leadership. Rachel covers her ears and cries, while Goyen explains that in this sense, the beast seems to really like someone who can completely dominate and control. The protagonist stands in front of her and asks what she means by that. The interlocutor is confused as to why he doesn't understand it. She gets close to his face and states that when the beast becomes uncontrollable, awkward conversations are useless. He rolls his eyes and says in fear that he does not understand what she means. Goyen turns around and leaves, saying that he should just remember it if he does not understand. He says that he will keep it in mind. A blonde man nearby asks if they are coming. He touches the doors. The protagonist turns to his friends and asks if everyone is ready. A slight confidently holds his weapon. Goyen and Rachel look at him. Yuan smiles and addresses the first years of the special selection, the 11th grade, and talks about the second sortie. She opens the gate and announces the beginning. He stands on the floor. The heroes turn around, standing near the entrance. Yuan looks at the glow in the sky and the various plates on the ground. Goyen seriously says that she is confused, because she thought they would start from the first room. The boys are standing in the middle of a huge labyrinth, and realize that it is not. A slight stands next to the protagonist and realizes that it is a labyrinth. He replies that judging by the number on the pendant, it is the 5th floor. The guy looks forward, while the blonde calls it a relief that they are starting from the 5th. Goyen notes that it looks like he has relaxed. He shouts that this is not so. The protagonist looks at Rachel, who declares this side. She looks forward and says that she senses a monster. The guy wonders if she found a monster instead of a road. He watches her in surprise. In front of them is something that is creating interference in the space. A slight exclaims that this is the hidden passage they encountered on the first floor. Yuan says that it is something else, feeling an unpleasant cracking and distortion, as if it is about to break. Rachel runs to attack, baring her claws. She deals hard blows to the distorted space. The protagonist looks at the pop-up window in surprise. It says the characteristics of the glitch: Essence 0.1, Demon Spirit 0.2, Light 0.1, Noise 0.1, Malfunction 0.05, Inversion 0.01 absorbed. Yuan realizes that this is a glitch phenomenon where the signal is disrupted and the image and sound become distorted, and the inversion of the shape gives the moment of the monster's appearance a sense of fear. He stands and sees the essence, realizing that its type is completely different from any monster that they have encountered, and there are many unfamiliar concepts here. Wondering how malfunction and inversion apply to each other, noticing that inversion looks like something very useful that can be tried to assemble. The protagonist stands in front of the glitch. His friends exclaim the guy's name. Goyen shoots an energy beam at the enemy. She looks at him and asks him not to get distracted, because cleaning these things while getting out of the labyrinth will be quite problematic. He apologizes. She runs forward, exclaiming that the path is difficult and they need to be vigilant so they don't get separated. A slight shouts that those things keep popping up. Yuan looks at the window in surprise while Goyen explains that it doesn't look like a monster that can appear on the 5th floor. It says that the 0.01 inversion has been absorbed. He realizes that even if it's just a little bit, he's slowly building it up, wondering if he needs 100 of them to use the ability, and whether it's worth trying at all. Rachel runs to attack. The guy turns around at her shouts. She prepares to fight. He asks her to wait. He puts out his hand and states that she doesn't need to fight alone so much, since she might go berserk soon. Rachel looks at him in confusion. While he orders her to stand next to him, she agrees. Goyen attacks the enemies and demands that they stop flirting. Since they need to move on, the guy yells that it's not like that. Rachel takes cover behind Yuan, who realizes that she won't try to absorb the concepts emerging from the walls of the labyrinth. Her friend tells her that several will appear nearby. The protagonist, with his hand outstretched against the monsters, realizes that he needs to focus to absorb many more of them. The boys run through the corridors. A slight is indignant. Will the labyrinth ever end? Goyen notices this is really strange, saying that she remembers the route they ran. The protagonist stands with his back to her and states that despite the different shape of the passage, it was as if they were here. She responds that he is right. The girl clenches her fist and says that this is not just a labyrinth, because it changes in real time. She holds a fighting stance and states that the only option is to destroy the labyrinth completely. The protagonist is shocked to realize that now he thought about it. He looks at the heroine and realizes that he was focused on collecting inversion and overlooked something. At this time she notes that if they destroy everything, something will appear. The protagonist interrupts her, telling her to wait a few seconds. He touches the wall and states that it makes sense that the constantly changing path doesn't make sense, and that there must be something. He pushes them with a smile, saying that there is a trick hidden in the walls. With one hand, Yoon pushes the part, and says that it is possible here. The pop-up windows state that the 0.5 illusion has been absorbed and that it is a concept that cannot be possessed by a human. The guy happily raises his hand and shouts that he knew it. A path opens in front of them and the protagonist says that his guess was correct. Rachel stands next to her and asks how he did it. A slight remarks that even in this situation, he is making his way through the labyrinth. The protagonist realizes that he noticed it a little earlier, but was too focused on collecting concepts to notice it. The guy smiles and states that he doesn't like wasting time either, and that he just spent a couple of hours observing the surroundings, and found a part that seemed wrong to him. He stands in front, and says that they need to go. Rachel agrees with him. Goyen thinks that he found a magical vulnerability that even she did not notice. The protagonist looks forward with a confident smile. The girl realizes that as expected, he is not just a genius. The blade cuts through the glitch. The protagonist cuts a path. His friends stand behind him. A slight declares that again an elite immediately on the second sortie and their group is really different from the others. Rachel notes that this is indeed the case. The pop-ups say, Life 5, Demon Spirit 7, Light 5, Noise 5, Malfunction 2, Inversion 1, Resistance 0.5 absorbed. The protagonist turns around. The pink-haired friend asks what happened. He looks at her and says that he is not injured and everything is fine, while not believing what he sees. Yoon is excited to see that the magic power is 199,999 points and realizes that it has not increased at all. He recalls the moments of the fight with the glitches and realizes that although he has absorbed enough concepts, and even a little more in the last 3 hours, until this moment his magic power did not exceed 200, and with life or body there was nothing like this. Goyen looks at the guy and asks what's wrong with him. He does not understand what is happening. Voices are heard among the labyrinth. The protagonist screams in fear. The white-haired girl asks about the problem. A slight questioningly clarifies if he has it. Yoon stands in front of Goyen and states that even considering that he defeated an elite monster, his magic power does not grow. She laughs. He does not understand why she is happy. He is shocked to hear that he ran into a wall. The picture schematically depicts a plant in a pot. The girl explains that he absorbed energy, as if sucking it out of everything around him, but he continued to water the plant, not giving it time to increase and quickly reached his limit. The guy stands in front of her and asks what he should do in this case. She replies that at the moment, trying to surpass his limit, but hunting monsters like this is not the best choice. She looks away and states that a more effective and efficient method would be. The girl looks at the frightened Rachel. Goyen turns away with displeasure and says that some people must like this, not hanging around the campus on weekends, but breathing fresh air, eating delicious food and going shopping. The protagonist with a smile states that if she helps him, he will gladly learn and even consider the possibility of going to eat or shopping. She agrees. With the labyrinth in the background, Goyen says that it will take some time. Rachel replies that if it helps the protagonist, she does not mind. A slight notes that they destroyed an elite enemy, but there is no movement, so there is no choice. Yoon thanks everyone. They are standing in the middle of the labyrinth. She explains that the best method for him now is to learn the basics of the art of divine manifestation. He asks again. She looks at him and explains that despite its grandiose name, it is just a basic martial art, so it will not be too difficult. The protagonist recalls the training and thinks that until now he learned the basic principles from Goyen, but he has never practiced martial arts before. Then he clarifies if he will be taught it this time. The girl stands silently. He asks if he should not at least hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony or something. She turns away and states that this is just basic internal training that children learn and so it is better to forget about it and prepare. Yoon takes off his jacket and is surprised. The heroine walks forward with her hand raised and realizes that the person from another world is talking about a formal ceremony, and she acted as if it means nothing, and the art of divine manifestation is not something that can be learned just because someone respects a teacher. She remembers someone, thinking that this is a secret technique strictly passed down through generations and if her father knew about it, he would be shocked. She turns around and realizes that they just met and he is from another world. The protagonist stands there shirtless and awkwardly asks if he really had to take his clothes off, The girl realizes that she is passing on a secret art meant only for the descendants of his family to this ignorant and reckless man. She looks at the embarrassed guy and thinks that she will never admit this until he becomes her husband. A slight watches through her fingers along with Rachel, stating that he can do it because he is a guy. She calls it a cowardly excuse. Goyen stands in front of the protagonist and tells him to sit down and calm his mind. She holds her hand over him. She realizes that from the first time they met until now, a strange feeling has been growing. Goyen looks on with a straight face and realizes that she wants to raise this man with her own hands. The picture shows the protagonist's battle. The girl realizes that he is different from everyone else and his talent is undeniable. But what amazes her more is his potential. The guy is standing with a sword. Goyen understands that if someone with his talent and abilities were to develop systematically, what would happen then and how fast and far he could go. She watches and thinks that at the same time she does not want his potential to be affected by someone else. The girl touches his athletic back. The question arises, what is it about this man that makes her feel such feelings? The embarrassed protagonist notices that her fingertips are warm. At this time she states that she has already explained the basics earlier, clarifying if he is ready. The protagonist turns around and states that before starting, shouldn't she recite a mantra or something? Goyen holds on to him and starts laughing. She happily says that even if she recites it, he will not understand and explaining it in words will take too long. It is easier to implant it into his body. He hears about the initiation ceremony with a smile. She wonders where he actually got such knowledge of martial arts from. The protagonist looks ahead and thinks that if he said that he learned it from novels, he would just get beaten up. Goyen suggests to start. Surprised, Yuan turns around and asks to wait. A flash occurs, enveloping them. The protagonist in the shirt stands next to Rachel. He has explained that the divine manifestation technique that she is going to teach him completely changes the nature of his chi, mana, and his body. Goyen stands in front of him and explains that there is no need to worry, because when he trains his chi, it will naturally change its nature. He realizes that he thought that this is a basic martial art, so it will be easy to learn, but now he thinks that this is not the case at all. The picture shows a diagram. The girl explains that the mana change by the divine manifestation stimulates the body and it constantly consumes magical power to create pure chi, and since both the body and mana are trained at the same time, their vessel will grow naturally. Yuan notes that he is having a hard time understanding even after the explanation. He raises a finger and asks for one word, in simple language. He writhes in pain and screams that he is hot, thinking about how you simply filtered the magical power and turn it into chi, into a purer one. He is sitting on the ground and realizes that the moment Goyen touched him, it felt like a fireball was penetrating him. Blue spots are visible on his body. He thinks that it is devouring mana on an insane scale and moving inside the body. Against the background of blue smoke, he thinks that it seems to be paving a path that did not exist before. The protagonist looks forward with a serious expression. Goyen is next to him. He wonders if his body will burn from all this energy. The girl asks him to calm down. She touches him and says that burning your way inside the body, constantly moving divine chi, over and over again is the basis. He closes his eyes and hears that when he completes the training, he will discover the further path for himself. He feels a blue flame inside his body. He feels that it is constantly moving inside. The protagonist is sitting in a lotus position. Blue veins are visible that pulsate throughout the body. He sighs and looks out the window, thinking that he is starting to feel much better, and he has realized that using mana directly is not always the best option. The pop-up window says that he has acquired a new martial arts concept, divine manifestation. His understanding level has reached 20. Through training, some negative concepts have been eliminated and a positive surplus has formed. It will accelerate the development of other ideas. He sees that his soul level has reached 440, resistance level is 7. Yuan thinks this is amazing, realizing that just like Goyen said, the concepts in his body have been replaced by divine chi. He sits next to her and thinks about how the more he trains, the more he feels all of his concepts grow. The heroine asks if he is happy. He gives a thumbs up and states that it is divine manifestation and says that it is great, and she needs to think about the gift she wants. Goyen laughs and states that he is looking forward to it, but for now. He gets hit in the face with a towel and hears that he needs to wipe off the sweat if he doesn't want to conquer the tower alone. The guy is standing near his friends. He wipes himself off and feels that he feels strange, and if he concentrates on training a little more. The picture shows a glow. He understands that he will be able to feel the circulation of chi. He looks at the palm shining blue and realizes that the more the amount of filtered divine chi increases, the stronger his body becomes and his senses become sharper. He approached his friends, thinking about how such an effective martial art was transmitted for no reason. The hero apologizes to them. A slight asks if he is going to upload a video of what happened. He asks in response if they want it. Goyen clarifies why. The guy thinks why she is asking. Against the background of the labyrinth, the main character says that it does not matter and they need to go. Rachel says that there would be a lot of views. A slight means training with a naked torso. Yuan asks to stop. The blonde looks at his colleagues and asks if it's time to have a snack, because they're probably all hungry. The protagonist replies that since he took so much time, then they really can eat. Dakoen refuses. She goes ahead and says that they've been on the 5th floor for so long and they won't get food until they get to the 6th. A slight thinks this is too much, because even in the army, meals are easier. She clarifies that if he has the strength to complain, why doesn't he quickly find the exit? The blonde looks ahead and states that as soon as he finished speaking. They stand in front of huge doors and he notices that apparently the exit has been found. They see them and a slight asks if this is really the road to the 6th. Dakoen says that most likely it should be so. Yoan raises his hand and asks to give him 1 second. He looks with his yellow eyes and thinks why this is happening, because he didn't even use anything. He sees that just beyond the door he can sense faint traces of another concept's presence. He turns around and wonders if it is behind him. A slight calls out to his friend. Dakoen walks forward and wants to see what is going on. A slight approaches and says that it seems like there is nothing here. He looks at him and asks if they went the wrong way. Yoan realizes that it only seems so. The protagonist glances forward and sees strange symbols, thinking that to his eyes this wall is densely filled with an illusion. He puts his hand forward. Cracks are visible in the space. They gradually collapse and crack, the fragments fly down. Yoan breaks the invisible wall, everyone is shocked. They look forward, a slight asks what is going on. Rachel exclaims that the protagonist has found a new passage. Dakoen speaks clearly. Yoan stands in front of the spiral staircase. She suggests that this seems to be a shortcut. The protagonist is surprised to see a pop-up window. It says that he absorbed 50 illusions. He is extremely shocked by this. The guy looks ahead with a smile, thinking that he finally found such a well-hidden path, and it is simply amazing. He turns to his friends and states that he managed to find the shortest path, and wonders what they should do next. A slight is standing nearby and asks again. Dakoen says that everything is obvious. They go through the cracks exclaiming, "Let's go." The protagonist gives Eve 50 illusions and wishes her to eat well and grow strong. She happily exclaims. The friends go up the stairs. Yoan states that the room changes when they go up this way, but there was no separate shift for this. Dakoen notes that perhaps the stairs are the shift. A slight goes with a spear and asks what if someone jumps on him. The girl says that he will just fight him, and there is nothing to worry about here. Rachel looks up and realizes that this is already the 8th room. The protagonist walks up with a smirk and asks why they skipped 3 rooms at once. The white-haired girl says that he found a great shortcut. He replies that he didn't even know it was that short. A slight looks scared and says that the manual said that a shortcut is a big luck, but the more rooms they skip, the harder the one they get to. Dakoen notes that it also says that the reward will be higher. Yoan looks forward and agrees with the blonde's suggestion to not look for shortcuts next time. The protagonist notes a slight whining. This didn't happen in the last sortie, and he doesn't understand why he's so scared now. The blonde holds onto his spear and states that if the difficulty increases more, it will be dangerous and the holy sword. If only he could use it. The protagonist thinks that she looks less mentally stable. Dakoen tells him that he is very loud and maybe it will be easier for him if she breaks the damn sword. The blonde demands not to talk nonsense. Rachel walks behind and exclaims. Yoan notices this. At the end of the stairs there is an exit, she states it. The guy stands in front of him and says since the student ID shows the number 8, behind this exit there should most likely be a 9th. The pink-haired girl asks him to be careful. She looks forward and senses hostility behind this door, noting that everything is like that time. A slight is standing next to Dakoen. Rachel explains that when this abnormal feeling appeared. The white-haired girl turns to the blonde and says that caution cannot hurt, and when they enter the next floor, it is better to draw a sword. He asks again if she is serious about this. A joyful Aslight shouts that he will take everything on himself from now on. Dakoen behind him states. The way he instantly changes his mood is very annoying. The heroes walk among the ruins. The protagonist recognizes this place. Yoan looks ahead and notices that there are no monsters and there is a high ceiling. The blonde man says that they have entered a rest area. They walk forward. Not far from them is an unknown character and the protagonist doubts, because there is no mention that the 10th room is a rest area. A bright flash occurs. Yoan looks ahead in surprise. A huge ball flies towards Dakoen. She calmly notices this. A strong impact occurs, dust flies around. The heroes lie to the side and exclaim their partner's name. She stands astride the ball and asks what happened. The girl confidently holds it, and wonders if they said that no one but him can use the gun in the tower. He replies that it is true. Yoan looks ahead, puzzled, and says that it is most likely disposable. He sees through the wall that there is an enemy standing nearby. The protagonist realizes that he just fired out of nowhere and thought that he would not notice. Yoan points his finger and shouts for Aslight to attack there. He loudly declares that there is an enemy behind the 3rd pillar. He understands. The unknown character in the hood turns around. He is standing behind the pillar. Aslight is already heading towards him, while the stranger wonders how he determined his location. The blonde strikes with his sword, while the enemy realizes that his stealth skills should not be detected by beginners. He dodges and thinks that this is confusing, but everything should be fine. The guy looks at the guys and decides that he will first lure the hero out and then destroy the entire group. Yowon turns to Dakgoin, asking if she is okay, because if that first shot had hit someone else, it could have been dangerous. She replies that it most likely would have been. The protagonist looks forward in shock. He points to her legs and says that something is wrong with that projectile. He sees it and realizes that it is a level 30 magic bomb and a very powerful one at that. Yowon sits down in front of her and asks everyone to move away a little. He analyzes it and sees that it is a level 30 magic bomb captured by force. He exhales, saying that it has stopped. Nearby, a slight bravely fights the enemy. The protagonist is sure that the opponent will pay for what he did. The hooded criminal realizes during the fight that his enemy is good. He frowns and states that at this distance. The protagonist runs towards them while the stranger is sure he won't get caught. The guy stabs him with a dagger and notices that there are 3 seconds left until detonation. He looks ahead with a sinister grin and wishes them to die. The guy notices something in shock. He sees a ball in front of him and exclaims, not understanding why the bomb is next to him. A slight looks at him in confusion. He screams in fear that it will explode now. The bomb bounces off the column. They fight and the villain notices that it does not explode. He hears in fear that the other guy does not understand his fear. A slight calmly runs forward, declaring that the opponent should not be distracted during the fight. He confidently cuts his enemy. The stranger holds the wound on his shoulder and says that this is strange. A slight stands in front of the defeated enemy and asks why he attacked them and how he got here. The protagonist approaches them and addresses the stranger. He picks up the orb and states that from the moment he saw it through stealth, he didn't think that the bomb hidden in the shell would be found by the protagonist as well. Yowon looks at the shell and says that he is too confident in his tricks and that is why he got into this situation, because he can't be fooled by such defective things. The villain holds his wound and asks who they are. The protagonist calls him stupid. The villain is furious and wonders how newbies who are still exploring the first floors have such strength. He suddenly starts screaming in pain. Dakgoin holds out his hand and states that before they can talk calmly. She continues furiously, saying that she needs to break his arms and legs first to prevent him from doing anything. Someone remarks that they most likely need to kill him. Rachel exclaims that they can't let him live. The protagonist asks again. She screams in rage that if they don't kill him, there will be consequences, repeating this several times. The girl runs to attack. Yowon screams, demanding that he stop. The heroine's claws almost reach the opponent's face. Rachel's hand is suddenly entangled in Yowon's chains. The guy yanks her to the side and screams for the girl to calm down. Someone asks what failed. The stunned heroes look ahead. Someone calls him a fool. Yowon and a slight turnaround. He wonders what kind of pressure is. The blonde thinks that it can't be. Dakgoin looks ahead, while the villain holds his head and declares that it is a constellation. He hysterically exclaims that he can still do it. An unknown voice declares that his role is exhausted. The shocked heroes look at the fallen stranger, who screams that he can still kill them, but the voice objects, ordering him to sacrifice himself to get the share of his comrades. Yowon turns around and yells for everyone to retreat. The stranger's body starts to glow red and green. The voice assures that a sacrifice is required for the outcome. The guy starts to run away. He sees this and realizes that it is too late. A large explosion occurs. The 3 guys cough from the dust around them. Dakgoin excitedly calls the protagonist's name. Yowon sits on the floor and coughs. Near him there is a huge crater in the ground. He states that it was really close. He smirks, referring to the moment when he would have gone to reincarnation. He sits silently with a frightened grimace. Everyone shouts his name and the blonde asks how he survived that. A memory appears. He was sure that he would not be able to dodge, and he needed to find a way to stop it. He began to cast a spell, using a level 30 magic bomb. A large explosion occurred from the hands of the protagonist. His friends surrounded him. Dakgoin asks if he really stopped the explosion with his explosion. He replies that if he was even a little late, a disaster would have happened. The blonde wonders what happened to that guy. The protagonist says with a smile that he will be fine. These are the rules after all, and he must have returned to the beginning. An unknown voice says that he died. Everyone turned around in surprise and listened to him say that he was definitely dead, and the tower accepted his death while they were fighting him. Yowon furiously objects to the words that he killed him, stating that he was the one who pushed him to explode, and they acted to survive. Against the background of the ravine, the voice states that he sacrificed a valuable member, and got nothing and he should have been careful when the tower started to treat them specially. A slight stands next to the protagonist and asks again. He asks not to dodge, but to tell him directly. The protagonist looks up and wonders what's wrong with that guy and what he is. Against the backdrop of the glow, an unknown voice is ready to say only one thing. The protagonist is shocked to hear that they are Exodus and are their enemies, while saying goodbye to the guy. Against the backdrop of the ruins, Rachel says that the energy has disappeared. Yowon notes the constellations. He stands next to his friends and states that they are never alike, either in words nor in actions. Rachel notes that he still said his name. A slight notes that this is the name of the organization, not the name. The blonde with a serious look says that this is a group of the most famous pirates among all dimensions, and this constellation is probably their sponsor. Stunned, Yuan understands that Professor Yarmina was talking about the pirates of the dimension. A slight notes that now these guys have opened a hunt for them. Dakoen calls everything that is happening amazing. She states with a smirk that they would have encountered them anyway while climbing up, and what they just experienced was actually useful. Yuan agrees with her. A slight thinks that they really understand each other too well. He asks with a serious expression if everyone feels like something is wrong with this place, and that constellation just said that the tower has a special attitude towards them. Rachel looks at the pop-up in surprise while the blonde shouts that it was just a guess, but now it has been confirmed by the constellation. The protagonist replies that he doesn't really feel it. A slight, seeing the message, wonders why only they are being treated so rudely. Dakoen is also shocked by the pop-up. Yuan sees the friends looking at the notifications with confusion. The white-haired girl replies that it's not that, while the protagonist assumes that the message is from the principal. Yuan is shocked to hear that all three of them have leveled up. Dakoen looks at the window and states that this is the first time she has leveled up since joining, noting that the tower's reward is for repelling the constellation's attack. The blonde looks at his own and says that if that's the case, that's a bit disturbing. Rachel looks at the window with a smile and exclaims that her stats have increased significantly. The protagonist stands nearby and watches this scene. He smirks as he thinks about how they use the status windows too, and that means their levels haven't increased since they reached the threshold, realizing that they were already one of those with stats that were significantly out of the norm. He holds his head and wonders if the tower is ignoring him and if the lack of a pop-up means there is no reward. His eyes begin to glow yellow as he activates his all-seeing eye. He looks ahead and notices something in the fog, stating that of course it's not. There is a mysterious object ahead. The main character believes that a strange sphere remains in the place where the guy disappeared. He looks at the glowing ball and thinks what if his guess is right. He touches it with his palm and guesses that this is his share. A bright flash occurs, illuminating everything around. Various golden signs entangle his hand. He states that as expected, the information written in the pop-up window is Life 79, Body 46, Magic 39, Soul 11, Metamorphosis 1, Spatial Control 2.5, Stealth 5.6, Star Scar 0.1 absorbed. He reads it in surprise and thinks how big a number for Life 79 is, because it even managed to absorb concepts that he has never seen before. The pop-ups state that Metamorphosis 1 is the highest concept that humans cannot possess, and Star Scar 0.1 is a trace of a star, pure starlight left after the personality disappears, with Yuan thinking that Metamorphosis is an excellent concept for transformation, and the scar may be related to the constellations. He pokes the window and muses that he has received something that he does not even know how to use. The snake hisses on his shoulder after he asks if it wants metamorphosis. He gives it a small light particle, saying that it is not something he can use anyway and that the pet can take it. Eve eats happily, but begins to glow. The surprised heroes turn around at the sound. Rachel excitedly asks the protagonist what is going on. A frightened Yuan holds up the egg and states that Eve has turned into him. The pop-up states that the subject has mastered a lower-level concept. A source mutation is occurring. Rachel stands in front of him and asks if this hasn't happened before. The protagonist replies that it hatched right away then, but not this time. A slight suggests that it might be because it's the second evolution and needs more time. Dakoen stands next to Rachel holding the egg and states that the baby has also leveled up. The other replies that she can feel the warm energy from the egg. Yuan looks very nervous. Rachel smiles at the egg while the protagonist says that they've lost the only way to calm her down in emergencies. With a constellation in the background, a slight says that the next floor is a rest area and they can only hope that she wakes up by then. Rachel exclaims that a shift is starting. The protagonists stand in the middle of a garden. A beautiful fountain and greenery are visible. The protagonist says that this is the very same 10th floor they've heard so much about. From the trees, it's heard that sometimes there is no food here if you're unlucky, but that's not the case. The protagonist walks ahead and states that they're actually lucky. A slight picks up some fruit and says that they are called the Fruit of Eden because they relieve fatigue and enhance abilities, and the protagonist should definitely eat them while in the rest area. Yuan bites into the fruit and chews. He looks at it in surprise while standing next to Dakoen. The protagonist points at it and says that it is delicious and that he has never tasted anything better. The girl remarks that it is the sweetest thing she has ever eaten and can even feel a slight increase in her inner strength. Rachel holds up some grapes with a smile. Dakoen wonders if they should eat everything there is before heading out. A slight states that it is unlikely since it was said that the fruit's effect only works once and disappears when you leave the floor. Dakoen states that these are the restrictive rules. The protagonist eats it and feels very sorry that they can't take it with them. The pop-up window says, "You have eaten the one and only fruit of Eden, the fruit of knowledge, and from now on the all-seeing eye can discern sins." He looks at the fruit and wonders if this is because he ate something that looked like a fig. He points his finger at the window and thinks about what the standards are for discerning sins. Rachel runs to his friends and exclaims that there is a mysterious chest there. They ask again. Dakoen, crossing his arms, says that if this is a reward for achievements, then even a low-ranking one should be different, and what they went through was not quite ordinary. They recall their adventures. Yuan states that they met the constellation twice. A slight claims that almost all the time there were elite monsters. Rachel remembers about the traps. The protagonist rolls his eyes and realizes that they seem to have encountered all the difficulties that other teams hardly encounter, in which case there must be something useful there. The heroes stand near a wooden chest. Yuan is surprised and says that it must be a reward for achievements that he has heard a lot about. Rachel asks again. He explains that in each rest area there is a treasure that will summarize their efforts, and how like a chest of this kind, with a gold mount. Probably some clothes of the lowest level will be there. The protagonist explains the scheme with the chests, saying that the boxes with treasure in the rest area have a gradation based on the material they are made of, and from wood, copper, silver to gold. The better the material, the better the content. A slight touches it and wants to open it quickly. Dakoyan asks to wait. He is surprised when the girl offers to open Yuan. The blonde is frightened to hear that he will definitely be unlucky if he opens it. Rachel agrees with this. The protagonist opens the lid, while a slight exclaims that he does not deserve such treatment. The white-haired girl explains that he is just a loser. Yuan looks inside the chest with admiration. His girlfriend is very surprised. Inside is a strange object in the form of a pink heart on a stick. The girl does not understand what it is. The lady took the thing in her hands when the hero asked, judging by the appearance. It seems that this thing does not have any functional feature. Maybe it is just for ceremonies. To which she replied that it has an interesting shape, and Dakoyan added that you can definitely feel a strong aura, so most likely it is an artifact. After which the protagonist asked Rachel if he could borrow it for a second. The guy raised his hand with a stick up and thought, only judging by the design, this thing is definitely from his world. It is used by magical girls. The data on the item appeared on the screen when the protagonist thought, all concepts are related to magic, and the soul is 200. The blue-haired man opened his eyes in surprise, covered his mouth with his hand and said, could it be? When suddenly the blonde asked him a question, managed to find out something, to which the hero replied that he thought it was a magic tool for beginners, and the pink-haired girl asked again, a tool for beginners. The young man touched the stick with his finger, grinned and answered, yes, it seems to have some kind of ego built into it to transfer knowledge to the user. Looking at the thing, the two opened their mouths wide when the guy asked, is it something that trains users, something like that? The young man held the object tightly in his hand when the blonde shouted, ah, this is real, and the girl added, it really feels alive. The main character looked to the side, pointed his finger at the stick and told the guys that he wanted to take it for himself and asked, everything is okay, of course, he will pay for it. The protagonist was standing in the park when one of them said that he was fine, but suggested to study it later, to which the student replied, as he did, compared to how much he had done, it was nothing, and the girl supported, naturally, Ben should have it, when the guy thought that only Rachel had strange logic. The wand hung over the protagonist's hand when he thanked his friends and said that he felt that this thing would help him in many ways. Under the bright night sky, the blue-eyed one called Yuan and shouted that he said that there was no point in choosing anymore, to which he replied, yes, he got it, I got it, just let them go. The blonde held a plate of fruit in his hands and asked what he was going to do with all this. Didn't they discuss that everything would disappear as soon as they left there? To which the protagonist replied, of course he was right, but... The girls watched as the guy put the jar on the floor and said that it was still worth trying. Yes, there was nothing to lose. After which he stretched his shoulder and added, okay, then he will pay for it now, and the heroine asked, will he pay for this artifact? The young man had an empty plate in his hands when he looked at the girl, who asked, will he pay in cash? And he answered, of course not. The student threw the basket to a slight and told him to take it and follow him, to which he asked, the basket. The ladies opened their mouths wide and one of them said, that bottle, and the second loudly gasped. The red-eyed one remembered a moment from the past and shouted, this is that jam. The blue-eyed one frowned when someone began to snatch the basket from his hands and asked if he found it strange. Sitting on the floor, the hero said, since the use is counted for each, and the fruits will disappear if you try to take them out. Yuan smiled and added, what will happen if you perform a merge with another object? What will happen if they combine them? Then he used the division of the concept of the fruits of Eden. The guy put his fingers out and said, if no one has tried it yet. Then he reached for the jar and added, no harm in trying, right? The bottle began to glow, and the transcendental fusion of the fruits of Eden and the base elixir began. The two looked at what was happening in surprise. A new jar appeared in the protagonist's hands. He created the elixir of life soul, which significantly restores and enhances the user's life and magic. It also grants countless new abilities. Long-term use enhances the effect, but excessive consumption at one time causes divine punishment. People ran up to the guy. The blonde shouted how he did it at all. The girl said the name Ban Yuan in surprise, and the red-eyed said, so he made that jam too. The blue-haired smiled and answered, but they can't use it yet, because of the rules of the room. He thinks he should go and find out what it tastes like and how it works, when someone told him to move out. The blonde made a dash when the young man, looking at her, asked what, and she answered, everyone agrees. Under the glass dome, a Slight's voice was heard, who answered that they had already rested, and the pink-haired girl agreed with him, to which the heroine replied, "Okay," and suggested going, and the student thought that they were blinded by the anticipation of sweetness. Looking at the screen, the blonde shouted that the 11th room was reached. The lady turned her head, looked at Ban and asked what about the elixir, to which he replied to wait a second. The guy smiled happily, gave a thumbs up and said, as expected, it worked. The girl began to hug the young man tightly and screamed that she knew he could do it. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and screamed that. Throwing the hero aside, she screamed that he was too close, when the blonde said that she just pounced on Ban, to which she screamed at him to shut up. The blue-haired man winced in pain, holding his head, and said that he was even more surprised than her. After which he looked down, where a strange sound was heard. In front of him were the shell beasts. When he shouted, "It's here," the monster of the 11th floor. Running away from the beasts, he shouted to the guys that they were here. He rushed forward with all his might and shouted, "Monsters of the 11th room." The guy fell to his knees and turned around when someone said, "Speaking of time," she was very sad that she could not try the elixir, because she had eaten her fill. The blonde opened her mouth wide, put her hand out and shouted, "And now the prey itself is coming to help her get hungry," to which the protagonist asked the question, "Is she going to eat again?" The beasts flew in different directions, when the girl shouted that they continue to advance until they get hungry again, and the young man thought that he had to do something else, not the elixir. 10 hours later, in the 14th room, someone clenched their fist, growled, and asked why. The boys sat exhausted on the floor, and the girl asked why she wasn't hungry. The monsters were tied to a pole, when the protagonist said he didn't think he'd be full by the end of the day, and the blonde replied that he could bet they were the only team to have gone through 3 rooms in a row just to get hungry. Sitting on the floor, a Slight added that he seriously couldn't take another step anyway, to which the blue-haired man replied, "The same thing," and the girl, looking at them, snorted indignantly. Frowning, she asked if it would pass if they got to the 15th, after which the boys began to shout loudly asking them to stop. It was already 11 at night. Looking up pitifully, the protagonist said even if they hadn't used up their stamina completely, it was better to stop now, to which someone asked why that was. The guy waved his hand and told the blonde to look back. Someone was scratching the wall with iron claws. The girl was very aggressive when the boy noticed that Rachel was about to lose her temper. Rachel stood with burning eyes. The blonde said that in such a state it would not be surprising if she broke down at any moment. The protagonist replied that this is exactly why he was against moving on. He turned his head and said that it was not necessary to eat, and suggested that they just wash up and rest today, and start from the 15th floor tomorrow. The others agreed with him. The guys looked at the shower stall, and the protagonist suggested using it to wash up. Doc Goyen asked if he would go. The blue-haired guy pointed behind himself and said that he would tidy himself up a little later, and now he wanted to focus more on the manifestation technique. The girl looked away and said that it was a pleasure to teach him. The effectiveness of the manifestation technique depended on how hard one practiced it, so he should continue like this. She then grabbed Rachel by the collar and dragged him away, saying that now, in order to not be distracted by other factors, they would go to the shower first. The boy pointed towards the girls who were leaving and asked a Slight why he was standing there. He could go and take a shower too, to which he replied that he was a guy. The blonde opened his mouth and screamed, "How could you tell him, a guy, to go to the shower with girls? What nonsense." The protagonist froze in bewilderment. His pupils narrowed, and he wondered if it was possible that he still didn't realize that he had been found out. He really was that stupid. The boy turned away and waved his hand, saying that in that case, he could just take off his clothes and wash up here. Putting his hands on his hips, he said that if not with girls, then with a guy it should be fine. Why was he making so much noise? In response, he heard that even if they were both guys, he could not expose himself to everyone in front of others. The blue-haired looked at him carefully and asked what he wanted from him. Then, the blonde asked him to turn away. He began to take off his armor and said that if the protagonist were to peek, he would get angry. He replied that he understood. His eyes widened in surprise. He looked at a Slight and saw a necklace on his neck. The next day, they were all sitting together in the tower. The blonde jumped up from his seat and shouted, "Were they really telling him not to fight with a sword anymore? How did it even come to this?" The blonde looked at him calmly and said that he held up well without a sword until the rest area of the 7th room. And she said this because she saw that he was getting better at fighting. The protagonist said that he had the same thoughts. The blonde replied that it might seem so from the outside, but he could not continue like this any longer. Rachel enthusiastically ate noodles. A Slight looked down at the floor and said that there were not enough strong monsters on the 7th floor, so everything was fine. But they did not know what was waiting ahead. They did not know when elite monsters might appear like last time. It was impossible to fight further without a holy sword. Something was bound to happen. The girl listened to what he was saying with interest. And then she answered, "Okay, the possibility is confirmed, so they will do so. He can wield the sword again." A Slight jumped up in place with joy. He began to hug the sword, saying that he would never let it go again. The protagonist and the blonde turned away from him and began to discuss. The guy asked if she really did not mind. She answered that they had no other choice, because one look was enough to understand that he was on the verge of severe psychological trauma, and for now they would have to be content with this. Then Rachel suddenly appeared in front of them. She clutched a fork in her hands and growled. The blonde wondered why she was so angry if she had just eaten well. The young man answered that maybe she was wary because they were too close. Dakoen began to move away from them, saying, "From obsession to addiction, she begins to worry about the future of the team." They continued to sit in place. The guy asked if they could do it, to which the girl answered why he was asking her this. They ended up in the 15th room. There were monsters. One of them raised his sword up and ordered to shoot and kill them all. The guys began to be surrounded by monsters. A slight swung his sword and shouted for them to get lost. He continued to swing his sword, and the protagonist watched him with interest. He cut the enemy's bark and said that if they did not return his sword to him, he would be in trouble. The girl asked if it was time to think about others. The guy looked surprised. A monster towered over us, shouting, "Vengeance." Dakoen extended her hand to Yoan. The young man swung his sword. The girl jumped up. She rushed to attack. The blonde looked at her and asked her to be careful. The protagonist thanked them both. He turned his head and thought that a little more and Rachel would fall into a state of disorder. Eve showed no signs of waking up. When the time came, he would have no choice but to try again what failed last time. A monster appeared behind him and raised his hand to strike. But the guy raised his hands above his head. The blow of the sword flew right behind his back. The enemy slammed the sword on the floor. He opened his mouth and shouted that he looked like the weakest. The blue-haired man smirked and asked where he got that from. The monster growled and said that he was a cannon from the valiant battalion of the Rusty Halberd. He would disappear like dew under the sun. At that moment, a slight struck him from behind, saying that he was too noisy. The protagonist looked at it in shock and said, "Oh my god." The blonde frowned and said, "It's just a puny tower monster.